Well, good morning from me and good evening from Dave Eldar, who's joining us in the booth today. You're watching day 2 of the Bob Linn Superstars Division here in Albany, New York. This is a 4-day Scrabble tournament with a $75,000 prize pool. Absolutely crazy stuff. And we are so stoked to be joined by 2023 and 2017 World Scrabble champion, Dave Eldar. Dave, how are you doing this morning?
Hey everyone, it's an honor to see you at midnight all the way from Australia.
Yeah, we are super stoked to get Dave on board. He's pulling a very, very late night. He's going to give us 2 games of time into the late evening, but we're
Yeah,
going to get some great insights from the world's #1 ranked Scrabble player. We're very, very pleased. Thank you, David, for joining us. Our first matchup today is
yeah.
another awesome one. We've got a former world champion in the booth and a current world champion on screen in Adam Logan. He's going to face off against Dave Wiegand. Dave Eldar, I think I would put both of these players in the world's top 10, maybe even top 5. Does that seem fair to you?
Um, Logan is easily top 5. Wiegand, not sure. He's floated around 2000, 2100 rating for as long as I can remember. Yeah. With
Yeah,
with
he's
at one point he had a very big slump just for like a year. He must have had like the worst tiles ever for a whole year. And then he's recovered back. Do you know what I'm talking about? This was like 6 years ago. His rating dipped into the 1900s, possibly even lower. But
that seems wild.
looking yeah, it happened. At least I'm pretty sure. But looking through the games at the Causeway, he was playing so well. I was really, really impressed with this game. I mean, as you know, he's rock solid on the words. It plays a pretty solid strategy. Yeah, what's their head to head like? Got any idea?
Let's cut to that matchup preview. You can see the career head-to-head.
Ah,
Logan
whoa.
14, Wiegand 20. Wow.
Okay. Hey, that's not what I was expecting. All right, so Wiegand's got the advantage on him. All right, cool. Well, that's definitely going to make this a super interesting matchup because I would have predicted that Logan would have been the slight favorite.
Yeah, apparently Wiegand has the advantage in the head-to-head, but over the board, who knows? Logan will have the advantage of playing first, and the tiles are in the bag, so we're going to cut over to the board. We've got Adam Logan. We've got Dave Wiegand. We've got 2 sick hairdos right now, and we're ready to play some Scrabble. So let's do
All
it,
right,
Dave.
let's
Let's
get
play
into it.
Scrabble.
I'm very excited to watch this game. This is going to be a real showdown.
Absolutely, it is.
Table six showdown.
Yeah, this is officially supposed to be over on table 6, but when we saw the juicy matchup, we're like, yeah, you know what? They're going to play on board 1. And I think
Yeah, I
everybody
got no
will.
problem with that. Okay, first rack. What are you doing? Adult IN needs a G.
Yeah, need that G for adulting. You could play short, just the fish heavy LUD. You could go long
Yeah.
and play it all out with something like unlaid. What do you think, Eldar?
I think it's much of a muchness. I think the most important thing here is just to play within 1 minute. So for the short, yeah, you can go short or long, as you correctly pointed out. You could not change, I think. So LUD would be the obvious short play. Long play would be UNLAID or DAULT. Doesn't really matter. You just need to put something down, move on. Probably I'd be looking. I don't know. It's really easy to get caught up here. What do you want to do?
I don't know. Like certain days, I feel like I'm going to grab the LUD and play for 8, but other days, I think
Yeah,
I'm more inclined to go a little bit long here. Unlaid
yeah,
doesn't take the S. That feels okay to me.
that's fine, man. No, like it's just important you need to get something down, just so because the difference between these players is very marginal, and then more important decisions are going to come later. On Dave's rack, it almost looks like a bingo. Kesh Ing. Does that go with anything to make any eights? Anyone
There's
in the chat see anything? Is Shirking
one
or Gherkins? Gherkins.
Gherkins, yeah, there's just one playable 8 available. He'd need the floating R. We know Logan doesn't have it, but Gherkins is the only 8 Wiegand could draw. I'm
Wow.
sure he's already figured that out too.
Yeah, quite possibly. It's it's a very good looking rack, but it doesn't really produce all that much, which is
Yeah,
weird.
yeah, you see
So
that
yeah,
ING
I
and
don't
that
know.
SH, you think like, "I've got some synergy here," and no, just the
Yeah.
one.
Yeah,
All
Adam
right.
needs to play. He took a bit too long there. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could spend time quibbling over these things. I do it all the time, but I would not recommend. Anyway, what you got for Dave here? Because like this does not help him in the slightest.
No, this is a rough turn. I mean, you can fish if you want to, like literally just play elk through the L for 13.
Yeah,
HGINS feels
yeah,
pretty strong, but I don't
yeah,
know. Fishing feels kind of crazy when you can score 26 with Kesh, 29 with Sheik and LUDE. Are you taking
yeah.
points
So
here or are you gonna
I'm gonna
fish, Dave?
go. I'm gonna go ahead and say Sheik is an awful play. But Kesh is totally valid and Elk is totally valid. So here's why Sheik doesn't work. Because yeah, I mean it really is as simple as ing ends a lot of words in English. It's what is that? The infinitive form? Is that what that's called? And that's a really high value leave. A leave meaning the tiles that are left over once you play. And what am I? Oh yeah, the leave values. So ing is 1 point, 1 point, 2 points for the G, but together they're worth what? 7, 8, 9, 10 points. It's extremely valuable. I'd be fine with either option. Both of them look good to me. Cash, elk. I think. I don't know. All right,
Yeah, they
I've spent a
are
bit of time on this.
they are the top 2 options by like a lot of points, Kesh and Elk, but one of them is about
Yeah.
3 points above the other on the
Ooh,
engine
hang on.
analysis.
Oh man. All right. Look, I think Kings is an incredibly powerful leave. It goes really well with any vowel that you pick. So I think it's got to be that. And it also works very well in not providing any hooks. So elk is a word that it doesn't have that many hooks in front, I think. And I think that will make it better. I mean, Cash doesn't provide any hooks either, but the critical difference is when you play Kesh, you expose a double word score, the pink box. So I think that, yeah, that's a diff. Anyway, what was better?
Elk won the sim by about 3
Yeah,
points.
yeah,
Dave opting
exactly.
for
Yeah,
neither of these. He's gonna play
yeah. Look,
GINK.
that was a really hard, like hard. I'm saying in inverted commas move. Those are the kind of moves that Nigel always gets right. But if you're not really honed into that one, you can make a mistake. And I think Gink is a pretty bad play. And I think Dave got really badly punished for it. He's pretty unlucky to get pretty unlucky to get hit with 100 points, of course. But yeah, I mean, sometimes that happens. That's just the downside of opening the double double.
Yeah, that's Scrabble in a nutshell. You make a play that's maybe slightly askew, and then your opponent immediately doubles for 102 and then draws a blank out of the bag. Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
Yeah. A small
but yeah, this
mistake
is
and a
why these
big punish.
this small mistake, like it seems small, but like these things never happen to Nigel, and there's a reason they never happen to him. It's because he never gives you an inch. Anyway, now he's got what? Yod, Yodh, or it's pronounced Yud. It's a Hebrew letter. You guys know about the Hebrew?
Yeah, yeah. YODH would set up that S playing alongside the
Yeah,
NG of retaking. That'd be 33 points, but setting up
yeah.
ESS as a leave, that looks really good to me, Dave.
Yeah, that looks great to me as well. So you keep the second S despite your sacrificing 4 points. ESS is a better leave than ES because it keeps 2 consonants and 1 vowel. And in general, you want to keep that ratio on your rack all the time. So you want to keep 2 consonants and 1 vowel, 3 consonants and 2 vowels, or 4 consonants and 3 vowels. So while having a doubled letter isn't usually great, it works fine here. And then next turn, he can probably play Yods and S and some bingo for hopefully 100 points or whatever.
Yeah, so that's set myself up for success next turn kind of play. But Dave, I think, going to take a few more points this turn. HOYS here is 47 more than the Yod setup. Also,
Oh,
the
okay.
engine
Well,
favorite play.
that's probably better. I didn't even see that.
Now Adam back on turn. BDEIMX blank chat has already shouted out B mixed the playable bingo
Yeah.
here. It plays with BLUD for Adam for 85
Oh,
points. But what you
okay.
got?
So got big gut check here. How well has Adam studied the new words? Because B mixed plays automatically with Doug. And if you're a veteran player like Adam is and like I am, like you're not thinking Lud has a hook. That's something that I think there's no chance I would have seen it. And I was watching in the Nigel versus Logan Super Showdown that probably a lot of people here watched. And you guys saw that Logan missed yes in one of the games. Why is he? Okay, he's got no problem seeing this though. He's putting it down. Okay, well he's better than me. I'm happy you saw that.
Yeah, there could be so much blindness to those new words. You just,
Yeah,
yeah, maybe I've seen the word, but then I don't connect it when I have to make
yeah,
the
but
hook.
then you need, yeah, just knowing the word. You also need to. You don't just need to know blood is a word, which by the way I think just means like blood. It's like a slang thing. You also need to know Lud. When Lud comes down, it takes a B, and then when you draw the B, you need to remember. Oh, I can put B there.
Yeah, several steps to get there. Blood is defined
Yeah,
as a friend, so maybe like a blood friend or something like
yeah,
that.
yeah. It's like yeah, yeah. Anyway, so look, and with that, he should be happy he saw that. It was a great play, and then he blocked sheepdog.
Oh,
Um,
wow. Oh,
yeah.
sheepdog blocked.
So anyway,
Brutal.
he gave huge overlaps though, so Dave gets what hoped for like 50 or something. So I mean, look, Dave's already in big trouble, but at least he's still alive.
Yeah, Hoped does everything you need. It's a 5 overlap to the left side of B mixed. It is exactly 50, so nice mental math there, Dave.
Oh,
On Adam's previous turn,
oh no,
Ibex and
Pohed, dude. Pohed is a word, but actually it's interesting because you can give back a huge overlap by exposing AHI.
yes, yes. So POHED is one more point than HOPED, but
Oh yeah, then
HOPED is stronger for a lot of reasons.
yeah, you don't want to look anytime you can put PI on, it's a good word to put on the board because no letter goes in front of PI. I know this sounds really basic, but it's not. It's a very advanced concept.
Yeah, if you just see how POHED is asking to get overlapped back. It's easiest 40
Yeah,
points ever for
yeah,
Adam if he's got that
yeah,
I.
exactly.
The other nice thing
Exactly.
about HOPED is you're setting up SHE and opening up that left side of the board for yourself
Oh
later
yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah. Look, that's not nothing. I wouldn't be too concerned about that because like there's already a lot of places that does retaking take a S, by the way? I'm pretty sure it does.
It does, yeah, Collins
Yeah.
only.
Yeah. So yeah, the S is worth more there anyway. So that's not super relevant. I'm not worried about that personally if I'm in either's shoes. Now we're looking at free text for Logan. Sorry, I saw that straight away. I just blurted out. I
No,
should let
that's
people look
definitely the
for it.
play. Free
Yeah, it's pretty
text into the
straightforward.
EX, 40
If you
points.
see that, then you play instantly because there's going to be nothing else. But it's actually a very difficult find. I'm kind of surprised I saw it myself. Anyway, so yeah, there's not that much to talk about here. It's basically whether he sees it or whether he doesn't see it. Yeah, good find. Yeah, I mean
Yeah, there it
we
is.
shouldn't be doubting this dude. He literally beat Nigel in best out of 15. That's I don't think anyone else can do that.
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy to do it at the World Championship Finals in a best of 7 and then in a best of
Yeah,
15
so
here in
he actually
Albany.
won a best of 22. Yeah,
Yeah.
that no way. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how that's possible. That's complete. Best of 25 rather. No, wait. Yeah, best. Anyway, the point is, I don't understand how that's possible. That's amazing. Anyway, Dave drew elegies. Hey, and look at that. It fits in the spot you were talking about. Oh no, wait. Elegize and TOE is also on, right? That's a word too, isn't it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. So never mind. So yeah, as you can see, like the spot's relevant for sure, but it's not like a game breaking thing. Anyway,
Yeah.
giving Elegize, I think it gives away too many more points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more points for Dave, but he gives Adam back a huge opportunity, and I don't think he can afford to do that. So I think he plays Elegies and She. For me, I think it's pretty straightforward. and I think the sim is going to agree with me.
Run the numbers now for you. It does look like the lower scoring LGs and SHE is down on the sim. The engine wants
Okay,
Dave to take these 4 extra points, but we see that Z
okay.
on Adam's rack. Dave's going to get punched back.
Wow, I'm pretty surprised that by that. It seems pretty wild to me. What's the difference between the two moves if we want to get technical? Is it just kind of the noise irrelevance?
It looks like Adam's going to score about 4 more after this placement, but
Oh,
then
okay,
Dave's
so
also going
yeah,
to score about 1 more. So
okay,
Dave
so
getting 4
it's
more now makes
basically
it up.
noise. So anyway, look, it's fun. Play one way or the other. It just doesn't really matter. Elijah is perfectly fine. And Zed's pretty straightforward for Adam, and he plays it super quickly. Anyway, now Dev's got the next blank, and he's going to play Seacoast very quickly, I'm pretty sure. I guess he'll look for a triple-triple first.
Yeah, he might look for the triple-triple. It's not there. Now, Seacoast down from the S is 86. Dave's also got 43 right now, and Koala through the L and Elijah is keeping that
Oh,
blank
cool.
back. Is that something you're looking to
That
do here, Dave?
definitely not. It's not even close. You have to play bingo right now. You need to get back in this game. Draw the scoreline closer together. 40 points is, for me, too much to turn down. I think if the decision was between Peacoat, V, and Koala, which is actually just the same as koala, i.e., our favorite animal from this country, then I think it would be close. But I think he needs to play Seacoast now to draw the score closer together.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, but always nice to have these conversations and go through the mental hurdles. That
Yeah, yeah. No,
43
no,
point
it's good
delta.
to yeah, it's good to look through like probably what's going on in Dave's internal monologue, and we're having this chat in a minute, but he's probably processing this thing in 3 seconds. Like he's seen this 1,000 times. He's looking for a triple triple, and I'm just laughing. Someone's saying goat face in the chat. And as soon as he realizes there's no triple triple, if he's seen Seacoast, I think he's gonna play that very quickly.
Goat face triple would be incredible. Yeah, I know. Dave is able to iterate through all this stuff so quickly. He's an
Yeah.
incredible anagrammer. If you've ever played anagrams with Dave Wiegand, you've seen it for yourself.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
I've been on the receiving end of many. He once I'll tell you my one story. He once turned something into anti-apartheid, which I thought was mind-boggling.
Anti-apartheid, my goodness. Oh,
Yeah, so he's anagramming speed is very famous, and yeah, I don't think he's gonna have any trouble seeing Seacoast if he hasn't in blindness. But he hasn't lined it up yet, so I don't know. I don't know what he's thinking. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. So finally. So anyway, what do you think Adam's going to do in return? Just like he's probably going to look to gum up that spot in the bottom left, play Varna or something like that, 32 points.
yeah, it's gonna be Varna or Varan, Varan, kind of same idea, but
Yeah,
use that V, block up the board.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just the highest scoring spot as well. It's the rack is pretty ugly. It's got V, it's got U, it's got two A's. But actually, the situation works out kind of nice for him. He can play off some of his junk. He can score 30 points, not great, but it's not nothing. He can move on to the next turn, and he still has a comfortable lead. And critically for him, there's no blanks left, so he's in very good shape.
Yeah, Adam's going to be left looking at plays through the F, R, and U of Frutex to close up the board. I think Varna does it the most effectively and scores the
Yeah,
best. Here comes Seacoast for Dave, going to make it
yeah,
271 to 307, but he's got Fava from the F, Vacua through the U in Frutex, and Varna through the R. Do you like Varna the best of those, Dave?
yeah. I think it's quite straightforward. Fava keeps, like I said before, as we recall, two consonants, one vowel. Let's keep it. Let's keep it simple. Vacua, okay, it does that, but it scores less, and it keeps RUN, which it. I wonder if that's worse than CUR. Okay, probably not, but it's much of a muchness. Yeah, so I think Adam's probably going to spend a bit of time looking for something a little better, but then he's going to realize there's not, and then I think he's probably going to put down Varna over Aaron, but it doesn't really matter that much.
Between Varna and Varan, you mean?
Yeah, yeah, and you know even Fava or whatever is fine. Is a bit worse, but okay, it's not the end of the world. And on Dave's rack, Dave actually drew very badly, which it's bad for his chances of getting back in the game. Yeah, okay, so he puts down VAR and pretty straightforward stuff. So, okay, I'll tell you guys in the chat for all the non-experts, the V is the second worst tile in all of Scrabble, and the third worst tile, I think, is the W. So this is a horrendous draw for Dave. And you're going to see why these letters are so bad, because he can't do anything that scores. What can he do? I don't know.
Oh, but Adam's showing us how to draw bad letters in
Okay.
Scrabble too. His 4-tile draw I-I-I-Y. All right. Holy crap. All right, Dave. This turn
Yeah.
looks pretty
Yeah.
challenging for
So
Dave
look,
Wiegand.
I think the first thing that I want to do is just calm down, and then what's my highest scoring play? And I see VAR and REHS for about 20 points.
You can also play those same tiles at the bottom of the board. DEV using that blank and be mixed and
Yes,
playing VAR or VA down there. It's more
you
points down
can
there,
do
but
that,
open the triple.
but it exposes the triple, and that's not good, because then your opponent can score a lot of points there. I mean, it's simple stuff, but it is a mistake that anyone can fall for. So my recommendation would be not to give a free triple away, and it would be to play either War and Res or VAR and Res.
And of those, you said the V is the worst tile, so that's the one you're looking to shed over the W, probably.
Yeah. So it's a bit funny. This can be a little board dependent, because the V and W are almost equally terrible. So the thing about the difference between the V and the W is the W makes more short words and the V makes more long words. So the V is a little more friendly to make bingos. And because Dave needs a bingo, I think, which he'll be looking for to making the word SHE in the left middle corner of the board, I think there's a strong case to make for playing War and Res.
War and Res, or maybe VAR and Res is what Dave Eldar is saying here. And those are both 19 points. VAR at the bottom of this board would be 23, but exposes that triple, lets Adam score on a board that's otherwise pretty devoid of scoring opportunities. So that's not a play you're
Yeah, so
looking to make
look,
here for Dave.
I could see a case for playing War or whatever down there as well. No, actually, I really don't like it. It's making me really uncomfortable. I'm getting the ick. No, I don't like that. I'll be interested to see what the computer has to say about this. Anyway, this is a really ugly draw, as you can see. But I'm going to tell you, wait, if he plays at the bottom, he's going to be sorry, because then Adam's going to play Ricey for 27. That's a word, right, Ricey?
It's not in our lexicon, but you guys probably have it. Yeah, there it is,
Yeah.
Ricey.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's good. And that's 27 points with Adam's garbage. And that's like a total bailout for him. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love being in the booth because you can see like what changes when you open a triple. One player
Yeah.
opens a triple, and then the next one's turn goes from I had to exchange to wow, I got 27 points out of this. Holy crap! So
Yeah.
you
Yeah,
get to see it
exactly.
all here.
Exactly. 27 points out of that rack is a miracle, because that rack, you have to change it a lot of the time. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to see that that's total garbage. Now, tell me,
Yeah.
what do you think you're going to do if Dave plays VAR and Res or War and Res with Adam's rack?
Oh my God. I mean, Uric and CHE is like a board opening play that you don't want to make, but one of the only valid
Yeah.
words I even see for Adam
Yeah.
here. Like
Yeah.
maybe you have to
Oh,
exchange, maybe Uric along Seacoast. I don't know. I
oh,
think you throw back.
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not sure myself. That's why I ask you. Also, someone in the chat is telling me IC is 25 anyway, so I guess I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Wait,
I
how?
mean, look, giving away 2 points is still not nothing, you know?
Oh yeah, yeah, and I mean he gets to block the line. Like some people would think, "Ooh, I'm opening the board up at the bottom," and it's like, no, any opponent's going to block that line like 10 times out
Yeah,
of 10.
you don't need to open up the board at the bottom, because one, it doesn't work well with your situation anyway. And two, the board at the bottom is already open. It's completely wide open. There's retakings. You can bingo down the second last column uh, alongside Seacoast, and then you can just open it up later. So there's no rush. So you just play VAR. Now Adam's going to play Ricey pretty quickly. Yeah. So I mean, this isn't really what I'd call like a good situation for Dave. I mean, getting hit for 27, that's like a good result in that one. That worked out okay for him. Like he didn't get hit too badly, so whatever.
Yeah, yeah, it could have been a lot worse there for Dave. And oh, look at this draw from Adam. Oh my God, I. Now he's almost definitely
Wow.
going to
Hey,
exchange.
we've got a game. We've got a game on our hands. This could get exciting. Dude,
Yeah,
so the first thing now is Dave actually needs to start thinking about time because there's a time problem. So look at the bag. There's more vowels than consonants. So the first thing I'm thinking now is Wonga, keeping RST, keeping a lot of consonants, bingo heavy consonants. I'm gonna draw an E, probably gonna draw an I. Next turn, probably gonna draw a bingo.
yeah, I see all those O's out there as well. Pick up EIO. We're in
Yeah,
great shape. So yeah, Wonga looks
yeah,
extremely strong.
yeah. That looks. Oh, sorry, raw. Oh no, raw stone's not a word. He tried to trick me. Stone raw is the word we're looking at. Yeah, Wonga. By the way, what is Wonga? I'm actually gonna look it up. I'm curious
Yeah,
about this
let's check
definition.
this. Wonga takes an S. It means money.
Wait, oh, okay.
Defined literally as
Wonga
just
is money.
money.
Okay, well, can anyone in the chat tell me, have you ever used that word? Because it's slang, apparently.
Yeah, the kids don't say that's cash money anymore. They say that's cash Wonga now.
That's Cash Wonga. Give me the Wonga. All right. What, what are you
Uh,
thinking? What are you thinking for Adam? Is this just a straight up exchange with
it
such
has to
garbage,
be.
or
It has to
can he
be.
play through it?
No, no, you have to throw back. That's 3
You
I's and 2
cannot play
U's.
through it. And I've been shut down. That I hate exchanging in general, but yeah, I think I'm inclined to agree with you. And we've got a serious game on our hands now.
Yeah,
It
this
almost
one's
looks like,
open.
yeah, Dave, after he plays Wonga, he's gonna be in good shape, man. Like this is gonna be pretty good for him. Adam's gonna change. I think Adam has to be careful. He's going to be looking in the back. He needs to be aware that there's a lot of vowels left, and he needs to respond to that. There's also a lot of E's left. I wonder if there's even a case that he could change his E.
It's rather likely. Now, Adam does have 27 points available, and he's actually
Oh,
set up those tiles on the side.
27. REI.
Yeah,
Hang on. Where's that going? Oh, rely. Right. Yeah,
yeah,
cool. So,
rely,
yeah,
but
dude, I don't think this is that straightforward. Now, I'm going to give you a quiz. All right. You ready?
okay, let's do it.
What is the leave equity value of UU?
Oh, just UU, I would say like
Just UU.
minus 17 or so is my
Wow,
guess.
yeah, I think you're exactly right.
Is that real? Nice. Wow.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think that's correct. Yeah, UU is atrocious. So I do think Adam needs to change it because UU is 17. Well, I together, UU, that's not a party. So I think he needs to change. 27 points, very tempting. But if he doesn't change now, I think the chance he needs to change next turn is very high.
Yeah, yeah. The only thing that would actually save him, strangely enough, is maybe the Q there. If he draws it, he might have plays, but on this board, even QUI doesn't seem to do you much good. So
Oh
I
yeah, the
feel like
Q.
this is an
Oh,
exchange
you know,
situation.
this is one of those places where I always feel like, oh, I don't want to lose a Q because I don't want to lose a U because if I get the Q later, then it I can still justify keeping it. But no, I think he just has to change, move on. By the way, a lot of people in chat telling us, UK people, thanks for chiming in. Wonga, common word in the UK, it's a common slang. So it's a real word. No one made that one up.
Okay, common UK slang. I'm gonna use it the next
Thanks,
time I'm in
guys.
the UK.
Yeah, I'm gonna be throwing the Wonga around.
Making it rain Wonga or something
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. Yeah, so okay, interesting. For Dave, now pretty balanced rack. He's settled with another W. It's pretty unlucky. So probably he's gonna have to refish. Probably WO making OW and NO.
I don't know. Look at that spot and remember that retaking takes
Oh,
an S.
waster. Yeah.
Waster is 53.
Oh, waste. Yeah. Oh, ooh, super interesting. Um,
Yeah,
okay,
waste.
so here's a concept. When the bag is really bad, which usually means it has no blanks in it, there's a lot of benefit to not playing off your best letters, and you want to play less tiles. So while waste would ordinarily be straightforward, I actually think this is pretty close, especially once Adam changes. So either he's going to change UUII or Q consonant, just garbage. And now the bag is full of junk. And so I don't know how straightforward this is. I think it's pretty close, but 54 points is probably too much to turn down. But I think it's kind of close.
Yeah, we'll wait for our annotator to commit that exchange from Adam here. Adam exchanging
Yeah,
UUII.
good play.
And
Yeah.
and
Oh, but look,
Dave is go for it.
mm, he kept. I think he kept too many vowels. I think he should change the I. I think it's actually a pretty significant error. Maybe he wasn't paying attention to the pool, or maybe he just felt he needed to keep rely in the pocket. But I think is a bit of a misjudgment here from Adam. I think he's paying for it now with his garbage draw.
Yeah, we'll see. That does make this game a lot more interesting. Now that the pool's
Well,
updated, here comes Waster,
why is he playing
53.
the
Dave
R?
Wiegand. Yeah, there are
Okay.
2 unseen, so I think he just wants to put his
Yeah, but
down. All the S is gone.
by that judgment, like you should play off every letter ever. Like, yeah, sorry to undermine you, but like, you can't like live in fear. Like you have to. OR is better leave than R, no matter how many R's are left in the bag. Like, I think the more important thing is the consonant vowel imbalance, and Dave has kept one vowel. And yeah, look, well, you see now.
The problem with playing Waster, as you said, is you're reaching into a bag that you knew had a lot of garbage in it.
This is
Dave
this is
dodged
I
all the
think
U's, but finds the Q.
this is just a bit of a possibly, I wouldn't say lazy, it's just a bit of a misjudgment. Like, I just think he didn't really look too hard enough at the situation. But also ties into what I was saying before, that when the bag is really ugly, there's a lot more problems with playing more letters.
Okay, Dave
Now he
gonna
plays,
score 28 more here. Go digging into that bag to draw one of these 2 U's. Moir's
yeah,
28. You like
more,
26? You like it?
yeah, too many points to turn down. I mean, I didn't really have time to look at the situation, and honestly, nor did Dave. But I think 26 points and 2 U's unseen. He'll just he'll just deal with the Q later, whatever. Hopefully, draw U.
Yeah, he doesn't draw any of them though. He's left both U's in the bag. Man, this game is getting weird. Both players
I
have to
like it.
feel
This is
uncomfortable.
this is a this is really interesting for Adam. Now he's gonna be glad he has a lot of time. What even do? So this board is actually pretty ugly. Like you're playing a very blocked board here. He's got the J. As we all know, J is a very bad letter. Um, and there's no way to play his 2 worst tiles, I think, which is the J and the N. So we need to look at the situation. When the game is winding down towards the end, the most important thing when it's very close is that you go out first. You need to think about that. It's really important because the guy who goes out first gets the tiles, the count back is called, on the other guy's rack. Probably you guys know this rule of Scrabble. And that's usually on average worth like 10 or 20 points. And in this game, when it's so close, I would bet that probably the guy who's going out first is going to win this game.
Yeah, it seems rather likely. So FLIT is what we see from Adam. It's not really going to set him up pacing wise for success, but the only play that shed both the J and an N was
Vinny,
JINNE and
yeah,
RE underneath the R and rely. That's a crazy play to make. So Adam pulls back,
look,
holds
it's
the J.
aggressive, but I don't know. I'm surprised he didn't take a longer time analyzing it. I think there's an element that he wants to put Dave under time pressure a bit. I'm not sure what to make of it. I would need more time to think about it. I think Dave now has seen his play pretty straightforwardly. OOF. There's 2 U's in the bag. He needs to draw a U, which is going to go well with his Q. He's pretty likely to draw a U. That's his best hope here. So I think OOF and Fess is a lot of points. That needs to come down like yesterday. He's
Yes.
got no time. He doesn't have time to be thinking about whatever it is he's thinking about. He needs to already have put that down. I don't know. Hurry up.
Yeah.
Make me nervous.
Yeah, it's so straightforward. Keep the QAT, set up the QAT, draw 3 more chances at a U. Like, oof is so obviously correct to me. Davis spent over a minute on this turn. That maybe he's going to play just
it's always
OF.
easy from the commentary booth. It's always easy when we can see everything. But I think this is, you need to save your time. You need to hurry up. You need to make a move. What's keeping O?
He's setting up QAT and TOR. He's avoiding setting up roof for Adam in case Adam has a bingo. Bingo would be game over right now.
Yeah,
I agree.
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, but Dave did it.
Yeah, he needs a U. He needs to draw the U. Now he's kind of, no, I don't like it. Okay, well, I don't know. Someone needs to look at the sim numbers. I'm not all knowing, or someone needs to ask Nigel, but to me, my instinct is that that's not good. O, by the way, Q, one of the worst letters Q can go with is O. They pair very, very poorly together. The worst vowel you can have with a Q is the O.
Yeah, I totally agree. QO is a terrible combination.
Yeah.
Dave did set up QAT, but also JUN and NOR now there for Adam. But Adam's got to be terrified. Does Dave have the Q? Could I draw the Q? Do I need to prepare for an escape plan if I do draw the Q?
Look, here's what I like about Dave's play. He left 3 in the bag, which is a good number to leave. It makes the game very challenging for Adam, because Adam doesn't want to empty the bag. Now, Adam should really take a lot of time here to really think about what he has to do, because he doesn't want to open the bag. Like I said before, he wants to go out first. You want to empty the bag first, because then the guy who empties the bag, technically, he had 1 more turn in the game. And if you have 1 more turn in the game, and the game is very close, then you're probably going to win the game.
So then in that vein, Dave, if you're Adam, you're looking to either play 1 tile this turn or as many as possible.
I'm looking at ZEN and NE.
I'll just drop the N down, keep injure together, and try to get 1 extra turn in this game.
Well, one thing is I don't want to draw the Q. And from Adam's perspective, actually, is drawing the Q so bad? Yes, I think it is. Yeah, from Adam's perspective, Dave Wiegand does not have the Q, because if he had the Q, a likely play would have been Choir. And then, so I think then after Ov, I think Ov is not strongly suggestive of the Q. Yeah, good. Yeah.
I was thinking this might be JOW, because if you draw the Q into the J, that's going to be awkward. But the J's going to let you score.
That's valid as well, because then you could draw Neurine, Neurine to the E.
All right, well, so here comes Cot, and Adam drawing that last U into his injured lead.
Very unlucky to draw the U there, by the way. But look, the thing is, now he has full knowledge. So what's the score diff? Is it actually 25? That's going to be really hard to overcome.
Yeah, Adam's got nothing here. Adam's done.
Wow, all right. Wow, how quickly the turntables. All right, well, maybe I don't know. Maybe you were right. Or maybe Wiegand was right. Maybe genius play, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess OF set up QAT and TOR, but he also had QAT and THE, so he's gonna get rid of the Q.
Just hold the phone, because QAT, it's 25 points. Okay, QAT and THE, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, is only 6 less. and when you factor in Oof would have scored one more, there's only 5 less. So if you played Oof, net, same sequence, it's still going to end up the same way.
Yeah, and oof still guarantees QAT. You're just going to slide
Or
it at
actually,
one
maybe
player
not,
to
because he
score
would have
less.
given Dura back. Yeah, actually, now I'm not sure. Look, I think it's a very complicated situation. I think net is very interesting. I'm surprised Adam didn't spend more time on it, because I think he preserved a lot of time earlier, which he did well, and he could have used it now to really refine net, or he was just very sure it was the best play.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I thought at least thinking about playing the J instead of the E made sense, but your brain went right there. Adam's went right there, and maybe Adam was thinking, I can
Because,
just put
yeah,
Dave in a time bind.
look, the reason me and Adam's brain went there is because Injure is a very good rack. Okay, so I mean, it's like a funny concept. Like, it seems it's like kind of dumb when I describe it to you, but the value of having a word on your rack is very good, because then sometimes you can play that word. It's bizarre. Like, it sounds so simple, but for whatever reason, like, our brains don't work that way. So I'm sure Adam was thinking this is a pretty good leave. And I want playing one tile works out quite well for me, and then he just played one tile, and it worked out quite well for him. But it's very complicated. Zhao and also John and Nor is completely viable.
Yeah, that would empty the bag completely, but I mean,
It's
scores
emptying the
well.
bag, but yeah, look, to me it looks bad, but like, it's something that I would have spent a lot of time considering. I think it's possible. We can ask Adam after the fact, maybe. I think Adam wanted to pressure Dave on time, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, trying to run
But
him out of time.
I,
But I've
I think,
punched in like, what if Adam draws the O instead of the U? What if Adam draws the
yeah,
B instead of the U? And it looks like Adam is losing like all the time.
yeah. So maybe net is not such a good move. It's very hard to say. The J is a terrible letter.
Okay, no, if he
Uh,
draws the P after playing Nay, he wins the game by 1.
Oh, okay. Wow, wow, that would be interesting. Yeah, so I don't know, man. Like, this is a very complicated situation. This guy's played very fast, and then we didn't really have time to think about it. I'm surprised. Like, I would have liked to see Adam spend some more time thinking about this. I'm not sure if he was pressuring Dave or not. My recommendation to anyone is never to try and time pressure your opponent, because you 97% of the time you lose more than you gain.
You're hearing it from Dave Eldar. Don't try to time pressure your opponent. You're just going to mess yourself up instead. This is
Yeah,
Adam's best end game line. You never want to hold you together, but this is it. Adam's going to lose by 25 after making the
Umu.
play of Jighere.
Maybe Dave miss Umu. That's probably what he's hoping, or miss track. But just OBO or literally anything, right? It's just gonna win. Oh, he can even just ignore it and outscore him, can't he?
Yeah, he can do pretty much whatever he wants here now.
Yeah,
But
that
all of his best end games block Umu.
wow, Dave did really well to get back in this game. I thought he was cooked after like 3 turns.
He did it
Oh,
without the
oh man.
bingo too. He just played
Yeah, wow.
Waster and OF scored well and Cot scored well and Adam drew a bunch of vowels and that was it. I did not see Dave winning this game without a bingo ever.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty he did really well. I mean, look, Adam had to change. He lost the turn basically. I think, yeah. Look, this game was played with no major errors whatsoever, as far as I can tell. It was a very well played game.
Yeah, no, this one was fun. Can Dave win for sure if he doesn't block
Hey,
Umu? Oh, he's gonna block Umu. Yeah, this is Dave's
someone
best end
tell me
game
in
too.
chat, what is Umu? I actually want to know as well.
Umu,
Umu,
what's
I'm
this?
going to tell you, it's Maori. It's a type of Maori oven, aka the hangi. If there's any Maoris in the chat, can you tell us about Umu or hangi oven?
Yeah, all right, Maori representation. Let's get it. Let's hear from all of you. Adam has played NU for 4. Dave's about to play out. LEP is 14.
Yeah.
And I think, Dave, we're going to be quiet and cut to overhead mic. See what we catch here.
Okay, I'll shut up.
Just not get anything good after this.
Yeah, I don't know how I managed to come back.
I picked, when I did this, I picked Y.
Wow.
And I picked YUU.
Yeah.
So I traded keeping EIR, which looked good with Wisconsin heavy side, and I picked EIMN, which didn't do me any good. No, this might have been wrong, but I think I'm going to lose anyway, but I'm going to have what's in the bag. Yeah,
If I U the last.
I picked U, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if I play Jim, I'm just giving you a cue and I'm not going to do anything after that. If I, you know, I didn't want, maybe John would have worked well, but I didn't want to do that for obvious reasons.
490, 464.
Do I have you at 484 actually?
Oh.
Did you have 373 already?
373, 399, 432, 457, 474.
474, yeah. 488, 490.
Yeah.
Should play John instead of Antonio.
Say what?
You can say this, I should play John, I don't know.
Jen?
It's so strange using my U.
Yeah.
And emptying the bag as well. You know? And you still have cat over here, so it doesn't really talk that much.
Adam Logan lost a dot on that one. Maybe I should have played Jun over here. Maybe I should have thought harder on ZEN. I just don't know. I just don't know. He strokes his beard. He stares off into space. That one was a really cool game to start us off.
13 minutes.
Yeah, 13 minutes, but trying to push the time pressure on Dave Wiegand was Adam Logan, and he ends up letting this one slip out of his grip.
We don't know for sure that's what he was trying to do, but it certainly feels that way. I mean, I guess he made like a quick read on the situation, and he read that NE is pretty reasonable play, and it's as good as anything, and then I'm going to push this guy on time. I think it's a reasonable way to approach the situation. I just think John could warrant more thinking. I don't know. This situation is so complicated. Like, you need to run it through a computer.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy for us too to say if the cue were in the bag and Adam played Jun and then drew the cue and lost, we'd be questioning the decision just as hard. And if the cue is in the bag and he played the one tile and didn't draw it, we'd be calling him a genius. So, you know.
Yeah. The thing that I don't like is that it kept the J, and the J just had nowhere to go. So, and guess what? He didn't go out first because his rack was too crap. And yeah, the guy who went out first won the very close game. That shouldn't come as a surprise.
Yeah,
did anyone sim this or take a look? Because I'd be very curious to hear what the computer has to say.
Yeah, somebody get in there. If you were playing along at home, play along in chat. Let us know, because Quackle, I don't think, is quite powerful enough to figure this one out. It's kind of stupid in these pre-end games, but a Macondo or a Magpie analysis would be a pretty cool
Quackle won't be here. By the way, one thing Dave did good that I like. I mean, it might have just been a coincidence of the way the game played out, but he left 3 letters in the bag, which at the time I commented was very awkward. And it turned out it was very awkward, because if Adam could have played John, it would have been very, very simple and easy for him. But because he couldn't play John without emptying the bag and giving Dave full clairvoyance, then it made the situation very complicated.
Yeah, I think pre-end games 101, like when you can, always try to leave 3 in the bag. If you're
Yeah,
on the fence between different plays, just leave 3 in the bag. It's
yeah,
strong.
two, 3 in the bag is a good number because the thing is, you wanna impede your opponent from playing with as much clairvoyance as possible, and it's important to know when there's 1 tile in the bag, your opponent has perfect clairvoyance, and they can play perfectly. When there's 2 in the bag, it's much more difficult, and when there's 3 in the bag, it's even more difficult, and when there's 3 in the bag, it means they can't pass the potato back to you, basically, unless they play 1 letter. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense to me for sure. Yeah, leave 3 in the
Yeah,
bag.
so
It's so strong. I think
yeah,
I'm gonna use
it's
pass the
very
potato
important
phrase.
concept.
Pass the potato back to you. I'm stealing that one. That's coming out in stream all the time. So thanks for adding an expression to my tool belt, Dave
That
Eldar.
I take it from my pedal code. It just said, "Pass the potato back to the other guy." It's like, you just make the problem his now.
Here you go. Yeah, just play 1 tile or
Yeah,
maybe even 0
yeah,
tiles and deal with it.
this is now your issue. So, who's playing next? Are we going on break or are we getting another game?
So I'll tell you who's going to play next, and then we're going to cut to a little break. Josh Greenway is wrangling these players right now, but round
Okay,
10,
okay.
Will Anderson versus Charles Ranke. If you're a fan of
Nice.
Will Anderson, don't go anywhere. It's going to be me and Dave Eldar on the headset one more time. So, Dave, we're going
Yeah.
to take a little break now, but can you hype up Will Anderson for just a smidge before we do?
Will Anderson, look, I think Will is one of the best players in the world right now. I never see him miss anything. He's so rock solid. I chatted to him. He told me his mistake index. I'm not sure I should be publishing this. He told me it was like slightly higher than mine. I was astonished, man, because I've never seen this guy miss a word in his life. He's an unbelievable player.
Yeah, he's so strong. You're hearing Dave Eldar say he's one of the best players in the world right now,
Yeah,
and that coming from
yeah,
a
yeah.
two-time world champion means a lot. So, just in a few minutes, Will Anderson and Charles Ranke, commentated by Dave Eldar. That's can't miss TV in the Scrabble department.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a little break and be back shortly. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble. And we'll All right, we are back. Excuse me. In Albany, New York, round 10 from the Bob Linn Superstars 4th of July tournament coming your way shortly, featuring your favorite Scrabble YouTuber, Will Anderson, and maybe your
Yes.
favorite Scrabble Twitch streamer in Charles Ranke. I'm Matt Canick. We got Dave Eldar, two-time world champion, here in the booth with us, bringing you all the analysis. This one's going to be fun, Dave.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So I despite what I'm talking about, Will, I don't know much about his game. Like, I don't know where his weak points are. I only know where his strong points are, and that's everywhere. I don't know anything about Charles Ranke. Why don't you tell me what you know?
He's a strong player in his own right, knows a lot of words, been playing for at least 20 years already, so a whole bunch of experience there. He can beat anybody when he gets the right
Whoa.
stuff, and knows a lot of bingos. So looking forward to
Yeah.
see the second
Yeah.
identical twin
Okay,
play
so-
Will. We saw one twin play him yesterday.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So where are they on the leaderboard?
Well, let's check it out. Let's look at the standings right now, because this is
Yeah.
a big, big
Okay.
matchup. These are the only two 8-1 players, only two one-loss
Cool.
players. Number one, number two, huge game coming your way right now. Let's check out the head-to-head between these two players.
Yes.
Will and Charles have been playing in North America for a while. Looks like we've got a 3-1 Will advantage. Look at that average score, Dave.
687.
God.
Damn.
Goodness, 687 to 440. That's like 1100 plus. I want to go watch that game now. Jeez.
Yeah, that's wild. I don't know if I remember that one. Wow, cool.
Must have been a
Well, I hope
tremendous
we
or something.
see more of the first game, the 485 to 440. Close game, more interesting decisions. That's what I'm here for.
Or maybe we'll see a 700-point bloodbath. The tiles will decide.
Alright, that's fine
Tiles
too.
are bagged. So
Okay.
let's cut over to the board. We got Will. We got Charles. Let's play Scrabble.
Boom.
Oh,
That's okay. If we get a 700 pointer, I'm going to learn a lot of definitions.
yeah. Yeah. Do you ever study the definitions, Dave, or do you just kind of check them?
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I'll tell you what. The answer is yes. If I have some problematic words that are not sticking in my head, then I learn what they mean as an extra data point to help me remember.
Yeah, this is something I've just added to my arsenal. When I'm trying to look at
Yeah.
like 4-letter words, I ask myself, is this a verb? Can I ing it, or is it a noun? And
Yeah, it can really help to remember. Oh, is that a
up,
blank
sideways
for
blank
Will?
alert, sideways blank alert, sideways blank
Whoa.
alert. Will, no, yes.
Also-
Okay.
Instant change alert as well. Would you change to NT blank or T blank?
I would change to NT blank. What about you?
Yeah. It's interesting. I mean, it's interesting academically. In practice, it doesn't make a diff. The blank works really well with high scoring letters. It's a bit of a weird concept that because the blank works with everything, it doesn't work that well with 1-point letters, because you'd rather have a 2, 3, or a 4-point letter, and then you can score more when you have your bingo. So I think you could go either way. I don't think it matters, but my instinct is blank T.
Your instinct is blank T. Yeah, it's going to be
But
very
I need
neck
to
and
look.
neck.
Actually, yeah, someone needs to run it through the simulator. Actually, I'll just do it myself now. I got it up here. Saley
All right.
for is it Charles? Yeah, it is super straightforward play. Sorry, we didn't even talk about that. We're getting too carried away.
Well, one of the turns was interesting and one of them not so much. You could consider an adjustment here after the exchange on turn 1, but in exchange
Yeah.
5, I don't think you adjust your play that much, do you?
Nah, not really. Maybe by a point or two, but I don't think. I think you could justify changing. Change 5. There could be. Yeah, the answer is I don't know. I spent a lot of time getting there, but I don't know the answer. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter is the answer. It's just not really something you need to think about. Now for Will, probably Doty, because somehow he missed the bingo.
Yeah, it kept NT blank the most stable nucleus he could, or try to maximize a
Yeah,
bingo percentage, and whiffed anyway. So yeah, DOTY, 3 overlaps,
yeah.
21 points, looks fine, or TODY, same spot,
Oh
same
yeah,
score.
I forgot toady. Yeah, I always forget that word. Does anyone else have that problem?
Toady.
Toady. What is toady?
Let's
I'm
find
going
out.
in the sorry. We've been talking about definitions. I'm looking it up. It's a small Indian insectivorous bird. Has anyone ever seen a toady?
It looks like Dave Eldar is becoming a birder right here. He's going to get out to the
Yeah.
Caribbean and look for some toadies. Then he'll never forget that word.
Yeah, yeah. For Charles, what do you think he's gonna play after Doty very likely comes down? Because he's got a real weird, awkward set of letters.
Yeah, I mean, weft and wit is a word. I don't know that I like playing that word. It still holds VY blank. You could consider just an
Oh
exchange
yeah,
there too, yeah?
I don't know about I don't know about that. So I think weft. At least you would play weft, WEFTE,
Oh, yeah.
just to score the most. But actually, it's going to be really awkward. Now, you remember our discussion last game. VW, it's very bad tiles. But now we have a problem. There's no way to get rid of both effectively once Doty or Toady comes out. By the way, I'll just talk about Will's rack a bit. Will is spending a lot of time here because he's looking for a bingo. Once he determines or fails to find a bingo, he's not going to know for sure that he hasn't been able to find one. He's going to put down his move. Yeah, he lined it up. He is good. He's spending a bit of time looking for this. That makes sense.
Would you ever spend time thinking about Toady versus Doty?
No, I would strongly recommend that you play within 10 seconds.
Alright. Will setting up Toady, switching it to Doty, and then within 10 seconds committing it. So he's doing everything that Dr. Eldar ordered.
Yeah, these things are just so minor that there's just no point wasting. Like the time is worth more. You need the time. So for Charles, I keep being on the brink of calling him Thomas, who I've played in a tournament for, so is resonating a bit stronger in my head. Yeah, what do?
I mean, God, you can now that there's IDE, you can play FEW, IDE, and LOW.
Oh yeah,
23.
dude. I don't
Yeah.
know about that, bro. Yeah. Okay, so you can keep your vowels, and we must remember that the Y is a vowel by playing flow. But the problem with flow is that, yeah, N, we got an N problem. It could take N, it could take S. I'm thinking WYTE keeps one vowel and it keeps two of our bad letters in the F and the V, but it doesn't expose anything for our opponent. And for me, I think that's just the best we're going to be able to do here. I haven't seen anything else.
There's WYTE, WEFTE, both into the E for 20 and 22 points respectively.
WEFTE is not acceptable play because it gives away too many overlaps. And this board is a very tight board.
Yeah, after that play of WEFTE, your opponent's average score goes up by about 5 to 7 points over almost any
Yeah.
other option you have this turn. So that's just like a defensive nightmare.
Yeah.
So
So I think if you run the sim, it's going to show WYTE and maybe flow. But the problem with flow is that Will is more likely to have a S or an N than is natural.
now simulation likes one play by 3 points, and it is this one, FEW. This sets up Tivy
Okay.
draws very often. Tivy and FY is like 32. So I think that's why.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, I thought the leave on this was too bad, but obviously I'm wrong.
Yeah, simulations got this up by about 3 over Weft, about 4 over White. So well done by
Wow.
Charles
Okay.
navigating
Well,
a tough
yes. He
turn.
looks like I don't know what I'm talking about once again. All right. Well, that's egg on my face, guys. Okay. Well, I'm gonna look. I'm gonna be looking at that later. Because to me, VTY is too weak, but I guess all the other plays are really weak as well.
I think it's simply because the TVY synergizes well with that F. FY
Ugh,
sets up a lot of
yeah,
options.
but yeah, uh, but all right. Yeah, actually, I think you might be right because, but the main reason is because he's created a space on the left side of the board to play through flow or LO or all those letters that go there. And then it distracts from the FY setup, which you can then use for yourself next turn. So I hadn't really thought of that angle. And now that I see it in retrospect, it's pretty obvious. But when I was looking at it at the time, I'm like, no, I'm very smart and this play is bad.
Yeah,
So
it's always different
that's
over the
just
board.
it's just the kind of thing that we were talking about last game when we were looking at OOF, that it seems very obvious when you have all the pieces in front of you. But then when the computer tells you, oh, you're wrong, then you're like, oh yeah, that's pretty obvious.
Right, right. It's always once you have the answer, it's easy to justify why it's the answer.
Yeah,
But
yeah, to
unless
work
you know it,
backwards is very
yeah.
easy, but to work forward is not so simple. And
But that's
now we
also
can
how you
see,
learn.
yeah, exactly. But now we can see why the computer is so smart, because Charles can play VLY or Ovality if Will gives him a spot for it, which I don't know if he will. And he actually has a lot of flexibility in this spot. And Will can't even touch that spot, the fuse spot. So what's Will gonna do? We haven't really talked about that because I've been rambling for so long.
Yeah, this is a really challenging turn. No playable bingos for Will. He's looking at playing OF here.
Yeah.
He could literally just play flow, FLOW,
Yeah, I
drop
think
one
flow.
tile there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking here. Flow is quite reasonable. Thong is like a pretty good leave. Thong blank makes a lot of words. And it's just like kind of like what else?
Yeah, I mean, you can play thong and LOWT. I'm not
No,
partial to
no,
keeping
no,
that F
no, you
behind.
can't. No, you can't. No. I'm banishing. I'm banishing that.
All right, it's been banished. Will is no longer allowed to play
Yeah.
thong and LOWT.
No.
Straight to
No.
the shadow realm.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Rule that one out. You can't. You can't keep F playing. That's no good. Yeah. Flow just kind of. It just kind of passes. It just kind of passes it back. It's like, okay, your turn now. Have you ever watched Nigel play? Yes. If you see Nigel play, he's not gonna blast the thing open unless he absolutely has to.
Yeah, Will setting aside F in for a while, looking at playing just
I was
flown
looking at
through
off
there.
and yo, which I think is reasonable, but I think playing off your only vowel is a mistake.
This is setting up OFT and crucially, it's
Ovality,
oh
100.
god, oh god, oh god, yeah,
Yeah, big
Ovality.
mistake.
104. It's going to come very
Yeah,
fast from Charles.
yeah. Well, this is a very bad job, but it's a small mistake, I think. What does actually the sim say anyway?
The sim said play thong, but thong has been banished,
What?
so
Thong? How? That's ridiculous.
it had it
Oh
up
my
like 2.5
Well,
points.
all right. I'm gonna listen to you from now on.
Don't listen to me. I'm just listening to the computer. But
Wow, all the plays I banished, all two of them were great plays.
oh
Whoops.
boy, another great play available for Will. Will can bingo here.
Yeah, I think I see it. Yeah. He's not gonna miss that surely.
Oh
By the way,
man.
I ran the change in Macondo, the opening change, and it prefers changing, keeping, and oh no, actually everything is simming almost exactly the same. It doesn't matter.
So it doesn't
Yeah,
matter, just don't spend a minute thinking about it. It seems to
yeah,
be the answer
exactly.
there.
Just make sure you do something very quickly. Yeah, I think Ov was. I don't know. I mean, he got away with drawing the bingo, but yeah, I think it's just too hopeful. But yeah, it's not gonna
Oh,
miss this.
he's
Yeah,
found it. Yeah,
I
look
saw
at
that
this.
after he
3
saw it.
overlaps.
Yeah,
Oh, beautiful.
look, this is a great find, but for Will, it's easy. He's not gonna miss that.
That's the caliber of players play we expect here in Albany. Hang tag's the only
Yeah.
playable bingo for Will coming down. He
So,
hasn't committed the play yet.
oh, he's just double checking.
Yeah, that's hard to count
UK
for.
UKE, Cuke, FE, or something else. I'll ask the master. I'll never banish a play again.
I mean, there's EUK, backhooking ALOW to make ALOWE, making yoke. That's
Oh,
25. But
oh,
Cuke
I really
feels
want
kind
to
of
banish that.
straightforward too.
No, it actually looks pretty good.
I gotta
Yeah,
figure out
okay. That
hooks.
that's actually really cool. That's a really hard play to find. I'm gonna be pretty impressed with Charles if he finds that play because this is still a very closed board, and Uke, now that I'm looking a bit closer, makes it a very open board, and you can play the same letters 9, 10, 11, 12. Is it more points? Is it one more point?
Cuke is 30. Uke is
I mean, yeah, but
25.
yeah, but the leave is way worse, right? But like EUK, sorry, I'm talking very quickly. I'm saying a few things at once. Like Cuke gives away, or UKE gives away a huge spot, that big red
Yes.
one
Yes.
next to the K,
Yep.
and that's very bad. When there's no obvious hotspots on the board, and there isn't, then you shouldn't do that. So EUK, now that you've said it, to me looks pretty obvious.
You have to understand a part of the reason this is a good play is ALOWE takes no back hooks
Oh yeah,
at
sorry,
all.
I haven't said that. Sorry, I'm just calculating this in my head. Yeah. So for anyone who didn't know, ALOWE, it's a word, and it is a Scottish word, means ablaze. So
On fire,
no S
adjectival.
on that. If your house is a low, don't put an S on that.
You learned it here. If your house is a low, don't put an S on it. So EUK is a very defensive play on a very
Very,
tight
very good
board.
play. I'm gonna be very impressed if it comes down.
Yeah, that's tough to spot, tough to notice.
Yeah.
CUKE just feels a lot more
Another
natural to
play,
notice here.
UVAE. It's a very defensive play.
UVAE is the play that's going to benefit Charles the most in this universe. As you check out Will's
Oh,
post bingo draw, he's got sturdier.
yeah. So he does. I didn't even see. Yeah.
So,
So
I mean, Charles obviously
I
has
mean,
no idea of knowing, but if you're on Team Charles, you want to see UVAE here.
yeah. Look, I think that's fine. I mean, I think it's an acceptable play, but yeah, EUK for the masterclass here. Now, if he didn't see either of these plays, I guess he's stuck with Uke or Cuke.
I mean,
Which
EAU in the same spot as Uke also looks pretty strong.
Oh, that's nice. That's very nice.
Yeah, holding
Oh,
Coke.
that works too.
But yeah,
Yeah,
if you
well,
don't
I mean,
see any of that, you're stuck with Cuke.
yeah, exactly. And I think Cuke is kind of so it's not good. It's not good play, but it's just hard to get outside of the box. Once you start looking at that obvious hotspot, you need to look a bit further for internal plays that don't give anything away. And just Charles just either didn't look hard enough, or he just missed it, or he forgot about a low, he forgot about the house on fire, and then he just missed it, and then his play is pretty bad.
Yeah, so I'm going to put you on the spot, Dave. Compared to
Yeah.
EUK and CUKE, what is the difference in Will's turn score after those two plays?
Oh man, you're killing me. Oh, that's a big spot. CUKE. I want to say like four extra points.
9.
Whoa, 9.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that play is actually like considerably worse than I thought.
Yeah, no, it got crushed in a simulation. It was
Yeah,
way down there compared to EUK, EAU,
yeah.
even
So
UVAE.
yeah, as usual, don't give big overlaps away is always good advice. That's how you score the most points in high level Scrabble, and that applied here. So UVAE probably would have simmed better. I'm guessing if it gives
It
away
did.
so much.
Yep,
And
yep,
yeah, that's
much
a pretty
better.
bad mistake from Charles. But now
Yeah.
he's lucky. He gets to use his own spot. I mean, lucky. The reason that Will didn't use that spot is because he had so many points. It's like, oh, I'm so happy that my opponent didn't use that spot. But I'm like, oh, wait, why are they scoring 70 points?
Right, yeah, I mean, lucky that you didn't take it, unlucky that you only didn't take it because you had 70 at the bottom instead, but now Charles
Exactly.
must get that spot in
Exactly.
security if he
So
plays there.
now, Paror, Parore, is going to score a lot of points.
Yeah, Parore is 40, making up Ka and FER, and Will needs or
Yeah,
Charles needs to
Pareo
play in the
or
spot.
Pore. Hey,
Yeah,
tell me, what do you think about this? Pare setting up the O for a massive overlap for next turn.
I was setting up Upo.
Yes.
I don't like it,
Okay.
but he's gonna do it.
But there's only 4 O's left. I don't like it either, but I think it's very reasonable.
Yeah, I just don't like it. Like, that spot's not the most helpful thing. Yeah, I could probably score 30 there,
Oh,
but
hang
whatever.
on, hold on. I think actually, I'll fight back. I think that spot is actually very very big. I think if Will can't play there, then Charles will score there for 40 points very very often.
This does actually not increase Charles' average next turn, apparently.
Really?
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh my god. All right, whatever.
Yeah,
Well, you were right. Good instincts.
down by about 4.5 on a quick sim is pair over some of
Well,
the other
yeah,
options like
look, I
Pareo.
would have. Yeah, I mean, my instincts to play Peror straight away. I mean, 6 points is just too much, but the setup is very tempting. But it looks like your instincts was correct, and it's actually just over judgment. I wonder if he just didn't see Pareo or Peror, or if he just overvalued the setup like I did.
I think it's that, like, people sometimes overthink things a little bit here, but the O is
Yeah,
just such a terrible tile otherwise, like,
yeah, you're
you
right.
don't
You're right.
even know.
Yeah, man, you understood the situation better for sure, and
I al I was
also
talking to a world Oh, go ahead.
Also, it kept 2 vowel and 1 consonant, which, as I said before, is not good. Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
I was literally gonna say, a former world champion just told me, "Don't keep 2 vowels and 1 consonant."
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, look,
yeah.
I'm not endorsing that play, but I thought it was better than it was. Anyway, now we're gonna see why it's bad, probably because Will's gonna play there.
Yeah, Will did have Anderon as an 86-point bingo, but it was blocked by Charles. No playable bingos here, but Royne for
He
32 is a very strong play here.
he did have andiron, but on that spot in the board, it's the same situation as last time. If he was gonna get it down, it's because Charles is scoring like 60 elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
those too big a hotspot, and the reason that that spot is such a hotspot is because Cube is very bad play.
yes, indeed.
Yeah,
Cuke was like
so
crazy on a board with nothing to open it up. So
I mean,
Will
it's not.
set up
It
Royne.
make, yeah, it's just he didn't see anything better. Like it makes sense, but his logical play was just very bad. And then Roy now shows why Pare doesn't work, even though in my midnight adult brain it looked very clever.
If Will doesn't have the O and you crush that spot, we're talking about what a genius Charles is. But
Yeah,
now
yeah.
Will does have the
But
O and
actually,
Charles
even
draws
though
another O.
because he would have just ended up playing OE and Upo anyway.
Yes. Well,
So actually, he wouldn't even because now he has to play Odeon and Yod, right? So I mean, it doesn't even matter. So yeah, okay, this is bad. This is just bad. Anyway, whatever. Odeon now is probably going to see that.
Yeah, that is the
Um,
slam dunk best play. ODEON between the
yeah,
Y and ovality and the DIER of sturdier. Really nice fit there.
yeah. Cool. So Will's got the Q. That's going to slow him down a bit. How many U's are left?
2.
2. Okay. So he can hold on to it a bit. I ran a bit of an experiment, and each U in the bag at the start of the game compared to the Q is worth a single point. Does what I'm saying make sense? If there were no U's in the game at all, the Q would be 4 points worse.
Ah, okay. That's a really
Yeah,
clever way to think about it.
yeah.
How did you run
So
this experiment?
I did this experiment. Is a bit advanced, but I put 4 U's in the corner of the board in Quackle, and then I compared some various leave values, and I found that each time 1 U was missing, it seems to get worse by 1 point.
Interesting. Okay, very cool. So stick the U's in the corner on Quackle and then just play with it. Dave
You
Eldar
can,
doing some
yeah,
mad science experiments.
exactly, exactly. What are you liking for
Sharing his
Will
culture
here? I
with us.
see Mend in the top right.
Do you play Korma through the OR?
Oh, right. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, okay, fine. That's a hard find. Um, Korma is one of the new words. It does. Oh, he's got Kima as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, this rack
Kima
is
for
quite good.
16. Yeah, you got the
Oh, sorry.
EE
Yeah, I
and
just
the
meant on his
OR.
rack. It doesn't play anywhere, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. This is. Yeah, I mean, Korma is just too many points, I think.
Yeah,
I don't
MENE.
know. How much is Mend? 3.
Mend up top? Yeah, that's
Yeah, like
33.
30. Yeah. I don't know, man. Q so bad. NEED so good.
I
I
don't know.
probably wouldn't spend one. I
If you're
probably wouldn't
playing
spend
up
a lot of
top,
time.
I think MENE, making KAIE over MEND. You
Oh,
hold QAD, so if you draw any of those
yeah.
I's, you got
That's
cut D.
Nigel level.
Yeah, that's probably the move. Keep the QAD together, or just play Korma now. Both are good.
I think for me, Karma now, right now, like I don't want to be the Q functions better on an open board than on a closed board, and this board is pretty closed. I think this is a pretty tight board. I'm gonna jettison the Q now, take my 30 points. I'm gonna move on with my life.
I wonder if Will hasn't seen Korma yet. I haven't seen
Yeah,
any
I
indication that he's noticed
totally
it.
I would believe that he hasn't seen it. And he's running out of time. It's important to note this is a closed board. It's a close game. He needs to actually get a move on.
Yeah, he needs to spot Korma here, or he needs to find some other play. MENE, likely the best backup option.
Yeah, the best backup option, the obvious hotspot, will be in the top right, like you discussed with me. The only problem is there's a lot of S's left. KAIE takes S, KAID takes S. Your opponent probably has S. They're going to score for a bit there. That's kind of the problem. Korma, for me, is a very straightforward play, but it's very hard to see.
Yeah, I think he's missed it here. MENE. No, just
Well,
MEN? No, here it comes.
yeah, good play. I mean, good play over men. That's pretty clever.
Yeah, well done
Well,
by Will, keeping
yeah,
the
yeah.
QAD.
What did the sim have to say about that? If you happen to have run it,
Korma up by about a point over
okay.
MENE. So you could even
Well,
argue this is
whatever.
like a stylistic thing.
Yeah, whatever. So okay, good play then. That's fine. Um, yeah,
This,
I mean, I
this
think he missed it probably because he didn't even line it up. And if I saw it, I think he would have spent some time thinking about it.
yeah, well, now this is a very fun turn for Charles. He has that
Yeah.
an S for KAIES, but there are 3 unseen S's to him. He can jump on the spot
Um,
now with something like Starve. He can hold back. What are you thinking
yeah.
here, Dave?
I'm thinking AB in the top right corner. For me, VERST is a very strong leave. And there's a lot of vowels left in the bag. So I think, yeah, I think I would be looking to play AB straight away. I think Starve relinquishes too much control of your rack. You can play Starve next turn.
Yeah, unless your opponent jumps on the KAIES spot right now,
Yeah, but
keeping
that's
versed
fine.
together just feels really strong. Like 5 A's, 5 I's to draw 3 E's, like that
Yeah,
feels really,
yeah, but
really good.
yeah, I mean they can take that spot, dude. It's fine because the thing is, they're gonna take that spot and score 40 points. Well, that's okay. They're gonna score 30 or 40 points anyway, so it's just not that important. You don't need to worry about that. So for me, it's pretty straightforward. And now we can see two things. One, very good play between MENE and MEND for Will, because now he has Kide, but also very bad play because now he has the Q. So, yeah.
Yeah, very bad play because now he has the Q. I like that. That's a good way to put it. AB crushing a
Yeah,
simulation over plays like Stave or
yeah,
Starve.
yeah. No, this is bad play. This is just bad job because I think probably Charles didn't understand the value of VERST, and probably he overestimated the value of that triple word.
Yeah, he got a little too spooked and wanted to take it away from Will pretty desperately, but yeah,
It's
and maybe
possible.
not as important as it needs to be. All right, here
Oh,
comes
what's this?
QA.
Did he miss the upper spot?
Upper spot is,
Yeah.
yeah, more points. This is only
Oh, yeah,
31.
he missed it. That's funny. You know, it's a funny thing. You know, you look for the obvious hotspot, and it's the double word, but then sometimes that triple scores more, and you just don't look there. It's one of the most commonly missed words, even for sorry, one of the most commonly missed geometries, even for strong players. So you see, Will
Yeah,
made a
I didn't see it
pretty
either.
bad. It's pretty. This is a pretty stupid mistake. Oh well, he's
Yeah,
gonna laugh when he sees that.
oh man, I honestly didn't see it either. I thought Cade was gonna come on the bottom,
Yeah,
and it
because
did come on the bottom, but oh yeah, it's just 6 more on the top.
yeah, it's
Whoa.
just not natural. It's not natural to look there. I understand why I miss it. You need to, and he's running out of time. He needs to play faster. So he played very quickly, and then he missed it. Whoops.
Oh man, yeah, he's gonna kick himself hard after he sees that. Hopefully, he just laughs about it and has a good sense of humor, but it's
Yeah,
hard to recover from
whatever.
stuff
This is
like
the kind
that.
of play that you're just like, oh yeah, that was stupid. Whoops.
It's like, man, to think so hard and get those extra couple percentage points out of MENE
Yeah,
versus
yeah,
MEND, and then to just blow it all on the next turn by being dumb, like, oh, that sucks.
yeah. Whoops. Anyway, what you got? What you got for me for Charles?
Ah,
Because
God.
I haven't had much time to think about this.
Well, JOUR and
Yeah.
ROD an option. ROQUE also a fun option for him through the queue.
Yeah.
You draw
Okay.
Juba
Okay.
a lot, but that
So I
spot
want to
gets blocked
say
a lot.
JUB is not such a bad leave because you can get Juba, Jube, whatever else. No man, sorry guys. Just apologize. I'm losing my voice. I have a cold.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But yeah, Jur, it looks pretty straightforward to me. JOUR. There's no reason to make a crazy opening here.
Simulation likes ROQUE by about 4 points right now, but that
What?
just feels crazy. I don't
Man,
get
I
it.
just don't know what I'm talking about. Oh my
I don't
god.
get it.
JUB is a pretty good lead, that's why. How much is it? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 32
32.
points.
This is
20%, 20.
31.
Oh, what? What's the game plan there? Okay, that's
I
really
don't know.
interesting. Um, wow. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say about that. That's just computer stuff. Like, it's just really hard for humans to look at JUB and a crazy opening play and think like, yeah, I'll just roll with that. I would need to look closer into the simulation to understand that situation, but the 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 main thing is you need to know is JUB is not that bad.
Yeah, JUBA, JUBE are, going to score
Yeah,
very well for you and happen a lot of the time. This is
and
a hard
also
play to make
B,
for Will.
aim. Interesting.
And
Yes,
it
there's so much going on here. I could also see, yeah, aim is just, I don't know, it's just straight equity. He doesn't have much time. I think it's pretty reasonable to just play something that's gonna be pretty decent, like no matter what. Like, how bad can aim really be? So I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough play to make. An N on your opponent's rack, and you get punished hard. An S on your opponent's rack, you can get punished very hard, but you do set
Yeah,
up your own S, so just roll the dice, take the equity. It makes sense.
yeah.
A bit of a
I'll
gamble.
tell you what. I'll tell you what as well. This would have worked out a lot better for Charles had he played rogue.
Yes.
So do you think that the big reason it plays rogue is because to stop the underlaps from QI?
I really don't know why Roke was simming so well. I guess your opponent plays Roke or Rokes on the bottom a lot, and then you can play Jube or Juba along the top.
Yeah, but I think it's trying to block the underlap from QI. Anyway, sorry, we need to move on with the game because things are happening really quickly. Will played AW in the top corner. I mean, that's super straightforward. ABB, I didn't actually see what happened there, but it looks okay. Just getting stuck with both Bs. I don't know. It all seems to be going. It all seems to be going kind of wrong for Charles now, and like I wonder if that's got if he played Rook, if it would have gone in a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, you can never know
Not that I
truly,
would
but
have, but yeah, it's over now. Will's drawing satires.
yeah, that's a big, big draw for Will. Charles did have up boar last turn through the OR in the right side of this
Oh
board.
yeah. That's much better.
Maybe he feels that the QIS spot was just too big a
Probably,
threat.
probably you just didn't see it. It was just a very hard find.
Yeah, and he went pretty
That would
fast.
be my guess. Yeah. Okay. So Will's in very good shape here. I mean, does he actually have a playable bingo though? He doesn't, right?
No.
No, I
No
don't see
playable
anything.
bingos. Will literally has satires on his rack and can't get a bingo on the board right now.
E4I, someone says in the chat. Oh, it's Kenji. Yeah, good find. That's pretty straightforward. If you see it, it's a very difficult find. We'll see. We'll see if Charles comes up with this.
Yeah, I mean, Charles definitely knows the word EPHORI. Will he
He
notice the
should.
spot?
Yeah, this is a very difficult find. It's just not natural to look through that. I mean, maybe it is natural because it's a very good spot where you can score a lot of points on this board, which is a very closed board. So I'm hoping he sees this to keep this game live. Because if he doesn't, I got no idea what he's going to do. By the way, someone in the chat said something about talking over the mic. I'm not sure what that's about. But also, someone also said, "Oh no, I've lost it." Oh well, sorry, whoever you are, whatever thing you said. Oh, you just. Oh no. What? He gave the E. All right. Well, game
Oh,
over.
GG. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was
Okay.
this was
Well,
the
that's
likely backup play, and yeah, GG.
yeah. It makes sense. Ifori is just a very hard spot, but in the end here, Charles just made too many mistakes.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
with pair, cuke, stave, and then these things, they all add up. And when you look at Will, just he made this one kite. It's a pretty stupid play, but it's not the biggest deal in the world.
Yeah, just those small mistakes slowly add up over the game, and it seems like the
Yeah,
player who makes several of them is very often gonna lose. You're just gonna end up behind the 8
yeah,
ball in
yeah.
some way at some
But these
point.
these these mistakes were more like medium mistakes, and that can add up a lot more aggressively.
All right, so here comes Seriate's Will's only bingo, just 59, but probably going to put him up enough that this game's out of reach now. Will, the
Yeah.
worst case scenario for him would be an unbalanced rack of a bunch of consonants, but you see he's going to draw AELNNSX, the last 7 tiles out of the bag. This game is Will's.
Well done, Will Anderson. And I think Will played very well this game, except for Kaid and OF. I think it's very bad. Well, it's not very bad. I just think it's just not good.
Well, you banished his number 1 play on that turn, so he wasn't able to play it.
I'm running that through Quackle now. I don't believe you. I need to see it. Crazy talk.
Sometimes I get
Crazy
results and I'm just like, I don't understand this one. Will actually had one of those results in his game yesterday against the other Reinke brother, Thomas.
Yeah.
He's going to do a sick breakdown on it because he went way under the hood and analyzed it. It was really cool. So sometimes you do just have to like get in there, look at all the logs, all the results. What on earth is happening here?
Yeah, well, I'm running it now through Quackle. Quackle is lacking flow, by the way, but it's really close enough to the point that it just doesn't matter. So I was wrong. And then OF is just 1% behind. So that's not a big deal.
All right, so not actually that bad is what the engine.
No, it was actually just fun. It's just small misjudgment. And now Thong rising to the top, but by like nothing. So yeah, in fact, I guess it just scores so much that it's fine. Unfortunately, we didn't get time to really dig into Rogue and ABB, which I think was 2 interesting plays. If you ignore that up bore was possible, which was clearly better. But at least, actually, I don't even know if it was all that clear. You need to take a close look at it. And Rogue, that for me is the most interesting thing that's come up this game.
Yeah, that's one where I'm like, I want to run it through every engine I have available just to see if they all agree because it feels so strange. But
I think the computer is very worried about the underlap under QI.
I think that's it, yeah. And I know that at least Magpie, one of the engines created by Josh Castellano, has a feature where it shows heat maps where your opponent is going to play next turn, how often they play there. I'd be really curious to see how often you see the QI plays come back after JOUR.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something I'm going to be running this through. I'm going to log off after this game because it's 1:30 at night. I'm going to go to bed soon. After I run this sim, and
yeah, I must
learn. I need to know what's going on there. I'm coming back tomorrow. I'm going to tell you.
All right, we're going to set a couple minutes aside tomorrow morning. We're going to go to school with Professor Dave Eldar, who's going to tell us why Roke actually works out. Probably more than just JUB isn't that bad.
But just don't listen too closely to me. You see how many things I got completely wrong this game.
I mean, I think that's kind of the beauty of it is like over the moment, and especially when you're not sitting in the chair looking at the tiles yourself, like this is a very hard game to do right and to do right consistently, even with engine analysis.
Yeah. There's an interesting end game, by the way. I don't know what Will's really going to do. Where is he supposed to play the X, Axel and Emma or whatever?
Let's see, I haven't really done my diligence here.
Oh, sorry. I mean, it is much of a muchness because the game is over. I don't think there's any possible way Charles can score enough. Like, he can play pause for however much, 40 points, and then the scores are actually even. But then he can't go out. He can't go out into... Oh, he's got Zoe. Oh, that's a lot of points.
That is a lot of points.
Live? Nah, surely not. No, because he can't go out.
But best in-game for Charles here was actually ORGS and GU, taking away like the only good X plays that Will had.
Oh, hey, this is not so simple. I ruled it out too quickly. Sorry, everybody. But I mean, I still think it's still a cakewalk for Will, right?
Will's
just
got
plays
two.
anything.
He's got 2 winning plays and only
That's
2
it?
winning plays here.
That's
Yes.
it?
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, the first thing you should do in an endgame is look, where can my opponent play? He can play plug and amp, or he can play, well, he can't really play anything anyway. So that'd be the first place I'd be looking. But he doesn't really have any huge plays. So in Will's shoes, I'd be looking, how can I go out into? Now, I don't know if it's possible to go out into because Will's rack is very bad. If you can't go out into, I would be thinking, how can I score as much as possible in 2 turns?
Will had set up AXES, which would play with staves. That is a losing play for him. So
Yeah,
he's shifted away from it.
I don't think he's gonna make such an error. Don't spoil it yet. Let's run down the clock a bit. I'm gonna chat a bit here through some possible thoughts going through Will's head.
right, do it.
NEAL or SEAL. 30 points. That's a lot of points.
But
Where
they
can
both
my
lose.
X go next turn? And then it seems like the X can't really go anywhere. So how can I get this X off my goddamn rack? I mean, I don't know. It's actually really tricky.
Yep.
I don't know. What are your thoughts on the issue? Well, you can say the answer if you prefer.
Well, NEAL is a game-losing play because pooling is a word. PULING.
Oh, of course,
SEAL
right.
is also
That's
a
why he's
game-losing
looking at
play.
SEAL. Oh, but that gives pugils.
Oh yeah, so that's also a game-losing play. You can't do that.
Yeah. Oh man, this is
Will has found his best in game. It is just playing EX, ORES, and EX. You're holding
Oh, right,
ALNNS, which is nasty, but you have to get rid of this X.
yeah, the X has to go because you can't really play it anywhere for like anything. Man,
Yeah.
this EX and then okay. And then NANS or whatever, or NAS and SOU.
Yeah, something like that. The other winning end game for Will, and this is the only other one, is to
Let's
play
hear it.
NAS and staves.
Oh, damn.
Set it up.
So it's like a backwards version of EX. Like a
Yeah, you
reverse
set it up for
engineering.
more, and then your opponent
Okay,
has to
well,
block
I'm
the
telling
50
you
point
right
end.
now, Will's not going to find NAS. So Will needs to find EX. This is really not that simple. And counterpoint for Charles is actually quite simple. So that means that Will Anderson, we said the game was over. The game's not over. This is really complicated.
And Charles actually missed an opportunity to make this far more complicated. If he first
Yeah.
plays orgs and GU, Will is in a major bind here.
So tell me the sequence after orgs and GU.
So it looks like Will is supposed to play NAS and staves after that. Whatever.
Wow.
Actually, every single one of Will's wins apparently do not play the X immediately.
Nice.
And it's just like a crazy wind down the road kind of end game.
Yeah. Wow. That is fascinating. But Will, very, very good. Very good play. I'm guessing
Will's done it.
Will's path to victory from here is very simple. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's rather straightforward. Just score points. Charles is actually going to go out before him, but Will can just score. He's got that S in tow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. So it actually ended up being pretty interesting. GU is a pretty difficult play to find. Because it's not an out in 2, and then Charles was running out of time, not by any fault of his speed, but that's just how it goes. Like end games are tricky. The only person who can play endgame correctly, as we know, is Nigel Richards. And for everyone else, I'm just basically guessing.
Yeah, Nigel just has this uncanny ability to do it, but Will's held on to ALS. This is going to play on top of the ZO and score just enough for him to survive an out in 2 sequence from Charles here. ALS is
Yeah, I mean, look, EX is a good find. I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. I mean, I'd be surprised if we'll muck this up, but it wouldn't be that hard to get this wrong.
Yeah, there are definitely opponents who bungle this game for sure. Will is not
Yeah.
that guy, but I think maybe even half of the division here in the room would mess
More
this
than
one
half.
up.
More than half. Don't worry about that. I could see myself getting that wrong any day of the week.
Okay, so we're actually going to see LI come down for Charles, who's low on time now.
Yeah, he just ran out of time. I don't know what you're supposed to do here. Probably he doesn't either. It's fine.
Yeah, and then Will can pretty much do anything. Charles is
Yeah,
going to
he
hold
just
on
plays
to
a
Pug
word.
and
He just
Ant.
plays a valid word and wins, right? Like Nans and Staves or basically
Yep.
anything.
Yep, ANNS is
Yeah.
what he's got. That's going to do it.
So
Wow.
pretty interesting stuff. It was quite a good game in the end.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be ugly after Charles got Ovality down, and then it looked like it was going to be ugly the other way after Will hit the bingo bango, but
Yeah.
ended up being interesting
Oh
all
my
the way
God, he
through.
got Ovality down and he lost. Wow. Actually, I didn't even realize.
He did what?
Yeah, okay. It was actually very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah.
I wanna Yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's anything that we would need to ask about or think about, but I don't know. Maybe it's all been and gone.
Yeah, I'm trying not to ask the players too much after games at this tournament,
Oh,
just because
okay.
it can get in their heads, get under their skins. But if Will asks
Yeah,
me,
okay.
there's a lot for me to talk about with him. Here comes Will making his top play here in ANS. Charles is going to make the last play, but it won't be enough.
Yeah. By the way, I'm furiously simming this thong out to like a million iterations, and yeah, it's definitely bad.
Dong is definitely best if you were allowed to play it.
I'm just trying to find a world where I'm not wrong, but that world doesn't exist.
All right, let's cut to overhead mic and catch it from these guys here.
Good game.
Yeah, that was unclean on my part.
If you say so.
I realized too late. I had the cue when I played this. I was just trying to, like, score and draw you, but I missed Korma.
Ooh, oh wow.
I missed Korma. I realized it a turn late. It's possible that, like, this isn't terrible, but with all the S's out, it's just needless.
Yeah.
I guess Korma exposes the bottom, too.
Yeah, and there's a lot of power out. I guess you have the Q, but the J and the X and the C.
Yeah, I think I have to play Korma and keep a decent bingo leaf, too. I just didn't see it until one turn late.
That's a hard word to see.
Yeah.
I've, like, missed it for 70 at least 10 times in my
I
life.
know. I hate that word. And the funny thing was I had Kima on my rack, which I miss even more, but it didn't fit anywhere.
And you actually saw that one?
Yeah, I saw it. It didn't play anywhere. So.
Yeah, not quite there. Yeah, I don't know if I could have improved that any. I really wanted to set up my Z here with like a.
I know. I was worried about stuff like that.
Just GOV or something, but it's like you block it, then I don't have a Z play.
Yeah.
If I could keep like 2 O's, if I had 2 O's.
Sure, you could do something lethal there.
To force you to waste a turn.
Yeah.
Dropping an N or something.
I saw that. I was like, oh man, I'm really lucky that you don't seem to have anything. This E was hard to overlap with the tiles that you had.
Yeah.
Anyway, so.
Yeah, and that was the whole point of me not playing Starve on this turn.
Sure.
To not put the ZA spot out there, but then it turned out I needed it. Of course.
Makes sense.
I shouldn't just open up ZA spots for 60 without a good reason, so.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to discover I missed some kind of bingo at some point. I felt like I was so close. But
Yeah, you took a long time on Doty, so.
Doty, I left NT blank.
Yeah, I thought you must have.
I mean, it's
stuff through an E or an I that you think is going to work.
It seems plausible. Cytodont, I don't like that word. I don't think
Cynodont, right?
Cynodont, yeah. I had 2 T's, so I played, what did I play? Doty, leaving, NT, There are no 8s at all.
Oh,
Yeah, surprising.
blank bingo quiz is paying off once again.
I guess. I mean,
And then
oh my god, is,
Yeah.
I left GHNT blank.
And then you thought it's totally over because you drew HG and I bingoed.
Well, I mean, I saw hang tag quick. I was like, oh shoot, I just gave you the massive double. And I did quickly see that it still fit, but obviously I can play all kinds of other stuff there, like just
Yeah.
FOHN, or I can play like flow, just drop my F. I wouldn't be surprised if just literally playing flow is the best play. Leaving
Yeah.
thong blank. I seriously considered it. But I don't know.
Yeah,
What are the
it's-
odds you're going to have the T?
It's kind of hard to bingo after that, but I'm going to have to do something to open up the board. Maybe bingo.
Yeah. And aim as well. Like, this is insane. I can just play MI here, leaving
Yeah.
AAIST.
But there's a lot of eyes on
But
C.
my leave is good, and I feel like it's hard for you to use this with both C's and both V's gone. You have to, like, give me some
Yeah, I give you
counterplay
something back. Yeah.
most of the time. So with AITS as my leave, either I get counterplay there, or maybe I hit a C play with, like, it's a decent
Yeah.
leave to hit the C. So
You know, I was very glad I had just like a reasonable play.
yeah,
there
well,
because
for
it's
me,
like-
that's a godsend. Like, when you played that, I was like, oh my god, like, you can just hammer me, right?
Yeah.
Like, but
I can hammer you so bad that your counterplay doesn't matter.
well, it would need to be a bingo. Like,
Yeah,
if you get 50 there and I get 80, I'm okay with that exchange, sort of. It's still like I'm up a tempo slightly there. That's sort of the gambit, but yeah, probably I'm just supposed to play MI and be patient, but I'm not patient like all the
Yeah.
real grandmasters. So anyway,
Yeah, and I don't know if it didn't feel like there was good bingo stuff left. So
yeah,
I was like totally
I just
surprised.
had all the good stuff. Message from Matt. Only miss of the game was Cade. When did I?
Oh, he's probably talking about. Oh wait, did you have something cool on Cade?
I had a better Cade. Oh, I just played up top for better.
Yeah, not as drastically.
Yeah, I just
aggressive.
play Cade in the other spot. I just tunnel vision that.
Yeah, because you're thinking that double letter, and then
Yeah.
you just keep. looking
Okay.
at that
Yeah, I
stuff.
just goofed. Thanks, Matt. I just didn't even. What does it score up there? 31, 2, 6, 7, 37. So I left 6 points on the table there, needlessly.
Since I don't have a text from Matt, I assume I didn't miss anything.
You play, yeah. You nice.
The instant analysis from the commentator.
Yes, we
Very
appreciate that.
Thank
yeah.
you, Matt, if
This
you're
is like
listening.
all the pro athletes with their like tablets on the
Right.
sideline,
Drunk.
like yeah,
Looking
yeah.
at stats, drawing up plays.
Exactly.
All right, good game.
Yeah,
that was a fun one.
That was exciting.
I just got a text.
Oh,
Oh no, do I even want to know?
flawless game.
You get a lecture. Ooh,
A lecture?
a lecture. Because my final Vivaldi was so sick.
Wait, what? I don't understand.
I'll ask him after.
I assume by.
I hope I didn't miss anything.
But if he says you get a lecture, I feel like that means he's gonna scold you for something. But
Scolded for being too good. Scolded for not drawing well enough.
fair enough. All right, we got this. Sheesh.
My thoughts exactly, Will. All right, what a cool post-mortem. I was trolling these players a little bit, sending them some text. I've got all the power here in the booth.
That's pretty good.
So
Dude,
I'm gonna go
I'll
chat with them a
interrupt
little
you
bit after this.
briefly.
But yeah, do it.
For this bulletin. Okay, so I looked up the leave values of BUE and JUB. So what do you think?
I like JUB better in a vacuum. I like it better by, I don't know, 3, 4 or something like that.
Yeah, it's like not that crazy, like 1.5 better. Just as
Okay.
general letters, JUB is better than BUE, which to me is very counterintuitive.
Well, I mean, one of them has 2 vowels and 1 consonant, and one of them has 2
Oh my
consonants
God,
and
you're
1
right.
vowel. I mean, that's a really great rule of thumb for thinking about leaves. Just keep the consonants over the vowels like
Yeah.
all the time. So,
Yeah.
all right,
cool.
breaking news: JUB better than BUE because it has more
All right,
consonant.
all right.
Learning all kinds of
Interesting.
stuff.
Interesting
All right,
chit
well-
chat from those guys.
Yeah, definitely. Dave, we've really appreciated having you on. If you liked it in the chat, show Dave some love right now. And you're in good luck because unless this cold gets any worse, my understanding is you're giving up tomorrow night to come back, aren't you, Dave?
Yeah. I'll be back.
So Dave's going to give us rounds 1 and 2 again tomorrow. If you liked enjoying hearing a world champion talk about world-class players, there's plenty more and a lecture promised as well, talking about that ROQUE play a little bit more. So
It's coming.
yeah, it's coming. All right, we're going to school with Dave Eldar. Dave, thank you very much. It's super late where you're at, so we got to let you get to bed now, but appreciate you
Thanks,
and looking
guys.
so forward
Thank you,
to it again.
everyone, for tuning in. Awesome. Had a great time. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see Dave tomorrow. We're going to cut to a little break as we get our new commentator set up. That'll be Joey Kraftchick joining us for the remainder of the day. So we're going to cut away, show Dave love in the chat one more time. We're going to take a short break. More Scrabble coming your way. Our next matchup, Josh Sokol and Josh Castellano. Going to be a great one.
Enjoy,
Stay tuned.
guys.
All right, gang, we are back. We have lost Dave Elgar for the evening, but he's been replaced by Joey Krafchick. Joey, welcome to the booth.
Glad to be here. I've waited my whole life for this moment to do commentary with Matt Canick on LPS channel, and I am beaming.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun opportunity. Joey, one of North America's top players, and while he doesn't really play Collins all that much, he's going to give us some insights into these games as well. So, Joey, stoked to have you. It's been a long time coming. The matchup we have is between Josh Sokol and Josh Castellano. Josh Sokol of Canada, Josh Castellano of the U.S., two very, very, very strong players, and I couldn't be more excited to show it. Let's look at the head-to-head between these two players who know each other quite well. Two of the most frequent, most active players in North America. But look at that, 5-5 versus 4-4, 6-4. Not the starts I would have expected for these guys, Joey.
Yeah, this is an unbelievably tough field, and as we all know, all the wins, all the records of all the players at the end of the tournament are going to add up to 500. So not everyone can win, and someone has to sink. But these guys are both in a situation now where it feels like a must-win with a 28-game tournament. Not a ton of rounds left, must-win for these guys.
Yeah, it feels like both of these players need to make a move quickly to avoid falling at or around 500. All right, we will cut over to the board. You see Castellano up 17-13 in the career head-to-head, but Josh Sokol growing stronger and stronger in Collins ever since he made the switch about 3 years ago. Just more games, more reps, more word study will get him there. I did speak with Josh Sokol at lunch yesterday. He said he hasn't really had the time to study in the last couple months, so he's feeling a little bit off of his game, doesn't quite have the confidence that he used to play with. We'll see if he's able to pull the trigger on stuff here, if he gets some shakiness on the words. Time will tell. But Joey, we're ready. Let's play Scrabble.
If Josh has said he hasn't been studying much, I'm more inclined to think that's all he's been doing is studying, but who knows?
Yeah, when Scrabble players say they haven't been studying, that means they've been doing nothing but studying, probably.
Today is going to be a lot of Word Wars references, such as that one. It's going to be inside jokes, but mostly it's going to be high-level analysis. And Josh here has no bingo on his opening rack. He could go a few different ways, and it looks like he has quickly decided which way that will be, which is to take his 24 points and run. But maybe there's a little merit to playing shorter. What would you have done there?
Probably play boated. You could play OBA or something like that, but I don't want to get caught up fishing early on in the game. Just go long and see what happens. Makes a lot of sense for Josh. Now, Josh Castellano, 7 consonants, Joey. Is this a throw it back or is this a fight through?
Yeah, I think that he'll have enough options with all these vowels that have been floated to where he won't need to exchange, but he's certainly in the danger zone here. He could play something like Veld, which of course is not super sexy. He could play something like Plan. So honestly, I think an exchange would be warranted. I'd be maybe looking to trade down to NS or PS. What are you thinking about here?
If you're exchanging, you're obviously going to exchange down to LPS for Let's Play Scrabble. Just
Oh,
kidding.
good
But
catch,
only
good
kind of.
catch.
At LPS, actually a pretty strong leave to hold here as well. VELD or VELL look to be the two kind of, if I'm going to play, it's going to be one of these two. That's exactly what Josh is thinking about right now, setting up Veld, kind of thinking about flipping back to Vel. I think I'd play the 7-point Vel over the 8-point Veld just to avoid exposing the T back hook. DPNS also kind of seems like it just meshes well together. You're going to need 2 vowels to feel in good shape after this play, which is unlikely, but not impossible. I think I'm playing Vel, but an exchange feels fine too.
Yeah, I think Vel is the right play here. That L and leave combo is a little bit clunky, and as you mentioned, no need to make his life easier with the Veld to T hook. And Josh has made a decision, and he is going to need some vowels here.
All right, so a big pull coming for Josh Castellano, who scores just 7 points on his first move. We'll see if he grabs those vowels. Josh Sokol on AAJLOWY. can do something pretty fun in playing just Java through the V, or the more straightforward play to me, Joey, is like Jolly through the L for 39. Java's 32, Jolly 39. You have a preference between those?
Yeah, Java is a good looking play, but I don't think it's the best play. I think you're right. Jolly is the best play. Now you have this board on pretty much lockdown really quickly in, and you have a nice 50-point cushion. And Java has its merits, but when you take an early lead, you want to make your opponent's life as hard as possible, and it's hard for Josh to score much or bingo after Jolly.
Yeah, another really nice thing about Jolly is holding that W back. Usually not a very strong tile, but if JA or JO come down, then you're going to play Jaw or Jow with your W and just keep the stacking going. So Jolly feels very good here.
Definitely, and these guys are making very quick, decisive decisions, and so far so good. Josh hit his clock, takes an early 56-point lead, and now Josh Castellano is over here with not much looking. He's got the E draw is what he was looking for, but he's still not holding a bingo on his rack. And as I was just talking about, you got to make your opponent's life difficult with these tight boards. And Josh Castellano's life is difficult right now because I don't really think he has a candidate play. I think he's going to have to exchange 2 or 3, and not feeling great about that.
So what is Josh going to do on this turn? The only real scoring play is Pernod, Pernod, through the O and boated 18 points, holds NS. You could also go crazy and just fish, play like NON for 3. Is that insane, Joey?
Yeah, NON for 3. I'm not sure insane is the word I'd use, but maybe more like sad.
Yeah, sad. Sad, I think, is a better way to describe it. DEPRS is a really nice leave, but you're literally scoring 3 points after scoring 7 on turn 1. I think I'd just play Pernod and try to get out of this nasty situation. LEND down from the L and Vel is another option. Sets up the S, but holds 4 consonants yet again. Do you like that, Joey?
Yeah, I hate everything right now. I think if I'm Josh, I'm going to take a lot of time here and try to figure out which option I hate the least. Lend looks like maybe it's a little better than Pernod, but I'll be interested to see what he comes up with here. And one thing to watch, a kind of sneaky hook that could come into play, Vel takes that front K, so probably not a big deal, but just something to have the viewers be cognizant of that could come into play later.
Yeah, that K-Vel hook likely going to come up in this game at some point. I don't see that spot going anywhere, so we'll keep an eye on that. Josh is looking at Lend now. This feels like a decent play. I'd be pretty sad if my opponent comes down with a high-scoring 5-point word or 5-tile word from the D, hitting that triple word, but you're going to have to give something up. I'd play Pernod here, but that's me.
Yeah, with the 3-tile play, I think Castellano is likely enough to draw some vowels, and it's kind of hard to hit that spot. If you play Lend, you'd have to have a 5 starting with a vowel to hook the D. So it looks like that's the way he's leaning, and as I predicted, I think he's taking his time, rightfully so here, because these early game decisions are extremely important. Not that late game decisions are less important. All decisions are important, but sometimes things feel dire early, and when you're playing Scrabble at the highest level, you cannot let up at any point.
All right, so Lend, what Josh Castellano opts for, and Josh Sokol going to breathe a sigh of relief. Josh identifying that he had the playable Augerwood, Agarwood, a Collins only 8. Josh set it up on his rack and had to hope the O stayed available. It does, and the D in Lend gives him a second playable bingo on this turn. So Josh about to pounce. Had Josh Castellano played Pernod, there would be no available bingos here for Josh, but he set up the second bingo, goal word into the D. Josh going to bingo here. Oh, is Augerwood NWL?
Yes, it is. And goal word does look like the better of the options. Doesn't give any crazy hot spots for Josh Castellano to pounce on. And we're going to go ahead and declare for the rest of this game, Josh is a word we're not going to use. We're going to use Sokol. We're going to use Castellano because this is going to get annoying fast for me.
Oh, yeah. Keep me accountable on that one because I'm going to mess it up a few different times. I'm just so used to calling both of these guys Josh, but you can't do that when they play each other. Josh has now set up Agora on his rack. I wonder if he's not quite sure on Goalword or Augerwood. Augerwood was added to NWL just 3 years ago. Whoa.
Josh is laughing hysterically. Wow, I just did it.
Yeah, I just missed a bunch of bingos on stream, and I know I did, but I'm not confident right now. Be so nonchalant about it.
Sokol was laughing hysterically. Castellano gave him the look of WTF, and at the end of the day, this isn't a crazy thing because you're scoring 30, leaving the blank. Historically, engines kind of like leaving the blank when you're scoring a lot of points. But yeah, goal word is still a little bit better, all in all.
Well, Josh Castellano is going to open up Aqua, set himself up, but Josh Sokol has drawn the second blank and has doubles available now, making Aqua for 103. He's got 4 of them here.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see because these aren't the most trivial finds. Cab over is the one he should definitely know because that's NWL, but Garvok, Collins only 7, which is a noun, and he's going to find Cavorts, and that's that.
Josh Castellano with the eyebrow raise. Huh, okay. That happened. Cool.
So I guess Castellano now it probably figures that Josh's cackling last turn was something to do with him playing Gaw, leaving 2 blanks, but he would be mistaken.
Right, yeah. It's not I'm keeping 2 blanks. It's I think I'm probably missing a bingo here. In fact, I think I flashed 2 valid bingos on stream and then chickened out of both of them, and Matt Canick is telling the world that right now. And he's right.
Indeed. So Josh Castellano does have a pretty good play to come back of Pargo for 30, but things are pretty bleak here early, down 140 points, just like that on this very tight board. So he's going to need some good fortune very quick. But, okay, I was about to say Sokol's rack post-bingo draw was looking pretty good until he drew 4 more vowels. So a little life here if Castellano can score 30, draw some ease, bingo back. But it's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, Pargo does all the things you want it to do. It scores better than anything else you have this turn, and it gets out to the left side of the board, floats that P in the triple column. So Pargo's a very strong play for Castellano, and he just has to hope Josh Sokol gets unlucky for a little bit to catch back up, and that's exactly what we've seen with the 6-val draw. So here comes Pargo. Nice decision here from Josh Castellano, and AEEEIOS for Josh Sokol. He can play, I think the straightforward Airy through the R in Pargo, AERIE is 7, but sets up a ton. There is 29 hiding on this board for Josh Sokol as well. It's kind of sneaky in there. Or maybe just exchange, Joey?
Yeah, I don't think exchanging is necessary. What is his 29-point play?
It's extending GAW to GAWSIE.
Oh, wow, that's lovely. Yeah, I think if he spots that, which I have some serious doubts about, that would be an absolute slam dunk. But yeah, as you said, if you play Airy for 7, it does clean up your vowels, but for 7 points, creating those ginormous hotspots, you just can't do that. So I think Josh is I'll be very interested to see what he comes up with here because I'm quite sure he's not going to play Airy, but if he doesn't play Airy, what's he going to do? He could exchange. He could play maybe 2 tiles on that left center area to just muck it up. Or maybe he'll shock us and find Ghazi for 29. No telling what happens here.
Yeah, I think if Josh is going to play 2 vowels, it might be IO, like JAIOW and IO, just to play some defense. But an exchange feels very natural as well here. I think Ghazi might have been the best play. It really blocks off the right side of this board, but it's so hard to spot. So this is the more human play for Josh Sokol.
Yeah, I think this is a fine decision, and he's throwing back all of these vowels that Castellano would have wanted. But luckily for him, despite not drawing all those vowels, he has found his bingo of Mansards, and that's going to get him back in this game. But maybe not for long, because Sokol's post-bingo draw is a good one with a satire plus M, and he's going to drop the sledgehammer.
Yeah, he's definitely going to bingo, but how does he bingo is the one moment of suspense here. He's got 81 and 79 point plays that both open triple opportunities. You can play Smarty down next to Del, making it DELS and NYM. That's 81, but Joey, it opens a triple with an E. So are you going to do something more defensive like misrate and lens for 76?
Yeah, typically speaking, I'm very much in favor of sacrificing points when it comes to making your opponent's life harder. But Smarty is a very nice chunk of points. So I'm not sure the exact differential off my head, but if Smarty's more than 7 or 8 points more, then I might do that. But if it's less than that, I'd probably go with misrate.
It's a 5-point delta between them. So misrate or something in that vein for 76, probably the strongest options. There's also the Collins only Mastier and Meister, Maister. So I think something like that with lens is what we're going to see here for Josh, not opening a triple.
Yeah, small consideration is both blanks are out, which is nice. So if you're throwing an E in a triple, you have that on your conscience. No blanks out, so it's less likely you're going to get tripled on. But Josh is going to take his time here. He has a lot of options, and he needs to figure out the way he wants to configure this board with his 100-point lead. And he's in really good shape to win this game.
I think Josh has got to go through all 7 of the bingos in this rack, 4 in NWL, 3 more in Collins, and figure out if any of them play along the GAW. And like miraculously, none of them do. You got 7 bingos and none of them fit in that nice spot. So once he realizes that, he's going to have to back into the lens plays, but this is going to take a little bit of time.
Definitely, and time he has. Both of these guys played pretty quick early on, and it's imperative that they use their clock smartly. And that was a pun on accident because he has Smarty on his rack, but I'm just a natural. What can I say?
Josh setting up Starmie now, the Pokemon. My brother and I actually used to play a variant when we were kids where if you played a Pokemon name, you got an extra bingo bonus, even if it wasn't a 7-letter word. So Starmie,
Wow.
Pokemon shout out.
Yeah, that's one of the Kanik brother stories I did not know. You never know, you might learn.
Yeah, that one just came out of nowhere. Like Josh setting that up, unearthed like a childhood memory that I had not thought about in 20 years. Okay, Maestri looks like the most defensive bingo. Don't give up any hooks. Don't give up any floaters. Yeah, this looks really good.
Yeah, this is the right play. I hadn't considered that actually did fit because my head is spinning when you have satire on your rack. There's just going to be too many options. And had I been in Sokol's shoes, I absolutely would have hopefully come up with this.
Yeah. Just takes a little bit of time to get that one right, but I think a lot of people would come to that conclusion. Josh Castellano with an awkward rack, DEIIOTT, no playable bingos on this turn, but he does have like a lot of really cool plays here. You can stack along the GAW. He can do 4 overlaps on the left side of the board. TEIID plays along the ARDS of Mansards. He's got dittoed from the D in Mansards. So like a lot of cool stuff, but I think his strongest play, Joey, is going to be DOITIT, Collins' only word, I believe, making go JAI and OWT. Do you like that, or is that close the board too much for Castellano?
Yeah, this is a really tough spot for Josh Castellano. He's down 110. He has almost all one-pointers, and pretty much everything is going to still leave the board such a way that he is going to be boxed in, but he has made the decision to play toited, and this is a beautiful play, and he's just going to have to hope for the best, and he still has some things to work with. The R in Pargo, he can bingo there. The S, second S in Mansards, he can bingo from there. So he's still in this game, but it's going to be tough.
Josh setting up alkenes on his rack. This is valid, but does not play on the board. No bingos available to Josh after toited. But that L, a huge tile for him. It allows jail plays, and he can score huge points there. Kneels, Kneels, making OWTS is 47, or Keels, if he wants to keep things a little tighter, is 45. Does that look good to you, Joey?
Yeah, Keels looks good. You could plunk the N down for 2 more points, but there's really no need to do that. Obviously, it'll be hard for Castellano to bingo through the K randomly, especially without a blank, but there's also potential for just big scoring plays that aren't bingos through the K, so I like playing Keels, leaving NA, and you got to feel after a play like Keels that you're just going to win with this board.
So Josh set up just Keel. Putting the S on would be 12 additional points. And I mean, Joey, generally the S is what, 8 to 9 points? And on this board, S feels kind of weak. It doesn't do too much. So would you play it?
I think not putting the S on Keel would be a pretty big mistake here. Although, now that I'm looking at the pool, good thing I did. There are no S's out. There are no blanks out. So I stand corrected. There is some merit to keeping the S, but given the situation with his massive lead, just take the 12 extra points, and dropping the S here also stops him from playing any 4s from that E that could open up the board a little bit and force you to deal with it. So I'd like to see him plunk the S here, and I think he's going to possibly shock us and just drop it and hit his clock. So I'll be interested to see here what he does. But either way, it's probably not going to be a huge difference maker, as Castellano sitting there with the draw of I-U-Y.
Yeah, that feels like almost a game over kind of draw. Josh holding the S back, setting up jails, holding the final S in the game. And there is also something to be said. If your opponent is down, they're just going to hope they get lucky and draw that S, maybe even try to set it up. So if you're just going to leave it on your rack, they're going to have some false hope in the game. And you can just sit on it. And when it does get opened up, you can slam it closed.
Yeah, no doubt. So Josh Sokol here with a draw into 3 ends. Not what you want to see, but he has a 110-point lead, which is still a great position to be in. And on the other end here, Castellano is looking at probably exchanging. He can actually, I think he can play Airy over there, which is what he's going to do, but it's pretty much got to feel like game over at this point, because you can't really draw your way out of this one, and the board is just completely shut.
Yeah, hopefully everybody can hear me again, but yeah, when you're down that much, sometimes you just have to pray that your rack goes back in a good direction. You can't get caught up not scoring at all. So Airy just put some pressure on, and I don't know, maybe I draw like a miracle here. Makes sense from Josh.
Yeah, so Sokol over here has a nice lead, and if you're Josh Sokol, you're going to want to shut down any hope of Castellano bingoing. So what can he do to address that bottom left with the S hanging out? It is true that the bingos from the S would be what we call an airball bingo. They would score very few points, but nonetheless, don't want to give up anything easy. So I think he's going to be looking to make a play that will muck it up over there. What options are you seeing that you like?
I'm not seeing any options that I like. on this turn. There are some words you can make, but I gotta check something before I make a recommendation. Check some Collins hooks. Oh man, yeah, never mind. That is a terrible play. All of these are terrible plays. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There's nothing good here. Oh my
And,
goodness.
and Castellano's rack woes have gone from bad to worse as he's sitting there with a set of tiles that make me very sad.
God, I think Josh might just play NON next to the BO of Boated. That does set up Anon, which he has. There's one unseen A as well, but I think that might be the least crazy thing here.
Yeah, with the consideration of holding an A and there's only one unseen, that's an interesting play, but I think given the position that he's in with such a nice leave, you're not really interested in trying to set yourself up to possibly bingo, because maybe you would consider that to be a little greedy. But at the same time, he is ethically obligated to try to win by as much as possible in this situation. If it was a different point of the tournament, he might be focused on winning outright and not caring about spread, but early enough on in the tournament, spread is a pretty large consideration.
Yeah, you do want to try to maximize it. You don't know how things are going to shake out, and especially at 5-5 already, like spread could be a big difference maker for you trying to catch back up to the pack. So you want to win by a bunch here if you can. Airy could mean a ton of different things, but looking at the unseen pool for Josh Sokol, 19 vowels, 15 consonants. Does that change your thinking here, Joey?
Not too much, but he is taking his time here, and rightfully so. This is kind of a tough turn. It's kind of a common theme in Scrabble. When you have all one-pointers and 10 different options, nothing is going to be obvious. So you really have to think through how things are going to play out in your head. And playing something like Nona seems standard enough, but it's just got so many downsides that it's hard to pull the trigger on it. So I think whatever he plays will probably be something we're not expecting.
Yeah, chat suggesting EON down from the E in Maestri to set up that last S. I might even take it a step further, go AEON. I've got so many vowels I'm likely to pull into, so let me just keep NRSS and hit the spot anyway.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion, and it's a good reminder for all those watching. Scrabble is a very interesting game. With 34 unseen tiles, you have no S's and blanks. And what do we know? Josh Sokol is listening in, and he is a very smart cookie, and he is not afraid to mix it up.
Oh boy, so EON coming from the E in Toited, and this gives Josh more space to play with. Now, can he connect on the punish? And E and I or both would be really nice for him. And E and I or both would be terrible for Josh Castellano, as he's already got 2 E's and 3 I's. Josh missing on the bingo, but drawing the X. All right, he'll just cash the X and then bingo next turn while Josh Castellano dies. That's Scrabble, baby.
Yeah, with the Z and the X in the pool, there's a little bit of a worry that if you score 3 points, Castellano could maybe cut the spread and make him sweat a little bit with the high-scoring tiles. But as we see on this board, not a lot of places where you can really crush with those high-scoring tiles. And at this point, Castellano is just not feeling great about life. He knows his opponent has the S, and he has nothing. And it just goes to show Scrabble is just a high variance game. You know, there were no mistakes made early, and he was down 150 points after 3 turns. And he's just doing his best to make the best play, but sometimes it's just not going to be good.
Yeah, these are those games that go back and haunt you. Like, was Vel a mistake over exchanging? I don't know. It was close. Was Lend a mistake over Pernod or exchanging? I don't think so, but it was close. Maybe Pernod was stronger than Lind, but yeah, just two questionable decisions, not even necessarily wrong, and now you're getting destroyed. But it makes you question every choice you've ever made when you're down like this.
Yeah, no doubt. A lot of marginal plays are going to be. They're going to be your options, and yeah, like you said, if things go poorly, it's just a natural occurrence. You're going to just doubt it in retrospect, even though probably wasn't a big deal. And to further illustrate my point about variance in Scrabble, Nigel Richards sitting at 5-5.
Yeah, another kind of shocking result from Nigel, who usually just crushes these things. Josh Castellano says, you know what? I'm going to stop the bleeding. Even though I'm down by 70, I can basically deduce you have the S after Eon, and I'm going to reduce the damage that you can do to me. I wonder if it's possible to just completely troll somebody, be winning by 80, make a Phantom S setup, and then just make them freak out for no reason. But Josh definitely has the S when he plays Eon, like 100% of the time. Though if there is any one player who would troll you by setting up a tile he doesn't have, it is Josh Sokol. God, look at the pull from Castellano. Scrabble sucks, man.
Yeah, interestingly, to his leave of IIIU, he did pull more E's as they were seemingly pretty scarce, but no consonants, and he's just at this point gonna hope he can not allow Sokol to bingo again, so he can keep the spread under 100 points.
Yeah, and not with a rack like that. I don't think that's quite possible. Josh is gonna plunk his X with racks. Cool.
Yeah, so this game I think we're gonna see turn into a little bit of an autopilot. Castellano can play EUOI. Will he actually do that? Maybe he plays it in the top, hooking the B and boated just to open things up and give himself a chance to possibly bingo, but that seems more like what he'd do than hooking it with X. What do you think he's going to do here?
I don't know. Just play it on the bottom and lose. That's what I do.
It's a cry of Botchick Frenzy. Not sure what that really means, but now we know.
You can hop on the Google later and figure it out, Joey. It's a fun word.
Yeah, it's one of the Collins words I've always known, just because how could you not know that? It's EUOI.
Bacchus is another name for Dionysus, the Greek god of like drinking, partying, and having a good time. So, Eoi, indeed.
And while we have nothing really inspiring to analyze for you guys, I want to bring up something that was talked about on the stream yesterday, but some of you might not have been tuned in. At this Albany tournament, there's a lot of reasons why this is a great tournament, but there's one reason in particular that I'm very excited about this tournament this year, this weekend, because for the first time, to my knowledge, Let's Play Scrabble has introduced a policy where the bye in the uneven division is being assigned at the top. So now players at the top of the standings are getting a 50-point win in the standings and a round to relax. And I really like this, and it's an actually very interesting twist that I had never really considered as a policy that directors should have, but I really like it a lot. And instead of going from bottom to top, they're going top to bottom.
Top to bottom. So, yeah, I think it's a very wise decision. I was talking to Josh Greenway about this at dinner last night. EOI over here, neat. But Josh said, yeah, when there's this much money at stake, you have to be very, very intentional about every decision you make. And I'd hate for somebody to come in at the end of the tournament and miss out on $2,000 because some other person got a bye and they didn't. And that's not fair. The other person had to win one fewer game to get the same amount of money. So that was the thinking there, and it does make a lot of sense when you look at it. Here comes TIZ, which also makes a lot of sense when you look at it. Get a bunch of points, don't draw the garbage in the bag, and you probably just get a couple vowels and bingo. I don't have anything else to add strategically in this game. Castellano's just completely sunk here.
Yeah, it's been a very sad game. Hopefully, the rest of the day we can get some games that are a bit more riveting than this one. But both players here are going to be 6-5 heading into the next round, and still plenty of time to rattle off a win streak and get back in the thick of things.
Yeah, it's still so early in this tournament. I mean, anything could happen to any of these players, and you don't want to count somebody out until they've lost like 9 or 10 games, but it's going to take a really hot streak from one of these two players to get back in contention for that first prize, which is as high as $20,000. And boy, that'd go even further in Canada too. Someone's life is going to change here in Albany this weekend.
Most definitely, and similar to Causeway, where Nigel Richards started, I believe, 9-7, and then just started winning a bunch. Yeah, he's 5-5 here, and I almost have no doubt in my mind that after his 5-5 start, we're going to be looking at the standings sometime later, and he's going to be 14-6 or something like that. So don't count out Nigel Richards, and I think we'll probably see him on the stream again. That's my guess.
Yeah, we saw both Nigel Richards and Dave Eldar like 9-7 at that tournament. That game was flexed onto the stream anyway, and everybody's like, why are we doing this? They're way out of contention. And then Dave Eldar ended up winning like 13 straight at the end, or 13 out of 14, and winning the event. Nigel ended up winning a whole bunch and finishing 5th. So, you know, these things can and do happen, but you just can't fall so far behind that you can't win. When you do get your hot run, you got to be able to launch yourself all the way up to the top and not just into 5th. Josh setting up non-facts on his rack, but that's not going to do anything for him. Castellano picking up FIE. I hope he plays this soon just so we can get out of here. I don't want to have to watch him struggle anymore. It's been just a terrible game for him.
Yeah, Castellano fresh off a really good showing at Causeway last month. I believe he got 3rd or 4th. Do you remember what place he finished?
Was it 2nd? I think he finished 2nd.
Okay.
2nd or 3rd. He beat Dave Wiegand in the last round. I believe finished 2nd as Eldar was Gibsonized. But that Causeway Challenge, massive tournament in Bangkok, Thailand, 440 players. 500 were signed up, but geopolitical issues caused a few last-second dropouts. And to finish 2nd in a field like that, man, Josh Castellano. But nothing he could really do here. You see him still just shaking his head, looking uncomfortable, like, ugh.
Yeah, Scrabble is a very swingy, high variance game, but you got to always just keep your head on straight, especially in a long tournament. You know, you got a lot of good players. Every time you're going to have a field like this, a lot of good players are going to start off with crappy records. It's to be expected, and you just got to fight through it and do your best to keep it up and backdoor into some money.
Yeah, absolutely. Just do your best. And really, you shouldn't think about these other things at a Scrabble tournament too much. You should just focus on the letters in front of you and making the right play on the turn you're given. And that's it. Have faith that as long as you keep making the right play over and over, you're going to start winning games eventually.
And the Nigel Richards thing, not to harp on it too much, but you know, he's the best player in the world by a healthy margin, and he had the biggest chunk of the odds pie by a healthy margin. And even at that point, he still is expected not to win the tournament 75% of the time. So in a 28-game event, high variance is expected, and you can still be Nigel Richards-esque and still going to travel here and probably not win because there's just a lot of good Scrabble players.
There's a lot of really strong players and just enough luck in this game that, yeah, I mean, anything can happen. And that's what makes it so fun to watch is looking at the entrance list. There were probably 15 or 20 players in the room where I'm like, yeah, I could see it all coming together for him. I could see it all coming together for her. Sure. Yeah, absolutely. So that's what makes it fun. That's why we play the game. If Nigel actually won every tournament every time because he is the best player in the world, well, that wouldn't be as entertaining now, would it?
I had a conversation with somebody the other day about Nigel Richards' ELO, and they claimed he has never made a mistake in their games against each other. And I interjected that, yeah, well, sometimes he might make clerical errors like transposing tiles, and then of course, 1 week later on the match against Adam Logan, he misdesignates a blank. So he might not make actual errors with the play deductions, but he is subject to make clerical errors, which are a little bit baked in.
Just what is the hardest part of Scrabble for Nigel Richards is circling the correct letter on the blank designation form.
Yeah.
All
See,
right,
here's
30.
this is an interesting, not interesting. This is a good display of what we were talking about a few minutes ago. Although this game has been over for quite a while, both players are using all their time to ethically make the best play, think very critically about their decisions, and you like to see it. A lot of players, me included, probably would have gotten this game over with already because who cares, right? But they're doing a good job of using their time and maximizing what they can do.
I mean, who cares? They cares. They cares about their spread still and trying to make it matter. You can't just give up and rage quit when you're, just a third of the way through the tournament. So Josh is finding some nice scoring plays here and at least catching up a little bit in this game. CINNSPW, the rack now for Josh Sokol. 2 tiles unseen. There is a bingo in that unseen pool. It's not a toughie to find. I'm sorry. I'll be here all day.
And to address the way I was introduced today as a non-Collins player, that is an absolutely factual statement. No problems with what was said, but I should make it known that I have decided that after the Nationals coming up, that I am going to play both Lexica moving forward because I believe I'm capable of keeping them separate, and I want to play Nationals in America. I like the word list here, but I also want to play this kind of tournament or Causeway or whatever because that's where the competition is, and life is too short to not be getting in on the competition.
All right, you heard it here. Joey Kravchuk declaring to the world, I'm now bilexual. I will play Collins and NWL after this summer's big North American events. Speaking of this summer's North American events, I know we touched on these yesterday, but we're going to plug them early and often. Next month, the Scrabble Players Championship coming from Iowa in the central U.S. And the first week of August, the Word Cup, another massive tournament in North America. Each of those tournaments have $10,000 at stake for first prize, in addition to this one, where first prize may be as high as $20,000. So a great summer of Scrabble for Scrabble players like Joey and for Scrabble viewers like you at home. It's sick.
Yeah, we're really lucky to have Scrabble. It's a beautiful game, and we're lucky to have Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel to bring us the action with these really well orchestrated streams, and I'm glad to be a part of it.
Yeah. It's so cool that there are like 300 or 400 people watching competitive Scrabble, and we hope that as the summer weather continues and it's kind of hot outside for a lot of y'all, give you a good indoor air-conditioned exercise air-conditioned entertainment and some brain exercise as well. So a lot of stuff coming up. You can watch the Collins division of the Scrabble Players Championship and all divisions of the Word Cup here on Let's Play Scrabble. And if you haven't yet, make sure you subscribe to Let's Play Scrabble so you get notifications when those tournaments are going live and you don't miss it.
Yeah, it makes such a big difference for a lot of us out here having the ability to consume this kind of content. When Nigel Richards was playing Adam Logan before the tournament started in their match, I can't tell you how much better that made my work day, just having that on as a multitask kind of thing, and I can go back and watch it whenever. That's an obvious thing, but yes, it's exciting in either way.
Yeah. Whether you're watching live or you're just able to watch this stuff after the fact, it's so cool that Scrabble's on the internet. When I was much younger, I wanted to get more into Scrabble, and there was not stuff. There were 2 puzzle books. I bought a copy of both, solved all the puzzles, and then it's that's it. That's all the Scrabble. So now we've got the Will Anderson YouTube channel, the Mac Meller YouTube channel, the Wespa YouTube channel, and of course, Let's Play Scrabble, probably the biggest of them all, save Will Anderson's channel. You can watch live Scrabble. You can watch bite-sized breakdown videos. You can watch Mac spar against BestBot every single day. And then we've got the Twitch presence with Josh Sokol and Charles Reinke, Heidi Robertson doing some regular streaming on there. So it is a wonderful time to be a fan of Scrabble. This game is growing, getting bigger, building momentum. And if you're just hanging out and watching, wondering about this game, I strongly encourage you to just dive in with the plum. You don't have to study 6 hours a day and become one of the best players. Scrabble's like golf. We've got divisions for everybody, and you take it as seriously as you want. But we're growing, and the best time to join competitive Scrabble is when we're growing, because you get other people like you learning the words at the same time, climbing up the ranks with you. You can find a rival and spar with them over and over and grow and improve. You got more beginners to spar with as you wade into the waters. You can teach each other words. So if you're just now seeing competitive Scrabble and you're like, oh, this seems kind of cool, find a club near you. Search for Scrabble Club near me. Check the NASPA or WIGPO websites. WGPO is a governing body sanctioning this. Or if you're overseas, look up WESPA, WESPA. Find Scrabble. Try Scrabble. I promise you, it's fun, even though sometimes games go like this one for Josh Castellano.
Yeah, so we certainly wouldn't have thought that the clocks were going to get drained in this game, but hey, it would have been an overlap between rounds anyway. Not overlap, but there would have been a big gap. And yeah, why not? Why not use all your time?
Yeah, I would have played this one a lot quicker, but these players are going to stay even keel and just maximize their points. Here we go. Ego coming from Josh Castellano.
And he's going to draw one more vowel just for good measure, as if he hasn't seen enough. As if he hasn't seen enough this game.
Yeah, just absolutely crazy that Josh Castellano started this game with infinite consonants, VELL, LEND, like all those turns, and then just vowels for the entire second half. Could not find the balance here. Pitch coming down for Josh Sokol. And we're nearly done in this one. Josh Castellano can score 23 on this move and pull a little closer to 350, but that's going to be it for him.
Yeah, so this one is in the books. Josh Sokol has won the game, and our next round is going to be our last before lunch. It's going to be Will Anderson, who is in first place, against Samson Okasaga.
Oh, man, Sammy Okasaga and Will Anderson, that's going to be an awesome game. Will still leads this tournament right now, so if you're a Will Anderson fan, you can see him defend his lead, or perhaps you can see this tournament get blown wide open. Will is the only player in the room with one loss currently, but several strong players with two would love to see him get knocked off by Sammy in the next game. What will happen? You'll have to stay tuned and find out.
Yeah, actually, Will lost his last round by 200 to Wiegand. So we have a 4 players sitting at 9 wins now, and Sammy is in 6th place at 8-3. And
wow, Will already lost. Yeah, this is now crazy. All right, here comes ZITE. Josh can't play out this turn.
Which Josh? Wink, wink.
Sorry. Josh Sokol can't play out this turn. Josh Castellano does have 1 out in TUI from the blank T. So Josh's best in-game is actually, weirdly, to play Sax, SAX right now, block the out, and get 1 additional turn.
Very interesting there. Meanwhile, our darling Nigel Richards has won his last round with a 622-point outburst.
Wow.
Which is always nice.
Angry Nigel activated.
Yes, indeed.
Josh playing SAX first. Josh Castellano playing UH for 5. And Josh Sokol now with just 1 out play. That's NON through the O and boated. He's going to do this instead. Try to put... Oh! Director!
I think I think Sokol is a mensch and he's going to let it slide. But yeah, typically speaking, this is why you don't want to run out of time, because then you might accidentally do that, which is funny, but you don't want to waste 10 points either.
I've never seen that before. A player misses the square completely with their tile. You were talking about clerical errors. That was another one. All right, we'll cut to overhead mic. This one's done.
477, I think. I got 10 and 9.
Oh, you got 9?
Yeah.
9. 7. 4, 8, 9.
4, 7, 9.
What do I do?
461, 470, 477, 479.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was uglier than the New Jersey Meadowlands.
Fishing for ice boat is the whole fucking.
Yeah, is that the only extension?
That's the only one I saw.
of. Yeah. Yeah, I drew the C after is
Okay, so it was late.
I think.
That was like my only. That was the only thing I was going for after like.
Yeah, it was
Deer.
I'd like to
Let's see.
apologize to my family, friends, and Matt Canick for that one. That was awful.
Rip.
Yep. Sorry about the dirty flag.
I didn't realize. I thought you had an out. You don't have an out.
Yeah, I do.
Oh, you do.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yes, it was very
wow.
dirty.
Okay.
Very, very dirty.
I didn't think you would do that.
I didn't actually think about going out. I just thought about flagging it. But I did wait until you confirmed the score. I didn't have to do that, I think. Awful. I don't think I played that well at all. I just drew like every single consonant. It was actually insane. Okay. All good?
Yep.
All right. Well, Josh apologizing to the viewers and to Matt Canick for that one. I mean, he missed the one bingo on the GAW turn, but otherwise, I think he played that game pretty solidly. Joey, do you accept Josh's apology?
I accept his apology, but I don't accept that he was talking mad bleep about the New Jersey Meadowlands. What a simile there. What a simile.
Yeah, shots fired at the New Jersey Meadowlands kind of out of nowhere. Where did that come from, Josh? But all right, as we said, we got Will Anderson back on stream. Will's at 9-2. He's got Sammy Okasaga at 8-3. As soon as we get the players sat down at the board, we'll be back, but we'll take a little intermission before then. If you haven't yet, please do your homework and click that thumbs up button, and then go grab a glass of water or something. This is going to be a short break for us all. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble. Don't go anywhere. Oh, yikes. All right, Joey, we got to kill time. Josh is not there to take us out, so we're just live. Well, we're just live. Hey to everybody. While you click that like button, click the subscribe button if you haven't. Joey, you got anything to fill time?
Yeah, not necessarily, but it's a really exciting field, exciting tournament, and I'm excited to see this next matchup, and I'm just ecstatic to get a fresh game where we're not going to have to be kind of scratching our nails on a chalkboard to deduct what the best play is.
Yeah, I mean, when games get really lopsided, it's a lot harder and harder to tell what the right play is because you're getting more and more desperate. I'm seeing we're actually not going to cut to a break. So if you went to go get some water, my bad. I apologize. We're just going to stay live. Players are going to be sat down pretty quick. So we're just going to fight straight through this break and get one more game coming your way soon. Got to get the tiles put in the squares, got the players sat down, give them a little coaching up, and then get the tiles back in the bag. But it won't be super long before we get the next game. Joey, do you have experience with Sammy Okasaga as a player?
I actually have never played him as far as I know. I think he's been Collins through and through. I can double check that, but he's a veteran of the game. That much I know. He's a very, very strong strategy player. That much I know, and Will has his work cut out for him. That much I know. He did beat me. Let's see. He beat me in Charlotte in 2009. So I guess he did play a little NWL for a while.
All right, so he beat Joey Krafchick in Charlotte in 2009. That's the scouting report we got there. Let's flash the standings real quick and see how things have shaken out. As Will Anderson was knocked off in the last round by 200 points by Dave Wiegand, we've got new leader alert. Nobody surprised to see Wellington Jighere on top of the standings here. Dave Wiegand, Will Anderson, and Charles Reinke, 3 Americans, rounding out your top 4 and rounding out that 9-2 group. This one's getting spicy for sure. We do see Adam Logan lurking at 8. We don't see Nigel Richards. We don't see last year's champion, Matthew Tunnicliffe. We don't see Matthew O'Connor and some other top experts up here. No Josh Castellano, no Josh Sokol. So some surprising names missing from the list, but a big game coming your way soon. I believe players are seated, so maybe we're going to cut over to the board, watch those last couple of tiles get thrown into the bag, and then go ahead and get underway. Will Anderson and Sammy Okasaga, 3rd place and 6th place, coming your way right now.
Interestingly, Sammy has played less than 50 tournaments in his life. So just 1 or 2 a year for a while. Nonetheless, he's here right now at this tournament, and we are off to the races as he's going first.
Off to the races indeed. Sammy's biggest claim to fame, if you don't know this Scrabble lore, was one year he did not actually qualify for the World Championship, but there's always a last chance qualifier tournament where you can play, and if you finish, I believe it's top 8, you just get added to the field for the World Championship. But you have to play that tournament the day before Worlds starts, hoping you make it in. Sammy won that tournament, qualified for Worlds that way, the hard way, and then ended up finishing 2nd place, I believe. He made it into the championship bracket, and it's like, wait, what? Last chance qualifiers aren't supposed to do that, but he truly is a world-class player, and we'll see what he's got here. Eulogy looks to be a strong play for him, or Gully. Which of those do you like, Joey?
Yeah, I think they're all very close. This looks like the best of the option, doesn't expose any vowels next to a double letter score, but I think there's a little consideration that should have been had for maybe Gluey. You know, keeping LO versus the O, it is pretty trivial, but when you turn over 5 new tiles to 1 consonant and 1 vowel leave, it's going to be more balanced in general than turning over 6 tiles to leaving an O. So, but yeah, I'm really nitpicking here, and apparently he's on hold. So Will is considering giving him 5 extra points, and that's what he's going to do, which is very shocking here. Very shocking here.
That's just like a common word, but a little confusion here.
So yeah, a little gift early for Samson. He doesn't seem to have any doubts here. He's just like, okay. And this is one of the major differences in the Collins lexicon versus NWL/WoW. If you lose a challenge, it's just 5 points. And that impacts the strategy a good bit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a little unsure, just go ahead and take the shot. You could get a free turn out of it otherwise. Will set up by phase on his rack. This is not a word, but I guess part of the decision there is if Will's not sure about the validity of Gully with the EY, if you challenge it, then you can be a lot more confident that you can slap an S on the end yourself. Now, biphase isn't a word, and he doesn't have any strong S plays here, but at least he's got that knowledge going forwards. This turn looking challenging for Will, but there is one nice 6 using the E in Gully that might be his best play.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Sammy has drawn a rack that looks pretty average, but he has Ava Dusel through the U, so if he spots that, he's just kind of holding his breath, hoping Will doesn't block it, and I think in all likelihood he will not block it, and it would be nice from Sammy's perspective to get that bingo over here and take a very healthy lead early.
Oh man, Oviducal. Yeah, that's wonderful. Beautiful for Sammy. It's tough to look through a U with VICO on your rack, but he's a strong player. He's likely going to see this. I wonder if Will is like, I think biphase might be a thing, and it plays for 95, and I'll never forgive myself if I don't try this word and it was good and I whiff a first turn bingo. And the longer he looks at this turn and realizes he can't really do much of anything else, the more rational it feels to just try biphase. The better it is
Yeah.
compared to everything else, the more you want to try it, right, Joey?
Yeah, and this is particularly confusing because biphasic is a word, and it's just one of those weird English things where, biphasic's good, biphase is not, triphase is good, and this is one of the things about learning the dictionary. It takes years and years because there's just so many little things like this that don't really have any rhyme or reason, but you've just got to learn it and figure out a way to remember it. And that takes a long time because there's just so many words.
Oh man, yeah, Will is just really, really hurting right here. You can see he's just set the rack nearly alphabetical, and he's going to stare at the alphagram. Triphase, diphase, both things. Biphasic, a thing. It's just so hard to keep all this stuff 100% straight. And his backup option is Ephebi, EPHEBI. That's just 26, holds AS, which isn't anything to write home about. Even if you're like 30 or 40% on biphase, mathematically, it's probably the right thing to do here.
Yeah, and this goes to show back to what I was talking about not exposing the vowels on your opening rack to the double letter scores if you can, because look at these beautiful high-scoring letters Will has. He has an H, he has a B, he has a P, but he's not going to really be able to do much. He could maybe play heapy. He could maybe do, like you said, a Phoebe, that works, but, he's not scoring that much relatively, and you have to make your opponent's life hard.
Man, Will spent over 4 minutes on this first move, and you see him now just shake his head. I don't know. I don't know. And this is a very hard first turn. He's looking at BAH, playing above the EY of Gully. 21. All right.
Yeah, I think that's probably what he's going to end up doing here. And you'd like to see him make this move pretty quickly because he needs the rest of the game and his time. So can't use too much here early. And one other small consideration is Sammy might not see Avadusel, but he might see ovicidal if another eye is floated. As we know, it doesn't seem like Will's going to float him an eye, but I could see that as something that could happen where he might see one but not the other.
If he plays a Phoebe, then ovicidal can come down for a big score. This is not going to be Ba, it's going to be BAP. And I actually like the adjustment from Will. Set up your S and keep that SH combination together. This looks very good for him.
Yeah, good play here. I'm glad he figured out that biphase is not good. And this is a major word knowledge check for Sammy. Of course. Yep, there we go. I like how he didn't, give us any clues about whether or not he had spotted it. He made us at least wonder, is he going to find it? But really, probably shouldn't have doubted it at all.
Yeah, no, he's going to find this. He's just stoic and poker-faced. So Oviducal coming down 98-18 is Will Anderson's deficit, and he's drawn one of these classic Scrabble racks. Everybody makes this mistake once. You cannot play Hoosier in Scrabble, not even in Collins. It's not a word. Will cannot bingo on this turn, but he does have some very strong plays available. Double doubles both through the V and the L. Hoolier, Hoolier, is 40. Hoover's 52. Joey, you cashing in the S and scoring 52? We're going to score 40 now and keep it.
Yeah, this is an interesting decision here. The double doubles through the L create hotspots on both sides, and it scores less. I think all in all, yes, it is nice to keep the S, but let's take the points with Hoover's and create one less hotspot. And there is more likelihood that after Hoovers, there's going to be some plays that are going to end up being in that top left quadrant. Therefore, the board is not going to shut down as quickly. Whereas if you play down there, Samson can make a play from the V, and all of a sudden this board is actually going to get really tight really fast. So it's pretty close, but I think I'm leaning towards Hoovers. What are you feeling?
I'm actually not sure either double-double is right. I can see a compelling case to be made for OOH on top of the BA and BAP. 22 holds EIRS, keeps the BAP's hook alive, keeps floaters in the V, the L. That could actually work out pretty well for Will here as well, but 52 points is a lot. We've heard Will Anderson say, I would do a lot of things for 50 points. Will he cash in his S? Will he leave just an I on his rack? Let's see it, Will. This is a hard turn. I don't know what's right.
Yeah, I think OOH has a lot of merit. 22 leaving very nice bingo tiles for next turn with a lot of lanes available has merit. But yeah, at the end of the day, 52 is a lot. And he's going to do neither. He's going to play Hoolier and say, I want to keep this S. And you can't fault him for that.
Yeah, this is the engine's preferred play over Hoover's by about 1 point. So prudent play there from Will, it looks like. I think the play might be on hold from Sammy as well. Hoolies and Hoolier both valid. So maybe Sammy, not exactly sure if the comparative version is good here. Plays on hold. Will's just sharing his poker face now.
Poker face indeed. Meanwhile, Samson has no bingos available. Hagiist, it barely doesn't fit through that eye. But he's going to have a lot of options in the medium range with these letters. Pretty good rack, so I think he's going to want to strike that perfect balance between scoring and leaving well, and he's going to have a big opportunity to do that.
Still on hold is Will Anderson, and he's not drawing his courtesy tiles. If you're unfamiliar with Scrabble rules, after 15 seconds of waiting, you are allowed to reach in and grab courtesy tiles. This has been more like a minute, but I think Will's saying, I've had enough. I'm going to go in and draw. If those tiles go on Will's rack, that means Sammy has accepted the play. If they go on a separate rack or stay on the table, that means Will is still on hold. Will just glancing at those tiles, so Sammy's still holding the play of Hoolier.
Yeah, a bit surprising that he's being held here. And yeah, like you said, after 15 seconds, you get to draw those courtesy tiles. My typical procedure is I wait about 25 just to make sure there's no doubt on the count, because not everyone has the same internal clock.
All right, so Sammy playing GOAD here. Looks strong. PEST is a nice leave, especially with the O, the I floating, the big S hook and BAP. So Goad pretty strong. Another cool option for him was Podge, PODGE, above the ER of Hoolier, setting up his S himself. But he's going to opt for the tighter play here, and it's going to work out great for him. A nice draw for Sammy Okasaga and a terrible draw for Will Anderson. He kept an S after the double-double and draws ADEEU to go with it. Joey, you seeing anything here?
I'm not seeing anything. I'm still emotionally kind of not over the fact that his rack is this bad. But I do love the decision by Sammy to play Goad. Takes out both hotspots at once, makes this board really, really tight. And with his 60-point lead, that's definitely the way you want to be going. And it's pretty much looking like he's going to win this game because Will is going to play something. Sammy's going to bingo, and he's going to be up a lot on a board that's not very open. And back to your suggestion about Podge last turn as a possibility setting up the S. I think after a play like BAP, you might be kind of thinking he has an S, maybe not. And then after Hoolier, you would have to deduct that was the exact tile he left, which, yeah, it's a bold thing to assume. But now, that he's turned over 6 more tiles, it's, likely enough, he has an S to where I don't think he'd want to play Podge because you just don't need that volatility in his position being ahead. You just need to play small ball and just win the game.
All right. Well, Will dropping AUE and HE down here. Sammy already had points available in Bing, or points, literally POINTES available, or Pintos. This is now a higher scoring play for him, 82 and some defense for Sammy. This is going to be hard for Will to win, but that draw is going to help him out quite a bit.
Yeah, so he's going to bingo back here with the delates, and he's still going to be down, a chunk, but as far as I can tell, there's no blanks on this board, so let's see who can find that blank first.
All right, so 2 78-point bingos on the turn for Will in very different plates. Delates and Baps, one of them, and the Cullen's only Steeled, STEALED, plays beneath the IER of Hoolier, both 78. Joey, do you have a preference between those?
I do have a preference, and my preference is to ramp up the volatility, play delates in the top right. Steeled down there opens up the opportunity for a more closed board run out, and Will is down a lot, and you don't want that. So I think he needs to throw that D in the triple. But what do I know? He's not panicking. He's not worried about getting closed off on this board. He's going to make the decision here and keep it moving.
Will is still throwing his D in a triple, just not quite as aggressively as you could do here. I think I like this from Will. I'm very scared of a 6 down into the D of Steeled, because that knocks my Baps hook out. But otherwise, keeping Baps alive long term is a good thing for me. If my opponent's only able to play a 5 down into the D, or has to play through or down from the D, and I can keep Baps alive, that's how I crawl back into this game. Will still trails by a lot. He needs more to happen. I think Steeled allows it to happen, but Will, don't do that.
Oh, man, the first 4 tiles he saw were E, and that was not the last of the E's. And as matters go from bad to worse, Sammy's going to be able to do exactly what you said. He's going to play a 6 from the D, taking out the Baps hook as he has Coward, which is a nice 36-point bomb that will accomplish a lot of things.
Yeah, Coward is like exactly what Will doesn't want to see and exactly what Sammy wants to do here.
Now, I'm thinking he's taking his time thinking about it because Coward does have the downside of putting that A next to the triple letter, and the Z is out. Therefore, there is an opportunity for Will to really drop the sledgehammer on that hot spot. And that being said, I don't know if there's a better play than Coward. You seeing any other candidates?
I mean, the other thing you would do is pick up OWO and play them in like a bunch of different places. You've got 24 for OO all over this board. So you could also do that if you want to get a little bit greedier, keep ACIR together and try to just win this game by getting a bingo down. But Coward seems like a far smarter play given the state of the game, given that you're up in this one.
Yeah, so Scrabble is a game of, balanced risk assessment. If Will has the Z and Sammy plays Coward and he hits him for 70 or maybe even more, you just have to shake your head and tip your hat sometimes because you're only in control of so much. But if he can escape this turn without being annihilated by the Z, then he's in really good shape. And Coward has a lot of redeeming qualities that make it worth playing here, taking out the S hook. And maybe we could even see an extension. What if Will had ING? He could have played Be Cowarding.
Or Cowardice?
Cowardice, yeah, a lot of possibilities there.
Yeah, so both C's out means Cowardice unlikely, but Be Cowarding maybe. Just ZOEAE is such a threat on this board right now. I mean, your opponent has to have exactly those 4 tiles, but that's 100. That's more than a bingo. So you can't be a coward to play Coward. You have to take a bit of a shot, but every second that ticks off Will's clock is good news for Sammy. It means it's less and less and less likely that Will had it. Will wants to keep that Z spot alive, and he needs to open the board, and he's found a really cool way to do this. He set up BB, B-E-E, B-E-E, through the BE on the board. That seems like a strong play to me. Now he's looking at BETE. This would play beneath the OES in Pintos for 26 and just open maximum volatility on the board. Given the deficit, maybe that's what you want to do, but it's tough to open the board that aggressively when you're drawing into EEU.
Yeah, a lot of tough things to weigh here, and this reminds me of my point earlier about the decision to play Hoolier versus Hoovers. This is kind of the exact run out I was forecasting, where if he had played Hoovers, he's probably not stuck in this closed board situation. But obviously, he's just drawing poorly, so that kind of trumps all, but he's going to have some very unappealing things here, and he's just going to have to pray, as we say.
All right, so this makes a ton of sense. There's only one back hook to that ST, and it is the Y. So only one unseen Y. If Sammy doesn't have it, then this is a great board forking play for Will, opening up both the left and the right side, and they can't both be addressed at the same time. This also keeps the Z spot available next to Coward, so does all the things you want to do. And Sammy's quickly going to drop Rory down, Roarie, or Raria, also an option in the same spot if he wants to hold an E back, but only two unseen A's. He opts for this one.
Yeah, good play here by Sammy. And Matt, do you want to do a quick probability calculation? What are the odds he draws a blank with two unseen on a 6-tile draw? Can you tell the audience for us?
I can't do that in my head. I used to have a little, trick to do these, but I'd say like 30%.
Yeah, that's about right. And meanwhile, Will has picked up the Y, so that's a really nice it's a really nice development for him. He's gonna score 40-something points, and he has a nice balanced leave, and he's not out of this game yet.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Will's only down by 43. Oh, but look at the Z draw. If he can convert and draw a word that plays next to Coward, this is going to be close to game over for Sammy. I don't think he has it yet, but if he draws an E, no, and an I, no. So now Sammy's got a decision to make. I've got the Z, but I don't have the big play. Do I leave it open and try to draw it again next turn? Do I play something like Avian through the V right now and hope to pick up an E? But look at the pool for Sammy's perspective. Only 9 vowels, 22 consonants, only 2 E's, only 1 O. So Zoea is probably not going to come up. I don't know. I don't know that it's right to try to hit the Z later, Joey.
Yeah, it's not right because you have a litany of letters, 2X, the H, the J, the K, the M's. You have too many things that Will could have that could easily score 30, 40, 50 points. And if he can score that many points next turn, he's right in this game without even having bingoed. So as sucky as it feels, I think it might be the best play just to drop the Z. And it is uncanny with this 22-9 consonant to vowel ratio, so it's not as bad as it would be in a vacuum to leave 3 A's and an I. And meanwhile, Will has found the first blank of the game, which could loom large here. So I'll be interested to see if Sammy can drop that Z, because this is a very critical turn here.
What do you do if you're not going to... do you just play ZA for 31? Do you play ZA and ZO and AW for 27?
Yeah, I would think that just dropping the Z is the best play, as bizarre as it looks. And if he doesn't play it, I'm not really sure what his second best play would be. Obviously, you have a few floaters with the O and the V, and you would like to shut down any possibility of Will bingoing to preserve your lead, but this does have me thinking, can he set up his Z somehow? I guess not, but I like this play here. It's going to take out some bingo lanes, and he's just going to hope that he can hit the hotspot himself. So all in all, I think it's good.
The only Z setup I saw was NABE, end of the BE on the board, and that just feels far too fishy and strange. I think that one gets sniffed out quite a bit. So Sammy's going to play AVN. I think if you play through the V and keep the Z back, you might play Avanti, AVANTI, just to shed one more consonant because there's so many to come. But this also feels okay, and Avanti could get hit really hard by the Q. So maybe this is fine. Let's see. He's drawn Zoea. Does he draw the E to finish it out and hit Zoea? Oh my God, the blank. Okay, so Sammy now threatening 100 points with the ZOEAS or ZOEAE in the bottom corner of this board. If Will doesn't block that, it's game over.
Yeah, as the last tile to be turned over, the blank will do just fine.
Big gut check decision time for Will now. Do I block the Z when it could be my way of climbing into the game? He's picked up HU in his hands, looking to play HUE into the E. There aren't a lot of good plays. I think this is what he's going to do here, and that'd be a huge swing if he blocks Zoea.
Yeah, if you're Will right here, you're feeling okay, you know. You've got a blank, you've got an S, you're going to score points here, and you don't feel like you absolutely have to bingo to win this game. And he's just making sure there's not some better option, but it does seem like Hugh is going to be his best option. And as his clock approaches 10 minutes, he's doing a better job the last few turns of making quick decisions so that the disparity on the clock has not become so large.
All right, this one getting interesting. Will's looking to draw vowels here, and there are so few of them for him. Just 4 more in that bag, and he finds one. That is huge. He's got festive and likely some other options. I don't know that anything will play on this board right now, but that vowel gives Will flexibility when he was in a lot of trouble there. Sammy has just seen his 100-point play blocked by Will and doesn't really have much on this turn now. 37 or 39 is the best he can do with the Z, Zoa or Zati above the AN and AVN. He's got to feel some relief that he's got 4 vowels with only 5 more unseen. That's nice, but Joey, cash in the Z now for Sammy and keep scoring?
Yeah, I think you play Zoa here, doesn't give back much, scores nicely, keeps it moving, and it's going to be hard for Will to recover after the Z-bomb is dropped. But a few small considerations I'm looking at. Of course, we already made mention of the very radical unseen pool with 21 to 5 vowels, but what if the Q ends up becoming a big factor, and whoever draws the Q could end up really getting stuck with it? And also a consideration, there's a lot of combinations of I and G in the remaining pool. Obviously only 1 G left, but 3 I's, 3 N's, and cowarding, Colin's only word, is a potential big play that could be made and could be Will's kind of saving grace to maybe winning this game later.
Yeah, cowarding's still a big possibility, and I bet both of these players have at least thought about it at some point, so that G is going to be big. Sammy pulling the trigger on ZOA and finding an S in the bag is big for him. Finding another vowel in the bag is big for him as well. But Joey's got a great point, especially in these games where there are few vowels remaining. The Q can be big, big, big trouble. Already, if you look at the board, there's almost nothing that can be done with it. Even with an I for QI, you're stuck with it. So the Q is going to be big trouble for somebody this game.
Yeah, so of course, we're here to commentate. We're not cheering for anybody or against anybody, but all I'm saying is that if Sammy does draw the Q, Will all of a sudden is going to have a little bit of a chance, because where the hell is that Q going? I don't see a spot.
Yeah, it's going to be exchanged, I think, if it's drawn soon. Oh, SUQ on top of BAP is big.
Oh, okay. There, yeah, that's the out. And of course, Sammy does have the letters for it. Now here on Will's turn, as he goes into the tank, I'm liking the option of flit and fur in the bottom right. There's only one unseen E, and you have one E on your rack, and it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for Sammy to do anything about that. So within reason, but it would be nice.
No.
You got to just make him block it.
Flit does take a back T in Collins as well. FLITT, 2 T's unseen, and you'd hate to get hit by something like Tux or Tix, but otherwise, if you just give up a Tig or a Teg, that's fine. And you see just the 5 unseen vowels. If you can make your opponent play 1 or maybe 2, you might be able to put him in a big bind. But because we see 3 of the vowels are on Sammy's rack, there are only 2 vowels left in the tile bag here. That's crazy.
Crazy talk indeed. And Will has deducted that this is a good play, just like I did. And he's just got to hope and pray that Samson cannot drop the sledgehammer on him. And looks like he'll just play something like 2E. But if you're Sammy, now you've got to consider, do I actually want to save that U for the Sook spot? So I think he actually just might play TID and save the U, but apparently not.
I'm just shocked that this is coming so fast. A big decision. I think you're right, Joey. TID or something like that. You don't play 2 vowels here. But alas, it's what happened. And Will somehow draws a vowel out of the bag, even though there were just 2 there. So now just 1 vowel in the bag.
Yeah, I guess leaving the U was not as crucial as it necessarily could have been because he has the blank. So if Sammy picks up the Q here, he'll still be able to play Sook for a lot of points and comfortably win this game. But now Will has the J draw, and he's got Jive in the top right for a nice score of 37. But this begs the question, does Jive ever win? And I don't know if it does, but it's still probably the best play.
Oh, man. And Sammy has drawn the last vowel. 11 tiles in the bag. All consonants.
Yeah, get a good look at this screenshot here of the top left. 18 tiles in the bag, 2 vowels. I mean, I don't remember in all the hundreds of games I've watched on streams, I can't remember anything this wacky. Can you?
This is crazy. I mean, we did say Mercury's in retrograde. Weird stuff is going to start to happen at this tournament, but this is absolutely bonkers. And not just that it's all consonants, but look at what the consonants are. F, G, K, N, 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 Q, R, R, X. What? This game's going to get crazy weird. Both of these players are going to see steam coming out of their ears. Jive feels so right and also so wrong for Will. When I see 15 consonants and 2 vowels unseen, the last thing I ever want to do is put a vowel next to a triple word square. You can just drop 3 of your consonants and score a bunch. Something like TREK is going to bail my opponent out of some really uncomfortable situations otherwise. So Jive is, I don't think, something you can do. Jism and JA feels a lot stronger to me.
Yeah, Will has a tough turn here, and back to the comment about Sammy playing his last turn very quickly, there is some merit to it because look what he's doing to his opponent. Will is going to have less than 5 minutes here heading into the pre-end game, and that in itself is just such a big advantage. So I think there is some right to be said about the fact that he played quickly, because if you don't think that players win games on time pressure, you're wrong.
We just had David Eldar saying this morning, don't ever try to rush your opponent because you're going to mess up yourself more. And now we're hearing, oh yeah, time pressure definitely wins games. Yeah, all the things we have to think about here. Will's looking at just JAM through the A and Avian. This blocks like some Hail Mary bingos you could have through that I and Oviducal, but it does crucially keep both of his vowels. And I don't know if you draw the second blank, if your opponent struggles a lot with consonant trouble, if your opponent draws the Q and has to eat it, if you draw the X and play Zax, all of those feel like good things for me in this situation. So I could see Jam winning or Jism winning some of the time.
And there we go. He's made a decision, and with 4 minutes on his clock. Time pressure begins.
And this actually blocked bingos for Sammy, who had a demising through the eye, making zag. So Sammy had a bingo and now has nothing available to him on this turn. He's still in good shape with all of these blanks, but QVX all in the bag. Oh my goodness. I think whoever plays a bingo loses this game a lot of the time because they're going to draw all the garbage.
Yeah, garbage indeed. And Will has managed to miss the cue. So don't look now, but there could be a situation here where Sammy draws the cue and can lose this game. So buckle up, guys. This is going to be a fun run out.
This will be a fun run out. I think Sammy's play, again, focusing exactly on this unseen pool. You want to play consonants and only consonants, and you want to get points. Put as much of a buffer in there so that if you do draw the cue, you have some flexibility. Mids through the eye and flit, MIDS and cowards looks really good here. You could put the eye in front for a little bit more eye mids, but vowels are probably as strong as a blank for you here.
Yeah, no doubt. So if you're sitting here in Sammy's shoes, first thing is I got a lot of time stored up, so I'm going to use my time. This is the turn to use the time, so I think he's going to take his time. So he's going to use his time. He has a 40-point lead. He has a beautiful rack, and now he just has to think, how can I lose this game? And as we've talked about already at length, drawing the cue is one way you can lose the game. But if he draws a cue and he sees the Sook play, then that's a thing. But who's to say Will doesn't plunk a tile there in front of AY just to block it? And that could really make things sweaty. So a lot to consider here. But if you're Sammy, you want to try to play as few tiles as possible, because while Sook would actually be a nice 40-point play if it stands, I don't know that I'm actively trying to draw the cue.
One other thing you have to think about, thanks to chat, Puneet Sharma for pointing this out, Minx, MINX, and Zax is like 80.
That's a way to lose, yes.
That is a way to lose. So all of a sudden now, maybe you just play mid and id for 9. And then, you can still, no, you don't want to play the D because you want to keep it for Hewed and those cowards plays at the bottom. What do you do?
Yeah, I think he can comfortably burn the D because he's not dependent on hitting that stuff in the bottom right there. So it's pretty likely I think he just plays mids. There he goes. So now he's just gonna say a prayer and hope he doesn't draw the cue, because folks, he just burned that S. If he draws the cue here, he is limited to just dropping the cue in that bottom right. And, that's probably not going to get blocked, but you would rather not have a sweat if you're Sammy, because a sweat is a sweat.
Oh, man. Yeah. I wonder if Will now just needs to be thinking Operation Q stick here. Like, do you just play GI for 3, complicate things as much as possible and see what happens? Or do you try to set up some kind of bingo opportunity for yourself? He doesn't have a lot of time to think this one through. But that unseen pool is crazy.
Yeah, it's funny how you said Operation Q stick, because that reminds me of this situation in the last round of the 2016 Nationals where I did something with like 4 in the bag that Mac Meller actually ended up making a video about because it was such an epic play. So if you guys are interested in seeing some content, go over to Mac's channel and check out that video, and or go to crosstables.com. Last game of the 2016 Nationals I played. It was one of the most interesting plays I'll ever make in my Scrabble career.
There's so much Scrabble presence on YouTube. Check that out. Make sure if you haven't yet, check out Will Anderson on YouTube. We're showcasing him here, but he's got just an epic channel with all kinds of Scrabble content, Scrabble breakdowns, tournament updates, highlights, some of the coolest plays of all time. He explains it all. Show Will some love, and make sure you show the Let's Play Scrabble channel some love too. Give us a like and a subscribe on this video. Will's picking up the G. I think he's going to play Gone. Yeah, this does take a front A. No A's unseen, but he's got the blank. And hey, if Sammy doesn't have it, he's in a really awkward situation. And if Sammy does have it, well, he's got to think about some stuff. I mean, QAT would be obvious if he has exactly that, but this is what Will's chosen to do here. And he's picked an N, not what he was looking for.
Yeah, so Man Knight or Anti-Men neither fit with the Agon hook. So it's going to be an interesting decision here. Even more so than last turn. He's in an even better situation. Now he's up 61. Rack's still looking good, but the Q still lurks. So if you're Sammy, you've got to wonder, if I draw the Q, can I lose? And honestly, there's such few scoring spots on this board now that I think he has enough points to where he's in the clear, but he still wants to be very deliberate here and make sure that he's not putting himself in any danger. Are you considering burning the blank here to score with Mateen or something? I don't think so.
M-A-T-E-E-N? Oh, M-A-T what?
I-N.
Oh, M-A-T-I-N.
That leaves one in the bag, so you could survive a bingo, I guess, but that's still probably not a good play because the blank is out, the other blank is out, and you can score a lot in that top row. So yeah, I don't think he's going to do that.
This is when Scrabble turns into poker. Like, what does GON mean? It means you don't have FKQV on your rack. GON is a terrible play if you leave that. Does it mean you have EINRS blank on your rack? It could actually mean that. You definitely don't have KQVX. Maybe you drew one of them. Maybe you kept one of them, but that's it, which means all of that is about to be my problem if I play a lot of tiles here. But you don't want to leave GON open and let Will bingo. Except, hang on, didn't we just decide that FKVQX is in the bag? So if Will bingos, won't he draw all of those at once right now? Maybe I can just ignore it, survive the bingo, make sure I don't draw a bunch of that garbage at once. Maybe I just play one tile here and see what happens. Maybe I play BEN for 5.
Yeah, that was a really good explanation there because, it just illustrates, you really have to think very, very, deliberately about if this happens and this and this and this, Scrabble's very hard for this reason, and this is an extremely interesting and difficult pre-end game position to navigate for Sammy and Will, especially Will.
Yeah, Will, with that N pull, he has 2 bingos with an A, Ravines and Avenirs, but neither one plays. Sammy is just going to plunk 1 N. This makes lots of sense for him.
Yeah, I like this decision here. Minimize the chance you draw the Q, and his rack is going to stay very beautiful still, unless he draws the Q. And OMG, that's exactly what happens. But luckily for him, he can just play QAT, and this game's over, folks.
Yeah, Will went ahead and fished very quickly, played off an R, but QAT looks really, really easy for Sam here.
Yeah, but yeah, had he not drawn the Q, he would have still had a good rack, and he probably would have just bingoed back off of whatever Will was able to finesse, hooking the A for Agon. But even if he didn't, like you said, he would just be stuck with Drek, and he'd have an easy endgame to navigate and win comfortably.
I guess Sammy still has to decide between QAT at the top and QI at the bottom, under the assumption that the tile bag is absolute garbage. Like, I can still draw FKV or FKX after playing QAT, and is that enough? That should be enough. Yeah, QAT seems completely appropriate here.
Yeah, QAT is a slam dunk. Obviously, there is consideration to the fact that it would be nice to bingo in response to Will's bingo and catch him with junk, and that probably actually nets a larger win than just mucking up the board. But at the end of the day, there's just a lot of comfort in just playing QAT and knowing that you're 100% to win.
Yeah, you can't lose after QAT. There's no bingo that can go anywhere. There's only one in the bag, so Will can't set anything up unblockable, even if you draw the worst thing ever out of that bag. And we see Will has set up Vax's. He missed a bingo because he drew the X on his one tile pull, but Vax's is still a huge score.
And I did misspeak a second ago. I think what I meant to say is Sammy is going to win in either way. So I didn't mean to imply that if he played QI, he's not 100% to win, but we're just speculating on which path has the most viable, which play has the most viable path to winning by the most. And as spread is important, it's a little bit beyond our computing abilities as humans to simulate the 3 and 4 in the bag situations here. I think you're just gonna play cat and not try to be too fancy.
What?
This is more fun, I'll say that much.
This is more fun, yeah. If you feel like you can't lose after this, then this is definitely the spread play. If you draw bingo next turn, you're just going to crush it and win by a bunch. Draw into my or something. But he's back on Manite again, got the N. Oh, God. So can Will play Vax's here?
Yeah, so, right on cue, I think if you're Will, looks like he's leaning towards fishing, but if Will decided to just play Vax's and minimize spread, that would actually be a respectable decision because, spread matters and the odds of him winning after whatever he's going to play otherwise are not going to be too good. So, but he does not agree. He thinks that there's a chance that he can win and Sammy could make some sort of a blunder. And now we're looking at a 1 in the tile pre-endgame position. Sammy has used a lot of time the last few turns, so he does not have a ton of time to figure this out. And this possibly could have been very interesting, but he did draw FK.
Yeah, he sets it up, and that kind of summarizes his thoughts. I think actually from Will's perspective there, he thought that the blank was in the bag a lot. What do you mean Sammy just left gone alone? Sammy doesn't have a blank? Am I about to draw it? I think that's why Will chose to play 2 tiles there, XIS, instead of 1 as well. If the blank was in the bag last turn, there's like a 50% chance I'm going to draw it if I play 2 tiles. So that makes a good amount of sense. Vax's was only 48. That's a guaranteed loss. So Will taking one more shot. Puneet Sharma asking in the chat, why not RAI for 3 instead of PRO for 10? That's interesting. It would create another bingo line, but then Sammy would be bingoing with Manite in that spot right now.
Yeah, it's actually a worthy consideration because, this is a situation where you'd like to have a second bingo lane if you're Will, and obviously there is a consideration it would give him a bingo, but in the position Will is in, you don't get to be that choosy because you need things to go your way, and you're going to need some things to go your way to get back in it.
Oh, man. It's still a tough situation for Sammy, but he's going to look at that unseen pool and realize nothing can actually hurt him. I think this is where you actually do just play MATIN, burn that blank, play Agon, and shut her down. Can you get V stuck?
If there's a will, there's a way. No pun intended.
I don't think you can get V stuck.
So yeah, this has turned into quite the interesting game. It is coming down to the wire here. It looks like Sammy is going to pull it out, but it did not come easily, and good job by Will here to hold it together and make it pretty close when it seemed like he might be getting blown out kind of early on.
Yeah, Will definitely made this one interesting after it looked like it was going to be a blowout. His play of BETE on the bottom into his immediate draw of the Y for a punish. That was a big swing for him. Some heads up thinking. This is just a well-played game on both ends and a very interesting one. We're 3 for 4 now this morning on really nice games of Scrabble coming your way from Albany. And we've still got 2 more days of this coming Saturday and Sunday. So you're in a great place, everybody at home who's watching us.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Make sure to like and subscribe if you hadn't already. And we're down to the wire here. Sammy's under a minute on his clock, and he's got to be a little bit nervous, although he probably sees, he's probably going to win. But, we can see the remaining tiles in the pool without any doubt of the accuracy. But over the board Scrabble, you don't get that luxury. You have to track yourself. And a lot of the time at the end of games, players are retracking or maybe even triple tracking to make sure the right pool is deducted. And every Scrabble player ever has had this situation happen where they mistracked and lost the game at the end because they mistracked, and you just don't want that to happen.
Interesting here. Sammy fishing yet again. Going to play just his N off for the second time. First NAY, now BEN. He's emptied the bag on that play. So EFIKNV blank, the last rack here for Will Anderson. And suddenly Will can't make a lot of the plays that he wants to make, as Sammy threatening bingos now. Will's best play would be to play Fakey, FAKIE and AGON with the blank, but Moronti or Termini would be out bingos that he would cede to Sammy Okasaga. So Will cannot put the F out there. He has found his best end game, though, in the time crunch. KAF does not cede any out bingos. This is the best play for Will, but it's not going to be enough to win this game.
Yes, indeed. So we will be back at 2:45 Eastern, which is 7:45 in London, so I've heard. And we hope you are able to join us for the rest of the day. And although the game has not ended here, we're going to cut to overhead mic pretty quick, but we looks like the odds someone's going over on their clock are kind of decent, but yeah, maybe not.
Here comes Emit, and then EINV is going to go out for Will, Vine, and Ego. So we'll go ahead and cut to overhead mic as this one's finishing up.
All right. 377 to 410. That's what I have. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's what I have.
We have 367, right?
Yeah, then 11 for cheat, 378. Then Ben for 5, 383. And then 27 for Emit, 410. Yeah.
And you had,
that was 15.
what was your total? 377?
Yes.
Okay. Big one.
That was insane.
I know.
All right, first order of business. Got to check this opening rack. I could have blown the game on turn 1. Okay.
What did you have?
I had this rack.
By phase.
It looked like such a word. It was on the first rack when I played BAP.
Yeah.
So if it's a word,
It's not a word. It's not a word.
It just, I felt like, why is triphase a word but not
Yeah.
biphase?
Yeah.
There's a lot of words that go back and forth.
Yeah.
It took me 5 minutes to.
The reason I didn't want to do anything crazy, I didn't want to be stuck with the V.
Yeah. Yes.
That was-
There is major stick potential
Yeah.
in this game, so I don't even know what the hell's going on in this game.
Yeah. And I had to take this out
Oh
for
my
Minx.
god, yeah. So I was planning to, before you did this, my whole plan was to get an NG bingo, because I had almost all the tiles except the N, and there were 4 N's unseen to me. So I was going to try to protect this spot. I was even considering, if you hadn't played here, I was even considering just playing Zag
Just to
make a 10 spot.
Yeah.
Because there's really nowhere else, but you blocked it, and then I didn't really know what to do.
Oh yeah.
But
I had to play there. The Minx was way too much.
oh my god,
I had the
yeah,
Z.
thanks.
I had the Z when I played Avian.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a little worried that this spot is just so easy.
Yeah. I had the Z.
I just lose so much to the Z there.
Yeah. I
So
had the Z.
I had a bunch of possible plays, but I didn't want to insta lose to the 120 Z
Yeah.
there.
Well, I was going there
Whatever.
next time because I did this. I couldn't hit it. So I said, okay, You never know. Let me take care of this spot.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure. I mean, every single move was ridiculous for me down the stretch of the game. I had no idea what was going on. I mean, Flit was okay because there's only 2 T's and 1 E
Yeah.
unseen, and if you don't have any of that stuff, it's impossible to do.
Yeah.
I'm setting up, like, if I draw a
I
power
would
tile,
play
I'm
2
gonna,
there or something.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
take care of it. That's too
for
hard.
sure.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a hook, it's annoying as hell.
Yeah.
Jam is probably wrong. I probably need to leave this, but I thought maybe there was a chance of like being patient, drawing the X, getting scoring my way back.
I was gonna play there at that point. I was gonna play there.
I have
at
no
that
idea,
point.
man. This is one of the crazier games I've played in a while. Very exciting game. I can't wait to find out what I messed up, but at least I didn't wrongly play biface.
I had like bingo tiles on a blank and an S.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
wanted- yeah.
I mean, the one thing that's
I believed it was easier to win the game defensively.
sure.
Yeah.
I was just praying that you did not have any
something
vowels, and
stupid.
I was wanting to pick from my POV. There was only an E and an I unseen. Everything else consonants or blank. So if I could be patient and then pick one of these vowels and know that you don't have them,
Yeah.
then I could play a
Yeah,
setup
I was
here
waiting- I was
and
waiting for
pair it
that.
up. Yeah, but I was
Yeah.
waiting to get the other vowel
Yeah.
to do that because
That was what I was doing
kinda
all that
need it.
stuff.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that.
Yeah. I never quite. Maybe I'm not supposed to play pro because the R is the best way for me to open that spot. But I also wanted the extra points.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
also, maybe I'm supposed to keep this, but I also need the extra points of playing it. So I don't know, man. And I want to try to get the other blank or a vowel. Like every pick could be the second blank or a
Yeah,
vowel,
yeah,
which is so
definitely.
huge. So. Wow. Okay.
No,
Really interesting.
I'm coming. No, I'm not going out the building though.
Very, very interesting game. Let's see. We got.
This is round 12.
All right, that one an utterly
God.
fascinating game between Will and Sammy. He said, "I can't wait to see the mistakes I made." And when you get that into the weeds, it's really tough to call anything a mistake. But it seems like a very well played game, a very interesting game, a very messy game for both of those players. Sammy coming out with the big win. Will Anderson was leading this tournament. He's lost 2 straight games going into the lunch break. He'll see if he can change his momentum after that. Big win for Sammy Okasaga makes this one very, very interesting for us watching at home. As Joey said, we're winding down for lunch break now, back at 2:35 or 2:45 Eastern time, which is about 68 minutes from right now. So go touch some grass, hug your loved ones, pet your animals, eat some food, hydrate, do whatever it is you need to do. Joey, what are you doing with your break?
I think I'm doing all of the things he suggested.
All
In
right,
that order,
take
too.
all of Matt's suggestions. Yeah, that's always a wise thing to do unless you're trying to be a top Scrabble player. Then never listen to anything I have to say. With that, we're going to wind down to break. We will see all of you in 68 minutes. Click the like button and then stay tuned. Back we are from our lunch break here in Albany, New York. It is roasty outside, a nice 38 Celsius, about 100 Fahrenheit here in Albany, New York. And I couldn't think of more appropriate weather for a tournament that is hot, hot, hot right now. I'm Matt Kanek, joined by Joey Krafchick. We're going to be bringing you coverage all weekend here in Albany. This is the Bob Linn Superstars Division. Joey, tell us what that means.
Bob Linn Superstars Division is an absolute banger. Thanks to the generosity of Bob, he has subsidized the prize pool in a major way. There's $75,000 US in total prizes and $20,000 up top for first place. And that is why we have seen the likes of Nigel Richards and others travel from overseas to come and compete for the money. And there's no shortage of competition here in this division of 53 players.
Yeah, 53 players duking it out for $75,000 in prizes, a guarantee of $13,333 for first, with potential bonuses up to $20,000. Even the North American Championships only see a purse of $10,000. So huge, huge monetary value and infinite bragging rights at stake. We're looking at the standings now. 2 players sit atop the field. Charles Reinke, a bit of a surprise. He's a strong player, but seated about 20th in this field. Number 1, Joey, no surprise at all.
No surprise at all. Wellington, one of the favorites outside of Nigel Richards to win it. And it's going to be an absolute dogfight from start to finish here. Our round 13 matchup is going to be Edgar Adankara versus Enoch Nawali. And our round 14 matchup is going to be Nigel Richards and Matthew O'Connor. So we have action lined up for you, and thanks for joining us here this afternoon here on Let's Play Scrabble.
Yeah, all right. Players are seated. Tiles are bagged. We've got Enoch. We've got Edgar. We're ready for some Scrabble. We'll see if the players are a little sleepy after lunch, or if perhaps that's exactly what they needed to get recharged, refocused, and ready to go. You see a nice grin from Enoch there. I know very little about these 2 players, except that they're both very good, and I know Enoch is very fast when he needs to be as well. But we'll see how the tiles unfold. We'll see what lessons they teach us and what statements they make about the type of Scrabble player they are. Edgar, Enoch, underway. Let's play Scrabble.
Do you predict that the floss thing is going to be in his mouth the whole game, or just part of the game?
I mean, I feel like you don't start with something in your mouth unless you intend to finish with it in your mouth as well. A Tetanal, the opening rack here, Tetanal, the 1-7 for Edgar. That needs to come down, and it needs to come down pretty quickly. Here it comes.
Always how you want to start a game. Bingo, bingo.
All right, so slotting that last A on the star is Edgar. I don't think there's any reason to do anything different here. AIIORRW, the opening rack for Enoch to respond. Not the rack you want to see after your opponent gets down a first turn bingo, but gonna have to do something here, Joey. I see 2 plays into the E of Tetanal, Rowie, R-O-W-I-E, or its anagram Owrie, O-W-R-I-E. Are you liking those, trying to go longer with something like Warrit, trying to go shorter with Iwi? What do you think?
Yeah, these are some uninspiring options, but there is some stuff to think about here. Warrit looks at first to be what I would consider the best play. Scores 20, doesn't muck up any of the floaters. I'd probably go ahead and do that, but playing Rowie or Owrie is also worth consideration. Scores a little bit less, but doesn't create quite as big of a hotspot there with that double letter score in the top left. So all in all, pretty marginal. I think I'd go with Warrit here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he chooses Owrie, Rowie, or maybe even something else we're not considering. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Warrit looks pretty strong to me as well. Yeah, this looks just a-okay to me. Simulation likes the plays into the E, either Owrie or Rowie, just a little bit more to this one, but This is going to put a lot of letters out in space. Make sure you can access the left side of the board and the top of the board. So this feels fine. DIILVY blank, the second draw for Edgar. He's got both 7s and 8s available to him on this turn. I think he's going to be looking at the T in Tetanol first. No double doubles available through it. Edgar's wasting no time. He's going to play either Validity or Lividity here with the little 3I bingo.
Yeah, I think Edgar here is showing us that he does a lot of blank bingo practice because he didn't take much time at all to figure that this is his best play. I might have taken a little longer to make sure there's nothing that double doubles, but nonetheless, he's going to quickly slap this down, and bingo is how you want to start a game of Scrabble. But he's not out of the woods yet because Enoch is looking at a bingo himself.
Yeah, Enoch's got 2 bingos available after Validity is confirmed, and Edgar hitting the clock right now. There we go. But Watering and its anagram Twangier both play on the board. Watering 66, Twangier 65, but Twangier a bit better defensively. Do you have a strong opinion between those two plays, Joey?
Yeah, here he's going to find himself down about 50 points no matter what he plays. I'd go ahead and take the route that's going to open the board more, and I don't think Watering accomplishes that. After Watering, it's going to be pretty much a dead board, and we probably want to avoid that here to maximize our win chances.
Now, Watering does take a back S, so that will allow you to get down. But I think Twangier does better things for the long-term life of the board. And trailing by 124, even with the bingo coming up, you have to think about the long-term life of the board. You can't get walled in. So I think Twangier is a little bit stronger here. Watering also seeds big plays on the triple word that Twangier is a little bit harder to punish. So Twangier taking the 1-point sacrifice looks like a slightly smarter line here. That's what Enoch's thinking about right now as he scratches his head.
Yeah, and if he does elect to play Watering, he's going to be punished in the maximum fashion because Edgar has drawn the X, which is going to score 50 points.
Oh, yeah, that X is going to be a huge punish if Watering comes down. So Enoch has shifted over to Twangier. We'll see what he confirms here.
And to further the discussion on the blanks stuff, it's a very big part of Scrabble, finding bingos with a blank. It makes it very difficult in a lot of cases, especially when you have 2 blanks on your rack. Not that happens too often, but seeing the words in alphagram format is one thing. Seeing them with a blank in the mix is another. And it's really imperative that you practice and you practice and you practice. So if you like blanks, if you like blank bingos, go over to aerolift.org. That's my favorite 9 minutes of the day, doing the blank bingos practice. I don't know about you, Matt.
I don't do the blank bingo practice every day, but I do know it'll make you a much stronger Scrabble player. Watering is what we see coming down from Enoch, and Edgar's got to decide between Knox for 44 or Pox for 50 here. He doesn't really think about it. He just puts down Knox, and this seems fine.
Yeah, I like this play here. This might seem non-standard at first glance, but it actually is a great play because it unduplicates his N. If he puts the P there, that's a pretty good floater to have for 8. And keeping the M and the P is nice because those are going to score next turn or in the future. So that's a very good, quick decision by him to not waste any time and continue to get ahead on the clock.
All right, so Knox coming quickly for Edgar. He's played this game in under 2 minutes so far, and he's got almost 200 points. All right, now it's Enoch's turn. AEHTUVZ, and he's grabbed VTU. Oh, I mean, I think he's going to play Hayes. That's 50 points alongside the left of Warrit, making Aw, Zo, but it does hold UTV, and that's not what you want to be holding when you expose a triple word score. Joey, is Hayes a straightforward play here?
It's straightforward-ish. I think he's doing the right thing and just making sure he checks, because anytime you're looking at that lead of TVU, of course, naturally, you would prefer not to do that. But yeah, at the expense of 56 points, it looks like he just has to do it. And he is going to do it, and he's going to be punished very hard again because Edgar has the D to form ZZO, and he's going to score a ton of points here.
Yeah, man.
With
You don't
hand.
want to play. You don't want to play watering because the X could happen. You don't want to play haze because the D could happen, and then boom, X and then D. Edgar already had panned set up on his rack. Now he just gets to set it down for 53. It's going to take him longer to count this play than it is to spot it.
Yeah, that's a big splash here, and Edgar has a commanding lead on this very tight board, looking very good for him early, especially with Enoch here sitting with the VCUTT combo, and no candidate plays that I can see that are worth anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's Vault through the L and Tetanol for 10, further closing the board that's already closed that you're losing on. So I think an exchange is probably what we're going to end up doing here. Just try to get something better and open the board next turn. Maybe Talcum through that L and Tetanol if you want to play. 14 holds TV.
Yeah, it's a very sad situation here, thinking about exchanging down 100, but I think you might be right. Sometimes you just got to do what's not sexy.
Or maybe Mulct, M-U-L-C-T. That allows sevens to play vertically above it alongside the MU and sets up an S-hook behind it. Holds ATV. Maybe Mulct the play here.
Yeah, that actually seems like a pretty good option there. If Edgar doesn't have an S, which he does, then he doesn't really have much of a comeback at the end of Mulct. And he could hit him with a Y there when you put the M next to the triple letter, but one is already burned, probably doesn't have a Y. And he definitely would have played the Y last turn if he had it, because Pandy would have fit with YER.
Yes, yeah, Pandy would have fit. So definitely a Y not kept on Edgar's rack. That makes sense. I don't know, Talcum or Mulct. I think just getting a few points is pretty important here for Enoch. And if you put the CV back in the bag, those are the best blocking tiles in the game. Edgar could get them and then just block the board completely and you're done. So I don't know. I think playing Talcum, maybe playing Mulct, either of those makes sense.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see which one he comes up with. Talcum seems actually maybe like the route I would want to take now that I think about it more. It creates more options within 1 or 2 turns for yourself, whereas Mulct, you don't have an S yourself, so realistically, you're not setting yourself up to actually be able to use it very much.
Yeah, Talcum just goes down into space a little bit more. One thing working towards Mulct is there's only 3 A's left, so holding yours actually feels pretty all right. There's a ton of E's left to come, but you don't just want E's. But working towards the advantage of Talcum is there's a lot of vowels yet to come as well. Enoch says, nah, I'm not playing. I'm going to exchange.
Yeah, interesting decision here. I would have liked to see him maybe keep the C or one of the consonants, but I think he might just be saying, you know what, I'm going to maximize the chance I get the blank. And lo and behold, he draws it with some junk, but nonetheless, the blank is the blank. Oh, that's actually not junk. I thought he had that C I thought was an O, so he will bingo this turn and get back in this ball game.
I thought the same thing. I thought the C was an O and he was in trouble. We do have a sideways blank alert on Enoch's rack, but it probably won't hurt him here as the blank expected to be played here. 3 different bingos available for Enoch. One of them scores 11 more than anything else. If he's confident on waterings, he can score 74.
Yeah, Asocial and waterings is the standout option here. I suspect strongly that he is going to pull the trigger on that. And looks like we have a blank designation and a decision has been made, and boom goes to dynamite.
Boom goes to dynamite. Indeed, here comes Asocial for Enoch. He's only down 61 after this, and Edgar's scoring will slow down at least a little bit as he's pulled the Q, but the AID to go with it means Kaid is almost definitely going to be played this turn, right, Joey?
Yeah, most definitely. The Q was the last tile he turned over, and it was looking like he had a lot of potential bingo draws, but the Q will slow him down, but it's nice to be able to score points with it when you do get stuck with it. And okay.
I thought we might see Kaid and AD underneath a social, 3 more points over there, but keeping one of the last 2 A's in the game is what Edgar's opting to do here. This does open up a big S hook, and when you have a lead, you don't like doing that, but you do have the S, so this seems fine.
Yeah, it's marginal enough, and ultimately this is more conducive to the board kind of getting shut off. So I don't mind this decision at all. In fact, if they weren't playing so fast, I might have suggested this was the right play, but we can only say so much in so many seconds.
Yeah, we don't get to do a lot of analysis when you're playing as quickly as Edgar is playing. Enoch probably going to slow down his pace a bit on this tough post-bingo draw, EEFIRRU. Got different plays that do all kinds of different things. If he wants to bingo as quickly as possible, maybe just grab the U and plunk it. YUG and AUA is 10. If you're looking to score more points, there's a lot of ways to do that on this board, but I think the strongest one probably to play Furder, F-U-R-D-E-R, through the D in Kaid. The problem is that does not take a back S, and all of a sudden the right side of this board is very difficult to access. Joey, are you thinking Furder? Are you thinking Fish? Are you thinking something else here?
Yeah, this is a tough call. I'm still thinking about it, but what I am thinking about in the interim is that asocial does take an S, and there are 4 unseen S's from Enoch's point of view, so kind of an interesting thing here. Both blanks gone, but all the S's unseen, so we'll see what he decides. I do think Furder looks pretty good because you're scoring and you need those 28 points, and a bingo that ends in S forming asocials, it's not going to score that much, and you still might not win even if you hit it. So you don't really want to fish this turn, I don't think, because now you're lead. You're trailing by just too much, and whatever fishes you might hit, likely to be blocked. So especially when you're signaling you're fishing by just dropping 1 tile. So I think he's going to play this, and he agrees with me.
Knowing asocial takes an S, this is A-okay to play. I just made the assumption that it doesn't, and I assumed incorrectly. So you've got now the bottom of the board and the side of this board, and Furter looks to be on hold. Enoch not drawing more tiles, just putting his hands on his face. Edgar deep in thought now. This is, I think, the hardest he's thought all game.
All right, so Edgar says, I don't know that word. Let's check it. And that's going to be a valuable 5 points heading Enoch's way as we head to the challenge cam.
All right, challenge cam it up. As we said, this word does not take an S. It is just a random 6 that exists. Alternate spelling of further, F-U-R-T-H-E-R is how it's defined. And they're both giggling, all smiles up here at the camera. I bet Enoch just said as they walked up, it's good.
Yeah, he was smiling immediately when he put him on held. I've never seen someone so happy to lose 5 points, but hey, here we go.
All right, so now Edgar back on turn. His opponent 5 points richer. What are you going to do here, Edgar? He can score 38 right now by playing SHEA underneath the DER of Furter, but that sets up many back hooks. Joey?
Yeah, not going to do that. You're in the lead. You've got good letters. Wouldn't need to create that volatility. This play is what I was looking towards before I had the chance to do the sub-anagram match for his rack, but love this decision here. Tightens the board, scores beautifully. You'd like to see the U get dumped, especially with 2 unseen and no Q out, but he doesn't have that liberty this turn, so he's just going to have to hope that he doesn't draw another U or even 2 more and end up having to exchange.
this rack could go south for him, but you know, this does so many good things. UH has no back hooks at all, so all of a sudden the bottom of this board is very, very difficult to get to yet again. And you couldn't have drawn it up any better if you're Edgar. Draw not one but two S's. He's got at least sensual on his rack. We'll see what. Oh, an unseals. Assuming he knows a socials, that's going to be slam dunk. GG.
Yeah, he drew all the S's that Enoch would have wanted last turn, but Enoch reached into the bag, found junk, and he is looking like he is dead in the water here.
Yeah, that is tough. Big tough.
Yeah, and it goes to show, you know, watering versus Twingier. If you run a simulation on the engine, one might be slightly ahead of the other, might kind of seem innocuous, but these things matter, you know. Computer engines, they don't actually have a Scrabble strategy. They can tell you some mathematical things, but I think playing Twingier was a better play, and yeah, you might have lost anyway, but you got to make your opponent's life easier, you know. When you play watering, they're going to hit an easy play there on the triple. He just happened to be punished more than the average, but nonetheless, the point still stands, and I think he might look back and say, I wish I played Twingier, and the game could have gone differently.
That's possible, yeah. Or maybe he's one of those people who doesn't think about anything at all, but watering into X-Bomb can't feel very good. One cool play here for Enoch is the 12-point Audi, O-U-T-I-E, making AE beneath a social. Audi in this lexicon has two front hooks, both an S and a T. So that creates the kind of volatility you're looking to create at a deficit this big, but it's also a big gamble. If Edgar pounces on that spot with an S or a T now, it feels like game over. But what do you think about that, Joey? Is that a good way to try to claw back in?
Yeah, if there was maybe a little bit of a distribution of unseen tiles, I could see that, but the odds of him blocking it and punishing you in a big way are pretty high with 3 S's, 2 T's, and if nothing else, just the ability to overlap it and just score and block it anyway.
Yeah, and we see if he makes that play, he'd end up getting hit with sensual for like 1,000 points and GG. He's looking at EUOI. This could play with the A and A social, could also play alongside the RM of firm. It's 12 points there. I don't know. You like that, Joey?
Yeah, I like that better than Audi, but yeah, I'm trying to think if I can cook up anything that would be better than that. But this has kind of been a recurring theme. You know, these boards have been tight, and when the boards are tight, your options are limited, and life is tough when you're down. And this is our 3rd straight game where someone's gotten to an early lead and the board is shut, and they're just kind of cruising to a victory.
Yeah, I just don't really know what Enoch could have done differently, save maybe Twingier, and he's just getting absolutely hammered in this one. But that's what happens when your opponent opens with bingo, bingo, X53 on the first several turns. It is going to be EUOI, and it is going to be unseals and asocials. And even if Enoch is like 90% sure of the word asocials, I think you got to challenge this just because it feels like game over.
Yeah, well, challenge or not, I'm going to make a prediction that his next play is Joey.
Very good. I mean, Joey and YU is 54, so yeah, do that. Especially when Joey is on the headset.
Speaking of, we were talking about the sideways blank cam, but can we get an EUOI cam or an alert, because that's the 2nd straight game we've had that played?
We need to find some followers of Bacchus out there and get them to give us some good EOIs, and we'll just play that sound bit anytime that word comes up. Probably one of the most common Collins-only words.
Yeah. So yeah, Enoch's taking it in. I think he's accepting that this game is out of reach, but he does have a nice 50-point play here, so I'm surprised he hasn't played it already, but maybe there's something he's considering that I should be.
Well, there are 3 nice 50-plus point plays here. There's Joey and YU. There's Jato for 57 through the A and unseals. And there's Yage, Y-A-G-E, for 54. So I think Yage does actually open the board up a little bit better at the cost of some leave. But if you're Enoch, I think you throw in the towel. I'm not actually going to win this game. I'm not worried about opening lines anymore. And this is better equity, going to narrow that margin by the most.
Yeah, because in a vacuum, J-Toe scores a little more and does open up angle lane and also prevents your opponent from doing something like this and just easily scoring. But I was sort of feeling like, yeah, he's in spread saving mode, and if you play Joey, you might be able to cash in the J yourself in that top right. But yeah, now that I talk it out, I don't think that doesn't outweigh the big play that you didn't block here. So yeah, I guess you probably could have played J-Toe.
It could have. I don't know. Like, whatever. You just kind of lose at this point, and you're still just going to kind of lose at this point. Now, EEEOOTU, Enoch reaching into the bag. Like, are there even enough in there for me to exchange? He's going to count 9, so he could throw back if he wants to, but with a jute for 33 available and not too many vowels left in that bag. You see 4 vowels, 16 consonants. He just played jute or jete here.
Yeah, definitely a dubious rack, and these guys are playing quickly. This game is going to be over with a lot of time to spare, so we're probably going to have a short break after this game, even with a full post-mortem and all.
Yeah, I mean, what could you possibly post-mortem in this one? Hey, I should have stopped you from bingoing on the first 2 turns. Like, not too much to say for Enoch after this one. Next round is going to be 2 other very fast players. The next round could also be played very quickly, as Nigel Richards versus Matthew O'Connor is the one we've got queued up next. We're doing a bit of a reach. Those players both not in the top 10 right now, but we do know that our audience demands some Nigel Richards. Haven't had him on today, and Matthew's always so fun to watch, and a local player here. So going to have Matthew and Nigel Richards coming up next. You should not leave before that one.
Most definitely looking forward to that one. Both of those guys sitting at 7 and 5, and certainly not out of it yet. Any rattling off of a win streak would put them right back in the thick of it.
Yeah, 2 players both seated in the top 10 and both looking to finish in the top 10. It would be a shock if Nigel doesn't turn his tournament back around to some degree. Bug, what we're going to see here from Edgar. He could, if he wanted to be crazy, extend it to Buggin, Buggin, for 10 more points, but no, you don't do that at this score. You do not expose the triple word at this score.
Yeah, most definitely. I would maybe have still played Bing there to the left, because I'm just not worried about a triple to the B with the pool, but he's being very cautious, which you can't blame him for.
If it can happen, it will happen, is sometimes how it feels in Scrabble, even if it's only a 1% chance. Like, if I take that chance, that's exactly what my opponent has, isn't it? So, yeah, don't play with fire. Just take the win.
Right. Yeah, sometimes when you play Scrabble, it is like playing with fire.
And oh my god, he drew Knotting, Knotting for 100.
Yeah, that's up there with one of the better draws. Maybe he was in fact kind of going for something like that, and Enoch is going to be sad to see that not only did he miss his fish, whatever he was fishing for, but he's going to have to watch his opponent fly past 500 points and rack up a lot of spread this game.
Goodness, yeah. Oh my god, 552 going to be Edgar's total after 92 for Knotting, and he'll draw 3 more tiles out of the bag. MAD. Even those players or those tiles are going to play out for a lot of points on this board. So that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. Enoch doing pretty much everything right and just getting hammered anyway. Scrabble's fun.
What a game. What a game from Edgar. 4 bingos, X-Bomb and Z-Bomb. It's been a lot of fireworks here as we approach the 4th of July.
Yeah, he's got 552 points and he's used 7 minutes and 40 seconds.
4th of July in Albany is always a great time. I really wish I was there with the likes of Matt Canick and Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor and Marlon Hill, but this year didn't go. But I'm glad to be with us on the stream, and it's a good time without me.
Yeah, this is just one of the ultimate like classic Scrabble tournaments. It's been running for like 40 years and change now. It's started back in the day by Annette Tedesco, who's no longer with us, but it's so cool to see her tournament carried on in her name. The 4th of July Albany tournament is just something the Scrabble players up in the Northeast get to look forward to every year. And thanks to the generosity of Wigpo, of Bob Linn, and the Let's Play Scrabble team, this thing is bigger and better than it's ever been. So anybody who's a fan of competitive Scrabble and lives sort of in the Northeast US or Eastern Canada, like this weekend is always circled. Canada Day, 4th of July, you're probably going to be in Albany. And as long as I'm up here in the Northeast, I know what I'm doing on this holiday indefinitely till life blows me somewhere else.
Yeah, most definitely. I had attended 3 straight summers, so it was a good streak, but streaks are meant to be broken.
Yeah. I first played this one 10 years ago, and it's awesome being back here, seeing how many folks are out here in Albany, how much money's out here in Albany, how many people are watching on the internet here in Albany as well. So magic stuff happens. I literally walked into the Marriott, was greeted at the door by Ben Schoenbrunn, who said, "It's a magical place, 189 Wolf Road, Albany, New York. There have been North American Championships or World Cups hosted here, 4th of July every year, and a big New Year's tournament in Albany every year as well. So a great place for Scrabble."
Yeah, most definitely. And here, Enoch is trying to figure out the best endgame play, which is showing some good expert diligence on his part. He's toast in this game, but spread is going to matter most likely, so it's imperative that he takes a breath and finds his best option here to save some spread.
Yeah, when you've got a situation like this, you want to at least try to block your opponent's highest scoring outs. And MAD plays alongside the EY of Joey for a good score, making me and AYU. So best in game for Enoch is going to address that. Now, Edgar has other outs. DAMN at the bottom of the board is unblockable. But you can knock out that top out with Spouse and Firms, SPOUSE. Take away the highest scoring out. That would be Enoch's #1 end game here.
Most definitely. And as you can see by our beautiful banner on the top right, Sammy Okasaga continuing his win streak up to 4 games now. And he is right there at the top of the standings. And we'll likely see him again on the stream at some point.
But I mean, Sammy's been playing some great Scrabble. We saw like an instant classic game from him just before the lunch break against Will Anderson. Go back and check that one out after play today if you're looking for something to do. Edgar's been playing fantastic. Enoch's been playing fantastic. Dave Wiegand's been playing fantastic. Adam Logan, fantastic Scrabble. There's just so many good players in the room. I don't want to say we've seen perfect games, but like there have been a lot of games where I'm like, I don't know that either player really could or should have done anything differently in that one.
Yeah, playing perfect Scrabble is certainly a tall task, but a lot of players are in that boat of perfect-ish, and there's no shortage of perfect-ish play to be had on the stream today.
All right, we're going to see Pius and Revs come down. So this is pretty close to top end game for Enoch. I think 1 or 2 points down from the top. Yeah, just 1 down from Spouse. This is still fine. And Edgar is going to go ahead and play out. If he gets this down in 5 seconds, he's played the whole game in under 8 minutes and scored 578. 1659. Alas. We'll cut to overhead mic and see if we catch any banter from these guys. Oh, no, we won't. Our directors... Oh, yeah, we will. Okay, nice.
578
3-8.
3-8.
3-8.
Yeah.
That's right.
right, well, that was fascinating. Tons of banter between these two guys. Just kidding, but there's nothing really to say after that one. A nearly 200-point drubbing, and we've seen Edgar just beat down a strong player in Akwali. So because Edgar played that game in 8 minutes, we might have a little bit of a break here before the next one, but Nigel Richards and Matthew O'Connor coming up next. You should not go anywhere. Maybe stretch your legs, maybe get yourself in the zone, maybe share the link with a friend who's into board games, because we've got Scrabble's greatest player of all time in Nigel Richards coming your way in the next round. Given where Nigel's at in the standings, we might not see him again. So get hyped, get ready. Nigel's coming. Are you ready, Joey?
I'm ready for it, and that's a bold suggestion that this might be the last time we see Nigel Richards. I think you might eat those words.
All right. I hope I do, because I'd love to see plenty more. We're going to cut away. We will be right back. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble. right. Well, it is Nigel Richards o'clock, no matter what time zone you're joining us from. Nigel Richards, Matthew O'Connor coming your way in the next one. And Joey, you just gave me the update on what happened with Nigel. Tell us about his last game.
Yeah, in round 13, Nigel fell to Rashid Balogun, and he is sitting at 7-6. So we can easily call this next game a must-win for Nigel Richards, and it will not come easily as he has a very strong opponent in Matthew O'Connor, who's coming off a win over Noah Slatkoff.
Yeah, so Nigel Richards at 7-6. I'm trying to speak it out of existence, but unless Nigel rattles off several wins this afternoon and tomorrow morning, we may be done seeing him for just a little bit. So a really big do or die game for Nigel Richards coming your way next. Matthew O'Connor just coming back from the bathroom. As soon as we've got the players in the bag, it's Nigel time, baby. I'm stoked.
Yeah, most definitely. So meanwhile, we could cut over to the standings. Charles Ranke, our very own, has taken the lead at 11-2. He stands alone. And although he has very little spread, he is got to be feeling good about life at first place halfway through this tournament.
Man, 11-2 at the halfway mark feels very, very good for Charles. Have a day. He's always been a strong player, looking for a really big finish for him in a strong, strong field. We'll keep watching Charles as play goes on. And Charles, not just a strong player, but also does a lot of commentary, does some streaming on Twitch. You can find him on Twitch at Ancient Cosmographer. If you're into watching live Scrabble on the internet, hop on Twitch, show Charles some love, give him a follow over there, and check out some of the fun stuff he does on Twitch. Check him out when he gets back on commentary duty as well. So Charles having a day. Nigel Richards, not so much at 7-6. We'll see. Good game coming. We're ready. Players seated. Let's do it.
We are off to the races here. Matthew will be going first. And I kind of thought it was funny. While we were on break, I was kind of looking at the camera of the room, here and there in the background. And while Matthew was still playing, Nigel was pacing, and I just thought it was funny. He's kind of stalking his prey, so to speak.
Just stalking his prey, walking around. I walked down to a restaurant for lunch and just saw Nigel pacing back and forwards in front of the hotel. Nice leisurely stroll, soaking in some of this hot, hot sunshine here. BEHNOTU, the opening rack for Matthew O'Connor. The 5-letter Buto, BUTOH, looks very standard here. And Matthew showing that he agrees.
Yep, Matthew, notoriously a fast player and wasting no time making the standout best play, while Nigel Richards is looking at the dubious UW combo off the bat, but he does draw the Q to couple with that U, so he's going to have some nice scoring options here. Won't be so bad after all.
Yeah, is he going to play the Q, though? Or is he going to hold it back? I don't think
interesting
he plays
options. Yeah, he can play Wayne or a new underneath Buto, and that'll score nicely, keeping the beautiful QUE. But maybe you can consider playing it up top. Probably not, because that creates a pretty big hot spot there with the E and the T. Which options are you liking here?
I don't know. I'd be thinking for a second, can I set up the Q? Can I make that QAT possibility very, very dangerous? A new on top of the TOH of Buto sets up QAT for 32. But like you said, that's a big hot spot. Matthew very likely to pounce. And Nigel's not a lock to draw anything in that spot. So Nigel's going to take his time, see if there's a way to set this Q up. I don't think it's there. And beyond that, I don't think it's right to play QUEAN, BA, and UN here. It might be better to just drop the WE or AWE and try to do something more dangerous with the Q next turn.
Yeah, very interesting decision here to play it up top. But at the end of the day, this does make some sense because this is no longer a hot spot when you play a new instead of Wayne, because you can't really go left or right with the other letters obstructing the area. So good play here by Nigel, and not that he needs my approval.
Yeah, and wouldn't you be surprised, even though this play generates outside of the top 10 choices, it rises right to the top of a simulation, as Nigel's plays so often do. The ET allows this, though, FOU for Matthew O'Connor, slam dunk right play for him. No analysis to offer on my end.
Yeah, sorry about that to the viewers. I'm still recalibrating my brain. I suggested that there was really no way to hit the spot, but of course, in Collins, OWO is good, and I should have recognized that. And unfortunately for Nigel, he did have a very punishing response, but nonetheless, he'll be able to live with it.
Yeah, all right. FOU is like exactly what Matthew would have hoped to do. And look at this draw for him. Ooh, okay. I don't think there's a bingo there, but he's close. Nigel's draw has gone very south into QUE. He draws GLPW. So for a second straight turn, it looks like Nigel's going to hold on to the Q here. He set up PLEW and WAB for 19. Looks solid to me, Joey.
Yeah, not a lot of choices here with his quickly tightened board. So he's just making sure that nothing is better. But yeah, I think Plu looks pretty good, and he'll be happy to know he cannot draw another W in this game.
Yeah, got them both out early in this one. Plu looks very good. Just a good defensive play. Now looking at Whelp instead as Nigel. This would be Whelp and FOUL, I think. Both of them 19 points. Do you like one over the other, Joey?
Yeah, this is very surprising. I guess that. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, like, yeah, just so easy for Matthew to just hit that spot with that top right double letter score. But I guess Nigel feels like he needs that volatility already. And
and now Nigel drawing AAAF on his 4-tile draw after drawing GLPW on his previous 4-tile draw. That's rough. Maybe Nigel trying to bait the 4-tile play in front of the W and Whelp so that he can cash the Q on the triple word. But yeah, Whelp, what we see here. Matthew can cash in one of those E's to backhook FOUL, a play of REI, making FOULE and PI is 21, but exposes a triple for Nigel Richards. Joey, can you open the board like that here if you're Matthew, or are you looking to play tight?
Well, you certainly can open the board like that, but should he do that? That's something we could debate all day. But yeah, tough turn here with the classic all one-pointers, no bingo, tight board. This is what separates the grandmasters from the non-grandmasters. Can you navigate these positions correctly? And Matthew's going to take his time here, and I think he will be capable of figuring out what the right play is.
Yeah, what is the right play? It might be Iwi, IWI through the W. Keep things defensive, keep things shut down, and set up the S. You'd rather keep Siren over Sneer as a 5-letter leave, the flexibility with the vowels, but Iwi looking really solid to me, Joey.
Yeah, I think Iwi is the play here. I'm going to predict that is what he plays, but he's just taking his time making sure that's what he wants to do. With Nigel's first 2 plays of Anu and Whelp, there's really no great reason to believe that Nigel has an S, and Matthew certainly would not have figured that Nigel had a QUG as a leave. And if he did know that, he would have already played Iwi, I think.
Oh my God. I think Nigel has set up Aqua Faba playing through the AB right now. Maybe he's looking at Aqua and AW, but Nigel always sets up his play on the left side of his rack. That could be Aqua, or it could be Aqua Faba. Fun word.
Yeah, it's one short of scoring a lot of points on that triple, but yeah, an absolute great word there, and could be his best play just for the sake of there not really being many other options. But if Matthew plays Iwi, I think he's going to play Quag, because that'll be nice and score more points. So yeah, surprised Matthew's taking this long, but good on him for being deliberate and not rushing.
It's a really hard turn. So, I mean, outside of REI, that's what he's setting up now. He has to see like, oh God, this can get hammered really hard. I don't think this is correct for Matthew.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the engine spits out on this one, but nonetheless, he has made his decision, and he's going to be hoping to pick some consonants here to couple with his nice balanced leave.
All right, so now Nigel's got a decision to make. Aqua plays for 44, making PIA, but sets up another really big hotspot. Though it's a little bit easier for Nigel to make that play after seeing REI come down from your opponent. REI seldom holds a letter that scores big points, so a 5 or 6 tile play unlikely to come down on that triple letter double word spot. And we see Matthew's nowhere close to hitting that. So Aqua coming from Nigel, no punish coming from Matthew. Nigel's up 2, and Matthew with another tricky turn now, AEIINSU. He's got plays down from the H, either Huia, HUIA, setting up his S, or he now, HINAU for 16. How do you feel about those, Joey?
Yeah, I think at first I would like you now. Yeah, this game's getting weird fast. I didn't really consider that he played REI last turn because Iwi seemed a little more trivial, just turn over 2 tiles, pretty likely a bingo. But now, because he had to draw 3 tiles, he opened the door up to what happened. I suggested he'd be looking for consonants to go with that EINS leave, but the opposite of that happened. So he's sitting with junk now, and he's faced with a decision that he'd rather not have to make. Does he play Huia, setting up the S? Does he play he now? Does he do something else? I don't know, but this option is certainly fun.
Yeah, it is fun, and it's fun for Nigel.
Oh.
Yeah, you see Fragrant now playable for Nigel on a turn where otherwise he had nothing. So Matthew put this down. Nigel already started to set up Fragrant on his rack. Matthew picked it up, then put it back down, and Nigel's going to hit Fragrant now, unless somehow Matthew glitches Nigel Richards' brains by putting something down, pulling it back up. Nigel has to reiterate this turn.
Yeah, this is a sad swing of events for Matthew. He's going to be buried here, and it appears he has not hit a bingo with his draw, despite the fact that he did pick up some consonants.
Okay, so Fragrant is coming, and Matthew, watch his face here. It's like, oof. He's probably already connected the dots that Nigel didn't have the 5-letter word down from the A in Aqua, and Matthew just bailed Nigel out of a tough turn otherwise. But I don't know that if Julio probably wasn't wrong. It just backfired in his face hard. EEHINPS now the rack for Matthew. Looks promising, but no bingos to him, though many good plays available. I'll call out one thing right now because it might come up, and we've got a player who will see it. There is a 2-letter extension to Fragrant. Matthew's got it on his rack right now.
Wow. Wouldn't have known that.
Yeah, in Fragrant. That'd be 28 for Matthew. Probably not his strongest play here. RHINE looks really good for him, but wanted to call it out since it's there.
Yeah, meanwhile, if Matthew doesn't make a play on that top right, Nigel's going to be hammering him with Zamia for a lot.
Yeah, Nigel's setting it up right now. He's already seen it.
Yeah, one tilting thing I find about Nigel is that on a turn where he has something like Fragrant, he actually takes about a minute to lay it down. I get that he has some sort of process going on in his brain, but you don't need to take a minute to play that.
Yeah, Fragrant's the kind of play that I think Joey, you and both Matthew O'Connor would make in 10 seconds or less. But Nigel just got a methodology to the way he plays, and even that turn's going to take him 40 seconds.
Yeah. So yeah, tough sled in here for Matthew. Goes to show how, there really is not any room for error, especially when you're playing Nigel Richards, REI. Who the hell knows? Maybe the engine would say that's the best play. I don't think anyone ran it. Maybe someone can chime in there, but I feel like Iwi would have been his better path.
I ran it, and Iwi was a better path.
Okay. So Matthew's going to fish here. He's pretty likely to hit a bingo here with his 2-dial draw, and he's certainly going to need it to stay in this game because Nigel's about to take a 100-point lead, and Matthew draws the blank, although he probably would have rather not drawn the blank at first. So, it is what it is, and he's going to bingo and hope to draw another bingo, because that's what's going to need to happen to get back in this one.
Yeah, so Zamia coming down. Nigel's up 103, but Matthew quickly spotting penises on his rack.
Yeah, so I don't know if there's any better options with a rack like this. There's going to be a ton of things he could potentially play. I think I might like playing hooking ab in the middle of the board, because if you play the bingo hooking HE, it's going to give him a really easy comeback play on that triple there, and you don't want to make anything easy for him or anyone, so I'd like to see him bingo on the left side of the board to keep it more dynamic.
So, yeah, you're saying you want him to bingo with ABS. He could also bingo with FE, something like pensive, and FE is 77, or pepsine, PEPSINE. Do you like those 77 pointers to unlock the bottom of the board, Joey?
Yeah, those would be good. I actually meant with AB on top of it, like Sab.
Ah, I see. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I think throwing the triple open is warranted at this point. Against anyone, generally playing Nigel, probably accepting they're an underdog. They might need some volatility, especially when they're down a lot. So ramping up the volatility should be warranted enough.
Yeah, I'd open something like this. Let's see. This is going to be pensive. Yeah, pensive. And I liked how putting the V here. It keeps the FE spot open long term, as well as keeping the PE and SI. You can't block all of it at once, given there's no two-letter words with the V. So pensive looks like a really good choice here for Matthew O'Connor.
You were more confident than me that he was definitely going to make it a V as opposed to the L, but he did in fact make it the V, and we'll see if he can reach into that bag and pull that second blank before Nigel can get his hands on it.
Yeah, nice job, Josh Greenway, being right on that blank cam, because as Joey said, that could be an L or a V. We know it's a V, so thanks, Josh, for pulling that up quickly. Nigel's got a fun turn now. I think he's actually going to ignore everything that was opened up. He's got 45 points available, and the nice Collins-only Ytost, which he set up now, YTOST, through the T in Fragrant. 45 points. Looks very, very good. He's also got a nice block, though, in EYOT underneath the ENSI of pensive. Ayat is 30, shuts down the board. Ytost is just 45 to keep scoring pressure on. Which do you like, Joey?
Yeah, I think here Ytost is 45. There's a lot of appeal to that, but there is a lot of potential for Matthew to drop the hammer there. You're floating an S, and bingos might fit to the S there, even though FE's partially blocking it. And then, yeah, with the X out and the K out and the Y out and the M out, there's a lot of fours that could go down there on the right that could really hammer you. But it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with here, because he's in a spot here where he's up, but not up that much. So he is interested in bingoing again in the near future and balancing his rack. So a play like YO wouldn't be crazy. But he is going to go ahead and take the points, and can't fault him for that.
Yeah, so many players are just dropping YO on this turn, and that's a fine play, but this is a few points stronger. And we know in these long tournaments, it's the players who milk every single percentage point out of every turn, every game, who always end up with the best results. Nigel showing us exactly how to do that here, and he's rewarded with the draw of Aeonian. Matthew rewarded, though, with the second blank. BDEGLV blank means he's not bingoing this turn, but probably going to be bingoing next turn. Curious how he's going to navigate this rack. But I think if you're Matthew, the big thing you want to do is open more stuff. Vibed through the B or through the I and pensive opens a second triple line. I like that for him.
Yeah, a play like VEG would be the psychic play where he's going to block Nigel's bingo. But yeah, I think in a vacuum, your suggestion is pretty good. So I'll see.
VEG and GAB would block Aeonian completely, but of course Matthew has no idea that's what's about to happen.
Yeah, and this is a rare situation where you're seeing Matthew as the one who's down on the clock. So now he's got VEG lined up, and
whoa.
He knows what to do with the Scrabble tiles in his hand.
Psychic.
Look
All
at that.
right.
Look at Nigel's expression. He's just absolutely flabbergasted.
Why? Of all the things you
Yeah.
could have done, why did you block that line with every other threat available? All right, that's fine. That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in Scrabble. I don't think Veg was right, but it's going to make this game more interesting. So I'm here for it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Matthew, he does not have any vowels. He's not going to be able to bingo next turn. But he did buy a little bit more of a lifeline by delaying Nigel's bingo. And this board still is very open, so there's still a chance he can come back and get in this game, but you hate to see that 3-consonant draw leaving 3 consonants.
Yeah, that's tough. Draw 3 consonants into all consonants is pretty tough. Nigel has spotted what looks like his play of the turn, EOAN, to the right side of E-tossed, hit that triple word. It's only 22, but that's a big spot that you'd like to make go away. And you also want to block the S in E-tossed, a great place for Matthew to get bingos back into this game. So EON looks very straightforward for Nigel here.
Yeah, straightforward indeed, and he's not going to waste too much time before dropping it. And when I made mention of Matthew's heavy consonant draw, it actually was kind of likely because we're getting another remaining tiles pool that's pretty skewed. Before the graphics change, it was a 26-12 consonant vowel ratio, so things are a little imbalanced there.
All right, so Eoin coming down. I'm watching Nigel's draws. Matthew, out of all consonants, needs to choose short words through the I or this. This does block the triple, but it scores way better than anything else. Blurt looks like a slam dunk correct play for me.
Yep, and let's see, is there anything Nigel has that he can bingo with?
Yeah, he bingos through the I and pensive now. One playable bingo for Nigel.
OMG, wow, yeah, that's a nice play. I hopefully would have found it, but I didn't jump out immediately as I was looking for other letters. So, yeah tough sled in here. Nigel is going to see inimical, which is an adjective meaning unfavorable or hostile. So I'm going to try to incorporate inimical into my vocabulary now that I know what it means.
There's inimicable conditions for Matthew O'Connor after this bingo comes down. He'll trail by well over 100, and no bingos available for him yet again.
Yeah, the DGX combo is pretty darn dubious, and I'm looking at a board where, oh, you know what, though? He is going to have an X-bomb, so he does have a little bit of life, so let's not count him out just yet.
All right, for Joey, for those who are brand new to Scrabble, just kind of wandering into a stream, can you unpack the term X-bomb for us?
Yeah, so in a Scrabble, there's the handful of tiles that are high scoring. The Z is worth 10, the Q is worth 10, the X and the J are both worth 8. So when you have those letters, you can take advantage of the triple letter scores or others, but in particular, triple letter scores are pretty good for getting cheat points. So when you have the X and you get the triple both ways, it's going to be times 6. So you're going to get 54 plus the other. Wait, sorry, is that? That's not bad. Sorry, 48. 8 times 6, rather. 48. And yeah, he quickly decides that's what he's going to do. He's going to take the 52 points for XI and cash in his X-bomb.
And Nigel's going to bingo for 104.
Holy moly. Well, that's all she wrote, folks.
All right, so Nigel, in a do-or-die game, has done. He's drawn Sticked, Sticked. This plays 3 overlaps alongside Inimicable, making KIEN and DI 104. GG.
Yeah, tough sled in here, and this game is continuing our trend of games that don't end up being so close, and we're also going to have another situation where this game's going to be over with a lot of time remaining, so sorry we can't bring you a little bit more good action here, but that's just the nature of a long tournament. Not every game is going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, sometimes this happens in Scrabble, and this one's really just starting to get ugly now. As Matthew still doesn't have playable bingos. He's been sitting on that blank now, I believe, 3 turns, and Nigel draws another great rack too. Oh man, you hate to see it.
Yeah, nice rack there. Don't think anything is going to play, but he doesn't need it at this point.
No, there's
sorry,
a
he has
7.
divorce. Sorry, yeah.
Divorce at the top of the board. Nigel's going to bingo again.
Amazing.
Man.
There's a road near Atlanta, Devore Road. I never realized it was a Collins only word, but now we know.
Next time you drive by Devore Road, you're going to think, oh, Collins word.
Yes, sir.
I think
got a
Scrabble
lot
Brain.
of words to learn.
Scrabble Brain is a thing that a lot of people get, where all of a sudden, every time you pass something, you think, oh yeah, that's valid, or yeah, that's a Celta, like a Maori bird, or oh, that has an anagram.
Yeah, I've been so immersed in Scrabble tournaments my whole life that that's one of my shticks, is just telling people, yeah, I don't read books because I don't want to get word confusion. So I have a valid excuse not to read. So yeah, I do audiobooks or watch movies, but reading a book doesn't happen.
All right, well, reading a book doesn't happen for you, although reading a book is what got many Scrabble players into this game. I'll go ahead and plug the book Word Freak, written by Stefan Fatsis. It came out in 2001, so now 25 years old somehow, but read it. It's such an awesome read. It holds up to time. Archives a bunch of the cool, strange, quirky personalities that you meet at the top of the competitive Scrabble scene, and many of them are still playing today, including the Marlon Hill we mentioned earlier, who came out of the woods to play Collins in this one. Dodo coming down for Matthew O'Connor means Devores now plays for even more points for Nigel. 81 coming up for him.
Yeah, tilting run out for Matthews. Nigel's about to hit his 4th bingo in 5 turns, I believe. So not what you want to see, but he's going to have to just regroup after this game. And with 8 wins and 6 losses, he still can claw his way back in the standings, even if first place does seem like it's getting to be out of reach halfway through the tournament.
And Matthew is going to be able to bingo out after this one. Nigel's not pulling the trigger on Devores right away. If you check out that unseen pool, there are just 4 tiles in the bag. This game's gone fast, and a lot of it looks very good. So Nigel's going to think first. If I play Devores and he does bingo out, he can catch me with like JY on my rack. He'll get a lot of points back. Is it crazy, Joey, to pass a bingo here if you're Nigel, play off 2 tiles and try to bingo next turn instead?
Not crazy at all, but not sure I would have the balls to do that. And, he's showing that it's good to just think, you have this time, you're going to win this game. There's no harm in just kind of thinking it through and going through the motions of reasoning and deductions.
All right, so now Matthew will get the last move in this game, and he has just this one bingo, a Galati. That's a blank A, and holy crap, we're done. That was fast. We'll cut to overhead mic and see if we catch anything here.
Guessing not.
398 to 539. That was tough. I didn't know what to do here. I had an EINS. So I was like, I think I just have to set my ass up. I can't do anything to deal with that or that. I just need to set up more things, I think. I guess I gotta do this for you.
And that's it. All right, Joey, you were right. We're not getting anything. Matthew O'Connor wondering aloud, wonder what I should have done here. I kept EINS, and Nigel just doesn't say anything. Some players are eager to jump into the post-mortem and try to figure out if their opponent messed up, and Nigel just sits there. He's done. He's bored. And that's that. So we don't know what the next game is going to be. You saw 13 minutes on one player's clock, 11 minutes on the other player's clock. It means probably a little bit longer of a break coming between these rounds. We haven't picked the next matchup yet. Oh, yes, we have. All right, next matchup, Charles Reinke in first, and Adam Logan is going to be who he plays next. So the defending World Scrabble champion and Adam Logan versus tournament leader Charles Reinke. That will be the matchup next. Maybe 10, 15 minutes even, because of how fast that one went through. So I'm going to make you do a little bit of homework with this time. If you haven't yet, please click a like button underneath the video. Get us some thumbs up. They help us today with the live stream, bumping us up YouTube's algorithm, and forever as these recordings stay on the internet in perpetuity, and every like just kind of hangs out there and bumps up recordings of the stream for other people to discover days, weeks, months, even years down the road. So thank you very much for your support. If you're just now discovering competitive Scrabble, there's a plethora of resources out there, but I think this one channel right here is one of the most imperative ones, the Let's Play Scrabble channel. They'll have live streams of tournaments at least monthly for the next 7 or 8 months. So hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet, and appreciate all of the Let's Play Scrabble super friends out there who have clicked the join button and committed $5 a month to helping support Scrabble streams out there. Thanks to everybody for doing all that. Joey, have you liked and subscribed to the Let's Play Scrabble channel?
Oh, I'm a liker. I'm a subscriber. I'm a super friend. I'm an advocate. I've done it all, folks. I've done it all.
He's done it all, folks, and you should too. We're going to cut away for a break. Adam Logan and Charles Reinke coming in a few minutes. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble. All right, well, perhaps you were able to see on the hovering room camera that Charles Ranke is seated. Adam Logan will be back shortly. We're almost ready with another game of Scrabble here in Albany, New York. If you're just tuning in, this is a 4-day Scrabble tournament hosted every year over the 4th of July weekend, and this is the biggest and best version of it so far. The Bob Linn Superstars, 75,000 US dollars in the prize pool at this Scrabble tournament here in New York. It is a sweltering day outside, and it is hot, hot, hot on our standings as well. Matt Canick joined here by Joey Kravchik. We're going to take a peek at those standings now. What do we got, Joey?
Yeah, we got Charles, who is still scorching hot, just like the Albany weather, sitting alone at 12-2. And we got a little stacking going on. Only one person at 12 wins, only one person at 13 wins, but a hell of a lot of people are going to be trying to track them down. And that could start right now with Adam, who is going to play Charles right here with us. And if he can win this game, that's going to make the standings a lot tighter.
Yeah, Adam has surged up into 3rd place, and now he gets a chance to knock off the tournament leader. It wouldn't be surprising to anybody if we see Adam Logan win this event. He is, after all, the reigning World Scrabble champion, and he beat Nigel Richards in a best of 15 exhibition match on Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. So Adam has been running very, very hot. Let's see if he can keep it going here. Adam and Charles, right now, let's play Scrabble.
Hell yeah.
And Joey, you did make a prediction this game about what we would see. You want to make it out loud to the world?
I predict we will see shirt in mouth, and I also predict he will be bingoing right now.
The shirt in mouth, one of the calling cards we've seen from Adam Logan on the toughest turns. He'll get so deep in thought that shirt pops into mouth. Joey predicting we'll see it here. Adam will be bingoing for sure. Oriole blank, the opening rack. Woolier, hoolier, loopier, loonier, lubier, Orioles, all kinds of different options for him. But a blank on Charles's rack as well. Wow.
Yeah, so both players are looking at a blank. That's always a great feeling to start. And lo and behold, while it might not seem like it, Charles is going to have a comeback bingo of a yaw meter if he can spot it, which I think he can, and I think he will.
Yeah, yaw meter. He needs an A or an R to bingo, and he's going to get exactly that. Oh, beautiful. All right, so we're going to be off to a really nice start here in this one. Yaw meter is the only 8 Charles could have out of this rack, but we see he's going to get the R. The real question now is, where does the R go? Will it be beneath a double word score or not? How much is yaw meter going to score? We'll find out.
So yeah, Adam didn't play immediately because what he's doing is going through the alphabet, figuring out, okay, what are all my bingos and which is going to make my opponent's life the toughest. The default bingo of Orioles with a blank S, he's going to not want to do that because you don't want to just float an S for no reason when you have other options. So the second part of the process is seeing if I can make the blank any of the tiles already on my rack so that you don't introduce a unique tile to float out to your opponent. That doesn't apply here, so I think he's just going to play loopier or loonier. Can we get a look at that blank cam, Mr. Greenway?
It could also be a B for loobier. So this P is what Adam has chosen here. Loopier, the opening turn for Adam Logan. And I wonder how quickly, or if at all, we're going to see yaw meter come down for Charles here. That's his only bingo. It's 82 points.
Yeah, Charles absolutely has to find this play. You know, obviously, your opponent starts off with 64 points. Not the end of the world, but there's just no margin for error when you're playing an Adam Logan or a Nigel Richards, and especially when Adam Logan draws a second bingo, naturally, is he's going to have Rooterl, which is not going to get blocked, I don't think, in any case, because Charles, if he does miss the bingo, he's probably going to play something like WYE under loopier, and that won't block it. So really imperative here that Charles can figure this one out.
All right, so Rooterl, one of 2 bingos that Adam has on the board. And Joey, look at this prediction already true.
Oh yeah. I don't know. It's not really in there though. It's just near it.
Yeah, shirt on mouth. I guess it doesn't count.
Yeah, I don't like it when the shirt is going in mouth when it's like a button shirt. It's like that doesn't look right. But yeah, when it's a t-shirt, that's fine.
T-shirts are meant to be eaten. Joey Kravchik, 2026.
Yes. Yeah.
Here it
There we
comes.
go, Charles.
Nice.
There we go.
All right, so we're going to see 3 straight bingos to start this game as yaw meter comes down from Charles. Good stuff for him. Now 2 bingos up for Adam. Either Rooterol, as Joey mentioned, for 65 above the LO of Loopier, or Larupt through that blank P for 64. Do you like Larupt a little bit more here, Joey?
Yeah, it changes the calculus now that you're actually down a little bit. So if you were ahead, I would like something like Larupt, which is not getting back much, not floating as many things. But now that we're off to the races here, I think I like Rooterol a little bit more.
That is 1 extra point. You're not really going to get stacked super hard on that triple. I wonder if Adam chose Loopier over Loopier or Loonier because he wanted to set up the front hooks. Loopier has 2 front hooks, the G and a B. Interesting that Adam would choose a bingo that takes hooks on the first turn unless he thinks his opponent might not be sure of him while he's confident. And if that was some of the rationale, then maybe he wants to keep them in play with Larupt. But Adam has set up Rooterol right now for 65.
Yeah, it's a pretty close call here. After Larupt, you would be up 40, 50 points. It's really not much of a lead because once Charles plays, it's going to be pretty much neck and neck. So there's not really much added value in going out of your way to play defense. So all things considered, it's pretty close. I don't really think you can go wrong here. But I do think he's probably making the right choice. And this will give back overall a little bit less than Rooterol would.
All right, so Larupt for 64 yet again. Adam has scored 64 on 2 straight turns in this one. Charles is going to look straight to the Y at the top of the board. He can play through it, but he can't play to it. Looks like best plays up there are either Typey, Typy, or Timp, Tymp. Typey 39, Timp 36. Is that the line you're looking to take, Joey?
Yeah, Timp for 36 looks pretty good. Might be considering something in the middle of the board like YOM. That hits both hotspots pretty well and prevents your opponent from hitting them, but I think there's overall more urgency to take out that Y spot and the triple lane. Although both are pretty good scoring spots, I could see the merit to both. So I think he's going to take his time here. He has a few things he could do. And on the other end of things, Adam will not be bingoing for a 3rd straight turn as he is drawing the queue with some junk.
It's not a 3rd straight bingo coming for Adam. And I agree, Joey, taking out the Y seems pretty imperative here for Charles. Adam scores like 6, 7 more points on average if the Y is left alone versus if it's blocked. So Charles wants to play some defense here. Typey is the engine's favorite play by a lot on that turn. So well done for Charles.
Yeah, both players are pitching a perfect game 2 turns in, but as we all know by now, the deeper into the game that gets, the harder it is to maintain those perfect game scores. So we'll see if these guys can keep it up.
All right, so Adam playing Loopier, setting up that B and G front hook. He now has a B on his rack, though a bunch of dreadful stuff to go with it. Looks to me like we're going to see the B cashed in, probably Bach, B-O-C-K, Joey?
Yeah, B-O-C-K looks pretty darn good to me. And meanwhile, Charles, with a 3-tile pool, picks up the dubious UW combo. Hate to see that.
I hate to see it if you're a fan of Charles Ranke. You love to see it if you're a fan of Adam Logan. You want to see his opponents draw terrible all the time. There's one of those, I wish the players could change. If Charles could just get the U off of his rack, and if Adam could get a U on his rack, then they'd both be much more flexible. But alas, I think it has to be Bach. QEP is not a fun leave, and the Q is such trouble on this board, but you have to score points. Bach is a good way to do that.
Yeah, Bach looks like a slam dunk. He's just taking his time to make sure he's not overlooking something here. And hopefully this game is going to break the trend of our last several games and could be close through it all the way.
Could be the one. We'll find out. We've had 2 drubbings back to back, so I'd be here for a good close one. Adam really taking his time on this turn. I wonder if he doesn't see bloopier. Because if you don't see that, this turn's crazy hard. Is he looking at pub through the U and Larupt? I think that's it.
Yeah, I could see that as an option because even if he does see Bach and bloopier, he might be considering, I don't want to create an S hook, and there is value in taking out that hotspot area, although it's not completely taken out, but it does cash it in somewhat. But yeah, I think Bach is the best play, and if he played pub, that would be a mistake.
That'd be just like brain breaking to me if Adam picks the bingo with all of the front hooks and then whiffs the front hooks himself. But it looks like that's what's going to happen. Adam now looking at BOUK through the U in Larupt. I think Adam just hasn't noticed bloopier.
Also, there might be some consideration to playing Cobb at bloopier because that doesn't give back any good lanes. And it does actually obstruct the R's, which is nice.
Yeah, if you're up by 100, Cobb is looking very solid here. But if you're up just 7 and keeping bad, I feel like Adam probably feels like he's sub 50% in this game right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Doesn't look like there's much of a prospect for the Q to get cashed in for anything special here. And wow, we weren't considering this as an option. He's going to go ahead and play broke and take 22 points and keep it moving, which is not what we expected.
No, this is not a good play from Adam.
Now Charles here can't really punish him, but I think he is probably just going to play Mo there and take both of those hotspots. I don't think anything else on his options list is going to come anywhere close. He could maybe consider dropping the A and the U where the K is now. That would score 27. That would be a nice play, but all in all, Mo is probably the way he wants to go. Nice rhyme.
You really want to play through that. Oh, you've been looking at it several terms, Joey. MOWA, also valid in this lexicon. Are you tacking the A on for 4 more?
I think I am.
Okay, MOA, an alternate spelling of MAHUA. It is a noun. It does take a back S, so that would be a consideration, but it is a good score, 35. There's also a nice score, back hooking broke to make broker with RAW, but that exposes a big triple. So Charles looks like he's going to play just Mo, not adding the A. 31 here.
I finally got my wish. The hotspot has been eliminated. And we'll see if Charles can draw well out of this kind of crappy leave. But nonetheless, we got a close game, folks.
Yeah, and after Adam doesn't navigate last turn super well, he'll have QI here, and he says, I've had enough of it. I don't want to look at this anymore. QI ejected for 15. You okay with that, Joey?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think between this one and the other placement of QI in the top right, forming LI, this one's a little bit better. Makes your opponent's life harder, taking out those hooks, and ultimately it's setting us up for a very quickly closed board and a closed board game, which is what everyone loves to see.
I love me a good closed board game, so I kind of hope that's where we end up. FU is the draw from Charles after playing off MW. And I think we might actually see your previous suggestion of AUK come down this turn for 27. FIRRU is not a great leave, but there is no such thing as a good leave with a rec like this. You taking the points with Auk, Joey?
Yeah, Ock is a slam dunk here. The option that he's just lined up of Ureri forming QI looks kind of decent, but it does take a front O, which is not the volatility that is needed with 5 O's out. And if he does play this, which I'm scared he might, as he was going to reach for it, he's going to get hammered with Epic. And wow, okay. This is a little surprising.
Yeah. This is
Surprised he
also
didn't
just
see Ock.
Yeah, this is not a good play. When the board is closed, you don't just open it for your opponent for no reason. Oof.
Yeah, if Ock wasn't available, you know, this makes a little more sense because there's just not a lot of options. But Adam is going to hit him for 50 plus points here, and that's a big swing of events.
Yeah, EPOCH is 54 now, and Adam's going to look for just a little bit for a bingo. There is nothing there for him, and Epic is going to come down and just to hammer that spot.
Pre-chose is a word, but it does not fit. If you
Oof.
played pre-chose, you would be off of the grid.
Adam going to stay on the grid with Epic, though. He is going to take the lead, 219 to 174 now. And Charles thinking to himself, oh man, I let that happen, didn't I? Charles setting up Snuff on his rack. This is now going to play with Epochs for 35 points, but he can hold on to the S and play Broken and Nox on the right side of this board for 37. It does set up the EXO back hook after he plays off his own O. So, Joey, are you playing Snuff and Epochs 35? Are you playing Nox for 37? Are you trying to do something different here?
Yeah, now that we're down to only 3 O's with 50 tiles in the bag, I think Nox is fine. I think he was actually lining up his rack just to flex his word knowledge on us because Snuff Box is a valid 8-letter word. Of course, there is no B floating. But, yeah, I think between Nox, Snuff, or maybe even just Fox and EX on the left side, I think he has a lot of good options to consider here. And I'll be interested to see what he comes up with, and I expect him to take a few minutes here.
A Snuff Box is sick. Wow. Yeah, I'm sure that's what that was, showing that he saw it. And I'm sure it'll come up in post-mortem too. I almost had Snuff Box on this turn, but it ain't there. Another good option here for Charles is HOUFF from the H. 28, but preserves both the S and the X to do some damage next turn. So several good options here for Charles and no clear standout on this turn.
Yeah, with the Q already on the board and only 1 U out, a play like Fox looks a little bit more appealing than it might be normally because you're not worried about drawing other U too often. And sorry, I misdid that in my head. If the Q is out, it would be more decent to keep the U. Sorry, ignore me. My head is spinning. This game, it's just that interesting.
Oh my goodness. Chad has pointed out Adam almost has just this absolutely insanely sick double Akinesias through the KE disconnected.
OMG, wow.
Ah.
That would be the double the hard way, and holy smokes, that would be 100 points.
Okay, we didn't queue this one up for Charles, but this also looks pretty strong for him. FAUX for 28. I think some of the other plays may be a smidge stronger, but this ain't bad at all.
Yeah, I kind of overlooked this. I don't mind it. You know, you still have your bingo lane on that left side and good balance generally. So he's going to be looking to pick up an E with some other goodies to cash in a bingo next turn if he can.
So Adam has lined up Paean, P-A-E-A-N, down from the P and type E, 4 overlaps, making broken. This is 37. Broken does not take a back S or anything like that, so not a setup, but a great score out of an awkward rack, though Paean is not a slam dunk play. There's another very strong option for Adam here that he's probably considering, AKA, through the K and broke for 24, holding EINSS. With the big sevens line alongside the E of Epoch, I think actually AKA might make more sense here, Joey.
Yeah, Paean is a sexy play. It scores a lot of points. And if he does elect to play it, absolutely adequate. However, with the 5 unseen eyes in the bag, I would lean more towards playing AKA because of a leave of SSI. That could actually get kind of ugly if you draw another eye or two. And yeah, the ratio is not crazy with 49 tiles and 5 eyes, but all in all, I kind of elect to play small ball a lot of the time. Just play 2 tiles, take out the hotspot, cash in yourself, and you have a beautiful leave of EINSS, which is very likely to bingo.
Yeah, though, as you said, a bunch of unseen eyes, EINSS plus another I also sounds like trouble to me. So both plays have a small wart, but what is Adam going to choose? 37 for Paean, 24 for Akka. It's got to be between just those two. And man, it's just, you kind of go with your gut on these. I think Akka is a bit stronger. Simulation thinks Akka is a bit stronger as well.
Yeah, for sure. You're definitely minimizing the chances of drawing those duplicate eyes by only playing 2 tiles. So I think it's a good decision, and he's taking his time here, trying to figure out what he wants to do. On the other end here, Charles didn't draw a bingo. He still has good letters, but if Adam does go ahead and play Paean, Charles is going to be feeling like he's down 50 points. I need a bingo to win this game. But if he plays Akka, he's not going to be quite as panicky just yet. But I'm not really seeing any options with his tiles for next turn. He can maybe play something like FOH on the left side, but that doesn't feel too great.
Yeah, you would think with a rack like Charles's, that's a rack where I score 30, 35 like a lot of the time. And no, there's like nothing good for him right now. Wow.
And this stream, this tournament, is a very good example of high-level Scrabble. When you have players making really good plays most every turn, you're going to have these tight boards and a lot of tactical things going on, and the decisions are harder. You're not just going to have easy turns with your letters, but the more suboptimal you play, the easier decisions are made. And the more optimal you play, the harder your opponent's decisions are.
Yeah, part of the game is just trying to make your opponent's life as hard as possible, taking out the spots where they can make easy, silly plays for 30 or 40 points. You want to make their life difficult and make them make your life easy. I think Adam's going to play Akka here, AKA.
Also, while he's in the tank, I will report that I did text with Matthew O'Connor from last game, and he did not see Iwi as an option. And obviously, he would have played that had he not whiffed it. But that does explain why he did not play it and played REI.
Interestingly, I also used that lengthy break to go talk to Matthew O'Connor. And the first question I asked is, did you see Iwi? He's like, no, and it was better. So I guess he already got the report from you.
Yeah, it's a surprising one, but, we all make mistakes. It's part of the game.
Whoa, Adam is just going to fish here, play off just the A. He could play 2 A's for 24, instead playing 1 A for 13. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him. And
it's paying off. That's a badass play. I didn't really think about that, but this actually makes a lot of sense. One thing I've learned since starting to use the Scrabble engine Macondo is that Macondo loves these random one tile fishes in the middle of the game, and it's kind of taught me, you got to look for those, because when you're just playing off one tile, you're really condensing the combinations of what your next rack is going to be, So this is an interesting play by Adam, and I will venture to say it was the right play.
Yeah, wow. We didn't even generate this one, but I mean, especially if you're going to draw a T like he did. All right, looks really sick now to me. And Charles has a tough turn now for him. EPOCHA takes 2 back hooks, an L and an S. So he could cash his L in now, but if he does that, he's exposing a big triple to Adam. He can play something like Loaf, L-O-A-F, or Lohan, L-O-H-A-N down there, but I don't think you want to expose the triple after a one-tile fish, Joey.
Yeah, this is a really crappy situation to be in. Got to pick the option you hate the least. And another word from life that now I know is a college word is Lohan.
Yep. Not just Lindsay.
Incredible.
All right, so NOH coming down for Charles, and now Adam gets to choose which bingo he wants to play. He's got 82 at the bottom with Epokas. This would be it. Satans. He's got 80 over on the side of the board making EHS, but I think you just take the bottom and score 2 more, Joey.
Yeah, for sure. And I kind of whiffed on that option for Charles last turn of NOH. That looks like it was the right play. And that was a good decision by him. And he has in falls. So this is a big thing here. If Adam somehow can block that right side, that top left side, I mean, he could absolutely soul read and soul crush Charles. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think he's going to play Satans and Epokas. And we're going to see a response and a good game developing.
Yeah, well, we've got a 1-point game right now. Adam locked up to bingo for 82 this turn, and then in falls would come down for 85. So we've got a real close one here. I'm taking a look at the tile bag, trying to see what kind of stuff these players can draw. They hoarded both of the blanks on the first turn, but still plenty of goodies. The G, the J, or the Z, excuse me, the J, 2 S's, and a lot of bingo-prone vowels and consonants in there. So we might see 3 straight bingos for the second time this game. Satans and infalls, more or less a lock to happen.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide whether I like EHS and Satans or Pokas. There's not a huge threat if you play Satans with Epokas. There's only going to be 1 S left, and for him to cash that in with EH, he probably has to bingo, but it would be maybe nice to get rid of it. Whereas in the bottom left, it's not going to probably be a factor. But they both present the problem of a dangling S hook.
I think you just take the points at the bottom here, but Adam is really taking his time. And as you said, if Adam, for whatever reason, chooses to bingo vertically in the second column of this board, I don't think Charles will have anything back, but that would be crazy if he makes a major point sacrifice and scores just 70 over there.
Yeah, I think it might be what he's thinking about, because he has taken a lot of time here, and the clock is something to watch because there's a pretty big time disparity here, and Charles is going to quickly play in falls and put that time pressure right back on Adam, who is going to be possibly heading into this end of the game at a disadvantage on the clock.
All right, well, Charles is not immediately playing in falls, and that makes me nervous for Charles because this is an insta play. So he's turning the board now, and if he doesn't grab tiles in about 3 seconds, I think he's going to miss it.
Oh, boy. And another thing to consider, not consider necessarily, but just to point out, in falls takes a front P in Collins, but there are no Ps available, but just kind of a cool hook to make note of.
Yeah, learning new stuff on the stream every day. In falls to pin falls in CSW land.
But yeah, this is concerning. He should have already played it, and I'd be very surprised if he can't come up with this here, because he's very good at anagramming and finding words. He's been at it a long time, 20-year veteran of the Aerolith. ways, and that is expected that he's going to find it.
Yeah, but this is one of those where if it comes up on word walls, comes up on Aerolith, like it has to be infalls. There's nothing else. But then when you actually draw it and you're not sure there's a bingo in it, are you hallucinating that word or is it real?
Yeah, so is he whiffing it? Is he debating it? Who knows what's going on in his head, but he really needs to find this. And if he does, he's actually going to be in a decent he's going to be in a decent position to win because Adam's drawn some pretty horrible letters and he's not going to have much next turn.
Yeah, brutal post bingo draw for Adam. Means this game's going to be interesting. Even if Charles misses this bingo, he's got a very strong play in FAIL alongside the ANS of Satan's, setting up that final S on his rack, or his penultimate S, I should say, on his rack.
Yeah, and we cheer for good Scrabble. We're not cheering for Adam. We're not cheering for Charles, but Matt and I and probably others would be disappointed if Infalls doesn't come down because, we'd like to see perfect plays every time, but hey, we can't always have it all.
Yeah, we love to see players play at the very best of their level. It's sad watching people have breakdowns, especially when I know they're brilliant and I know they can play very well, and then they just don't today. Everybody has their off days and they're entitled to them, but you hate to capture those on the stream in front of hundreds of viewers. So we're rooting for Charles to find this bingo because, well, we want a good game of Scrabble and we want to see everybody perform well. Looks like Charles may fail, though.
Wow. Well, nice.
I'm hilarious.
Yeah. So yeah, he's been in the tank for 3 minutes here. So not the development you'd want to see. And Charles in some serious danger of losing his first place positioning if he cannot find Infalls here, which it's seeming very likely is not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if this didn't come down in the first 5 seconds, and that's just bad news. Oh boy, Charles. Oh boy, Charles. This is the turn. He feels it too.
Yeah, his body language is telegraphing something.
But it looks like it is going to be fail from Charles.
So yeah, there's a lot of E's in this bag, so a little bit of hope here. If he can pick some of those with some other stuff, there's a really good chance he could hit a bingo here on the triple. In fact, maybe he purposely passed up Infalls because he wants to have this sequence that will put him at a better position within 2 turns. But no, I think that's pushing it.
Yeah, no. There's no universe where he passed that bingo on purpose. That's not correct. Let's see what he draws into LNS. He does find one of those E's, 2 of those E's, a U and a Z. Okay.
Interesting. Well, the Z is going to delay the bingo, but he doesn't have much, it looks like, on this board. I guess he'll have ZEL on the left, but that blocks his best lane.
And what is Adam going to do? He's setting up Nong, N-O-N-G. This will play with QIN. 17 points. Just get some more points on the board. Better than exchanging, I think, Joey.
Yeah, good play by Adam. Was surprised to see it go down so quickly. But yeah, now that previously referred to time disparity has been more or less evaporated.
All right, so now for Charles, a couple different options here. If he sees Epochal, L-U-Z and Epochal is 38, that looks really good to me. Sets up another big bingo line at the bottom, and it's a line that's not really dangerous unless you've got either a 6 or a 7 to play from it. So L-U-Z looks really good here, or Z-E-L and E-L above Epochal, or Epocha, another option. You're playing on bottom, Joey?
Yeah, lose and Epochal is the standout play. The other plays are good plays, but that is the best play, I believe. And it'll be interesting to see how this game runs out. Adam avoided disaster as the last tile he turned over is the E. So now he's going to have some options next turn. He'll be able to play a jived or something like that that will score and muck up that bingo lane on the left. So I think it's interesting, though. If Charles does end up playing Zen or Zell over there for 34, that would happen to screw up Adam's situation just based on what he has. But, of course, he doesn't know what he has, so he's just got to make the best play given his average range.
Zen or Zell would just get back jived for like the easiest play ever, making ZE. So this is going to work out well for Charles.
CE, hey, that's going to take some getting used to.
Yeah, but now I can't unsee it after Causeway. I see ZE and ZO and JA everywhere I look.
Absolutely.
All right, LUZ is a nice play from Charles. Can he round it out with a bingo draw here? Huge, huge pull for Charles. Another E, another S.
And he has Sinesse and Essence, and they play. Oh, and wow. Holy smokes, this is going to be interesting. It looks like Charles is the favorite to win this game right now.
Yeah, wow. Big pull for Charles. He's converted on the bingo after failing a turn and a half ago. So advantage Charles in this one, but never count out Adam Logan. There's still a lot of damage he can do. Look how dynamic that unseen pool is. I see a lot of bingo prone stuff, a lot of vowels, but only good vowels, A's, E's, I's, O's. I think we might see 2 or 3 more bingos this game, even though we're getting near the end of this one. But I think we're going to see jived first. Jived in ED looks pretty strong here.
Yeah, no doubt. This is a pretty exciting, going to be an interesting run out here. I guess I shouldn't assume that Charles is going to find his bingo, but if he doesn't find Essence or Sinesse, I'm going to get in my car and drive to Albany.
All right. I will find another co-commentator to round out the last round if Charles misses these bingos, as Joey's got to make a statement to Charles. So we'll see you here tomorrow, Joey.
I think driving to Albany would be totally rational because I want to see people and I want to go to Wasabi. I don't know about you.
Yeah, man, a big group went to Wasabi yesterday without me. I didn't even get the invite, and I might have missed my opportunity, but I did walk by it this morning and gave it a little wave. Just the things you do in Albany. You got to go to Wasabi at some point. Vet coming down for Adam. He's going to hold the J back for at least one turn. And Charles now, do you find Essence or Sinesse? Yes, you do. All right, 93 coming down for Charles. He's going to take a 30-point lead in this game, but it is still wide open. Adam with the J on his rack can score, can even things up here. Will Charles draw a bunch of vowels, or will he draw another bingo? We're about to find out. Big, big, big pull coming for the higher rated of the 2 Reinke twins.
Yes, Adam a little bit tilted, but he is not out of this one yet. He's going to score nicely here with the J. He's right in this game, and he is sort of needing Charles to draw junk, but we did get what we wanted finally. We got a close game, and it's coming down to the wire. Both players are going to use all their time, and buckle up, everyone.
Buckle up indeed. All right, Adam's going to try to optimize this turn, but we don't see this too much. Adam down at 5 minutes and change already with several plays still to come in this game, and this one looks pretty complicated for Adam. JOT is kind of the straightforward option. Jot and ET next to Epochal, but at 28 points, but it blocks a bingo line, which Adam might want to leave open to keep this board dynamic.
And this game is over because Charles has voidable.
Well, Adam has a play that blocks it. JIAO through the A and yaw meter actually looks very strong and would block avoidable randomly out of nowhere. Huge turn here.
Yeah, that would be some serious. That would be crazy if he can block that.
JIAO looks very good. It holds DETT, but into this pull with A's and I's to come, lots of vowels still unseen. DETT feels okay. The one big problem with it is the 2 D's unseen aren't going to synergize well, but Voidable would come down and be a slam dunk if Adam doesn't block it, but there's a reasonable play for Adam here to block it. If you're a fan of Adam Logan, you want him to spot and decide upon Zhao. If you like Charles Reinke, you want to see Jet come down.
Yeah, and even if he does block the bingo, Charles is still in a very, very good position because it'll be his turn. He's going to take a decent lead heading into the pre-end game, and there's really no worries about the bag. There's no disaster scenarios at this point. It's just going to be a kind of plain kind of a situation. One thing to consider, ADZE in that bottom left. If the bingo does get blocked, Charles will be able to cash that in for 37 or 35 rather. 37 rather, and it'll be nice.
Chad is pointing out that Voidable is going to end with a double word just before it, and avoidable is going to be potentially a huge thing. Jot's going to weaken avoidable counters, but Voidable is now the play for Charles. 69 points on that one. And even though it sets up the big A front hook, Joey, you got to take the bingo, right?
Got to take the bingo, but let's not assume he's going to find it because we've already seen one bingo miss. And this will be an interesting development because there'll be exactly 7 on his rack after this. The bag will be emptied. So if there's any chance Adam can bingo out, maybe he is considering just playing ads because it scores so nicely and doesn't empty the bag. But I think he's going to take a quick look at the pool and realize that an out bingo for Adam Logan's probably not going to happen.
Oh, God, and Adam's missed all of the A's and drawn all of the I's instead. Poor Adam. He looked so sad there. Oh, God, he's done. And he knows it.
Yeah, his face said it all.
Oh.
And, Scrabble is a cruel game, He's played beautifully. And although I guess he did make maybe one mistake, per our opinion, when he played broke, he still played well overall.
Yeah, he made some really good decisions. That Ipaka play looks really strong in hindsight, but here comes avoidable. You can see Adam just sigh, come on. And then Charles is going to be so surprised to draw AAA out of the bag after this one.
Yes, indeed. So Charles Reinke is going to squeak this game out. It wasn't the prettiest, but a win is a win, and he is going to hold on to that first place positioning, going to 13-2 with 1 round to go. And our next game is still to be determined. We got a lot of good potential matchups that we could show you. So hang tight, and we got one more game today. We hope you stay with us all the way through.
Yeah, one more still to come. You can't leave now, not when the suspense is cranking up. There's Charles's last rack, AAADGNR. Adam sees avoidable and really can't do anything about it. Just play IV'd through the V is about all he's got. So, wow, what a come from behind win for Charles. 13-2, dominating an extremely stacked field in Albany, New York. Have a day, Alpha Twin.
Have a day indeed. And just to remind everyone in the audience, this is a 28-game tournament. So tomorrow we're going to have another full slate of 8 games. And on Sunday, we'll have 4 games. So we hope you can stay with us all the way through the tournament. And Matt will be here the whole time doing the commentary for you. And it'll be great.
Yeah, tomorrow morning we'll have David Eldar back in for the first 2 games, assuming his cold didn't get any worse between now or then and now. And Jason Adolski will be coming back in the booth for the remainder of that day. So it's going to be exciting stuff. Always so cool when you can get a world champion in the booth. And we're stoked we could do that for you here. I'm trying to figure out why this is the right end game sequence.
Did the engine say it's the right end game?
Divvy is not correct from Adam. It wanted IV'd.
Okay.
But Charles's plays are weird. Oh, okay. Adam has 1 out. It's TIGE above Sinnes. So any good end game for Charles is going to block that. Naga does the job for Charles, but you would like to hold an avoidable play after this if you can, and he's not going to hold an out with avoidable after Naga, but this is still fine. Stop Adam from going out. Get one more turn.
Yeah, sounds about right.
This is Charles's second best end game sequence. There's one more kind of weird one. ARGAN down from the D in layer up for 15 was technically 3 better as it holds just AD to go out with avoidable next turn. Adam now just going to score 20 points with either get or gite on this move. It's all he can do. And Charles Reinke going to come out with a 500-point game and a big win over Adam Logan here. We got several good games next match. That's why it's taken us so long to figure out which one to show you. All right, what do we get from Adam? GIT, 20 points. Yeah, one of his best in-game sequences for him. 4 different plays, all get it done by the same exact margin. And we'll see if Charles can drop the A for avoidable or if he's a little too scared to play it here. Too scared. Oh, no, 2 fewer points for this. Man, how crazy that you can play DA in 2 different spots on this board for 39 or 37 points, though.
Yeah, that's uncanny. Yeah, and let's cut to Hover and Mike and see if these guys have anything riveting to say.
Oh wow, okay. I thought about avoidable when I put it down and forgot. I got distracted by the next spot. How much was?
It's 2 more.
Oh, nice. A little bit of inaccuracy there.
This is kind of frustrating.
Yeah,
Trying like DTV with this, I just couldn't do anything.
yeah. The idea with this play is just hope that you had drawn so poorly that you couldn't play here.
Yeah, and then if I'd drawn a little bit better on this turn, I would have had something here, although maybe still being here.
Yeah. Yeah, the real killer would have been something here to even
like invite.
Even Buzz then doesn't do much.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you only have to worry about this spot if I can't get a bingo in time. So.
And I might, if I get my 39 here, I could outrun this. So.
Yeah, right. Yeah, not so concerned about this, but you are concerned about something like that.
Yeah.
That was fortunate.
No, I thought this was a higher priority than this. So, on the other hand, I couldn't really do as much here anyway.
Yeah, you would, to make it worth your time, you would have had to really go across.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just scoring 18 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. I had the J already. I didn't want to keep the J in the V.
Yep.
So, if I play Ted here, whatever, I'd just...
Yeah. And Parkle doesn't take a miss, right?
I really don't think so.
I had it like all the way back here, and it just felt like a bad time to play a 51-point final. So.
All right, well, Adam's saying, that was very frustrating there, keeping DTV after Nong.
I saw
just
that
a
and I wasn't
frustrating
sure.
game. Frustrating game on Adam Logan's end, but big win for Charles Reinke. There were a lot of players I thought could win in this event, and Charles was maybe right there at the bottom of I think he's got it in him. Have a day, Charles. 13-2 through 15 games of play. There will be one more game today. We're still trying to figure out exactly which of these juicy matchups we want to show. So we'll drop it in the chat once we've made that decision. But boy, Joey, I've been entertained this afternoon. How about you?
I've been entertained, and hopefully we can end our day with an absolute banger as round 8 of today is set to start hopefully within 10 minutes.
Oh, less than 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, Adam Logan might be one of the players we show again. We know he's done several other games, probably also done at this point because that one took quite a bit of time. So probably 3-5 minutes, somewhere in there is what I had to guess. We're going to sign off, stretch our legs for just a little bit. You at home, please click that like button if you haven't yet, and stay tuned because you are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
Don't go anywhere.
boy, was that wait worth it? Because what a final matchup we have coming your way today. We're going to keep Adam Logan on the stream. He is going to face off against Wellington Jighere. So 2025 world champion versus 2015 world champion. Are you not entertained, Joey?
I'm entertained. This is two of the tournament favorites going head-to-head here at a critical matchup, and it's always nice to end the day at a Scrabble tournament with a win. And both of these players are going to be looking to finish the day on a high note.
All right, let's do it. Wellington and Adam are already there, so let's play Scrabble one more time today. Round 16 coming your way. We're going to show the standings quickly. Nope, we're going to show the Scrabble now. All right, Wellington to play first, Adam to respond. We got 2nd and 7th place right now. Big matchup. Wellington is just one game behind tournament leader Charles Reinke if he won in the last round. It looks like that result hasn't been submitted yet. Is Wellington at 12-3, or is Charles 2 games up on the field? We'll try to get that info updated for Wellington as soon as we can, but a big matchup either way. First tile out of the bag is a J. And
Nice.
what you got to round it out? Oof.
All right, this is a classic opening rack. I love this. I think we're looking at an exchange mat, or are we playing pervs, leaving LV, or JL rather?
I think we're playing perv. I don't know that we're putting the S on.
Gosh, I just can't help myself in these kind of positions. I'd be curious to say what Macondo says, but I think Wellington has the right idea there. I think exchanging JLV, leaving PERS is very, very appealing.
Yeah, perv has so many back hooks in this lexicon. It's really not a good defensive play. Yeah, I think you do throw back.
So if he does exchange, that's going to give a really easy play for Adam to play Batik for 32. And that's exactly what's going to happen. And I think I love this decision by Welly. And we'll see if he can bingo. And unless he draws a Q, probably will.
All right, yeah, here comes Batik and ERPS very, very strong lead for Wellington. Now ATI floating out for him. A very, very high chance of a bingo for Wellington. NIU, yep, that will do. He's got Purines, uprisen, spunkier even through the K. All kinds of options here for Wellington.
Yeah, I think Purines looks pretty good. Doesn't slot anything vowel-wise next to a triple. And takes out the Batik hook. Of course, then Batik extends because it's a verb, so Batiking would be a lingering thing you wouldn't want to deal with. So Purine seems pretty trivial to me. Do you like that play?
Purine seems great, or it's anagram Proines, P-U-R-I-N-E-S. Yeah, just do one of those and move on with the game. Score a bunch, take out Batiking, do all the things.
Yeah, now I'm wondering if there's any merit to playing this over Purines as far as 4-letter or 5-letter words down from that double letter score. Seems pretty marginal. But yeah, I think the PRU variety is a little bit better overall.
Wellington does this all the time. It just puts down the S and then the P and then looks at the board for a little bit. And you know you're getting bingoed on, but you don't know what it is. All right, here it comes. Pruins. I don't know how you say that word, but it's 82 points.
82 points is 82 points, and Adam did not draw well. So that is not how you want to start this game. He's going to be down a little bit here, and he's going to have to figure out a way he can balance his rack. There are no vowel dumps that are jumping out to me. Let's see.
I see a good way for Adam to balance his rack. It's exchanging all 7 of his tiles.
Exactly.
The only plays worth making are potentially Fauna through the N, but that's crazy aggressive given the back hooks to it, or OAF for 24 on top of Batiks, the B and A of Batiks, and that leaves IIAU. So if that's all you got, like, you got to exchange, right?
Yeah, I think an exchange is what Adam is going to end up doing, but I think he's going to rightfully take his time and just make sure it's not an irrational decision. But yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I think Yeah, it's enough points to where it's worth it. I guess I should have considered that as a candidate play. Sometimes when you have these junky racks, it's pretty easy to overlook the 20 to 25 pointers that leave you with junk, but it's that's the thing about Scrabble, you know, it's you got to weight things properly. Is it really worth scoring 0? Because 0 points is 0 points. And Adam says, you know what? Nope, it isn't worth it. I'm going to take some 20 points and hope I can get out of this naturally. And luckily for him, he drew 3 consonants, so he's now in a range where his rack is not looking so bleak.
Oh man, yeah, and actually he needs an R to bingo as well. He sees the R floated, but not where he needs it. Uranisci, Uranisci, was the 8 that he was looking for. There's a second 8 in the rack, a common word. You can play with that if you want. Nothing's going to play for Adam, but 2 8s actually with the bailout CNS draw. This is still a very hard turn for Adam, though. If he can't bingo, it's a weird rack to try to navigate. I have no idea what's right with a lot of different options, but what jumps out to me is what's jumped out to Adam here, UNAI, alongside the left side of Pruins, 4 overlaps, UR, NU, AI, and IN. 18 points holds CIS. Do you like Unai, Joey?
Yeah, that looks like a good play. It's going to leave decently, score something. It's not too inspiring, but it does seem like that's going to be the best of what he has available. But nonetheless, he's in some big trouble here as Wellington has drawn very well after his last play, and he's going to be able to bingo next turn with They're On.
Yeah, They're On is going to play above Oaf for either 71 or 72, depending on how aggressive Wellington wants to be. The U, if Adam plays it out, would also give up Here Unto, but Unai looks like a very good play here for Adam. And Wellington to bingo again now.
So earlier today on the stream, I made mention of a Nigel Richards 600 burger. And now on the stream, I'm making mention of another Nigel Richards 600 burger. But he didn't just score 600. He won by 400 points. Don't see that often in Division 1.
Oh, man, a 400-point victory for Nigel Richards. Just when you think you can count the guy out, he literally wins by 400.
Yep. So They're On is going to come down, and that's going to give Adam Logan Ryan C's through the R. Oh, wait, sorry.
Wow.
Nope, no, it doesn't. I did that wrong.
All right, so They're On is going to come down. It's going to give Adam Logan absolutely nothing. No bingos on this move for Adam. You see him shaking his head, starting to get frustrated now. Come on, another one for you, and I've still got nothing over here. Another hard turn for Adam. These are some of the toughest turns in all of Scrabble.
Yeah, very tough, and I'm kind of sensing that we might be seeing another 1 tile drop. He's already kind of feeling desperate, down 100. There's no blanks on the board or on his rack, and Wellington has 7 chances at drawing one of them, which puts him in that 30 to 35% range that he's going to pick one up. So I think Adam needs to get volatile, maybe just drop the I next to the P and set himself up with a very likely chance to bingo next turn, whether it's a 7 or an 8.
I think that's a terrible decision, but
Probably.
to each their own. You're just going to get punched for 40 so often after you fish PI here. Maybe a 1-tile fish, but not there.
Yeah, so let's see. Does he have any double-doubles that don't bingo? Doesn't appear so.
Maybe you play pick, not PI, but PIC. That's annoying.
Yeah, that seems a little bit more reasonable because hard to hit a 4 or 5 through the C, and you can use the C yourself to bingo a lot next turn, depending on what you draw.
Yeah, I think if you're gonna try to do something like that, you don't fish 1, you play PIC. That looks really cool here for Adam. He could try to score a lot more right now. ARCHEI through the H in Theron opens up the whole bottom of this board. Does play off a lot of tiles and move you out of bingo range, but 24 points right now is not a bad idea in a game where you need to score some to keep pace with Wellington and stay close enough.
Yeah, no doubt. Wellington over here is sitting with a pretty good rack, but no bingo is going to be available. unless the S gets floated for waste lot, but that does not seem like it's going to happen. If Adam were to play pick for 14, he wouldn't have much of a comeback. He could play Calot, leaving the W, which would score 30. So that would be reasonable. But yeah, it doesn't seem super likely he's going to play something in that top right, but that ACEIRS 6-letter combo does seem pretty underrated. So while it does seem maybe a little bit outlandish to just drop the I, I just kind of feel like doing it right now as someone who's not actually sitting at the board.
When you play PI, your opponent is going to score 40 every single time and block your bingo line. It doesn't work. Yeah, maybe you draw an 8 elsewhere, but like you don't want to draw an 8. After PI, Adam averages 55 points a turn. Like, just punch me in the stomach right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems unlikely I'd have the gall to do that if I was in his shoes. But for the content play, I kind of want to see it.
To be fair, after PI, Adam's average score on the next turn is 80.
Yeah.
And his bingo percentage is 86, 87%, something like that. But that doesn't mean you can play it because you're giving Wellington 53 to get your 80. So Adam's going to play AI right here. Yeah, this seems okay too.
Yeah, it seems pretty solid. He needs to draw bingo, and he needs to draw it now.
He does.
FAA does take the S, so he traded out one S hook for another. Not that he didn't already have another one with Kyor and Wow. When it rains, it pours.
Oh, geez.
So he does have some nice options next turn that'll double. Crisper is going to score well. He doesn't really want to.
No, he's got a bingo. There's a Collins in here.
Oh, sorry, I didn't.
I didn't check it either, but what?
Okay.
Oh no, there's not. Wellington's gonna block it. Oh no. Okay, there's another E.
Yeah. Speckier.
Okay. Speckier.
Interesting. All right, so 2 unseen blanks still. If Wellington can miss the blank here, and Adam can play Speckier and find them, or just one, this game ain't over, folks.
Oh, vowels for Wellington means this one's going to be interesting, and there indeed are the vowels. All right, buckle up, folks. Speckier, 84 points. Speccier. Specky defined to me as a noun, meaning a person who wears spectacles. So I don't know how one can be speckier, but I'm not gonna question these things.
Yeah, Adam hasn't played it yet, so what are the considerations of the odds that he's just gonna not see it? I would like to think it's not gonna happen, but it hasn't been played yet, which makes you wonder.
Yeah, I mean, this is like an insta play when you see it.
OMG.
Oh,
Wow.
You've seen it, folks. Adam Logan just missed a bingo.
Wow. Yeah, maybe this is the tilt affecting his brain function a little bit. That does happen to the best of us, but he's still in good position to bingo next turn. And OMG, he has exercise for a lot of points.
Okay. Wow.
Unless it gets blocked.
What is Wellington is looking at payee from the P in Klopp. Very strong scoring play, but it does open up a big S hook.
So Adam has exciters through the T. So whether it's exercise or exciters, one of them is likely coming down. But Wellington could just absolutely own his soul if he just plays AYE on top of thereon to block them both. And who the hell knows? Maybe he will. Ah!
Oh,
yeah.
Goodness.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Big time players make big time plays, folks.
Nope. Adam can still bingo here with a 9.
Dun, da, da, da.
Blocking exciters, blocking exercise, but now ceding a 9 to Adam Logan. Another bingo test for him.
I have not seen it yet. What are we looking at?
Well, I'm not going to say it. Oh, there we go. Chat has now found it. Exorciser. EXORCISER. 86 points through the OR. Adam has set it up. Adam's going to play it. I think he's not sure. He's like, sure, whatever. Let's try it. Shrugging his shoulders. I think this is a thing. And Wellington
Amazing.
does not even move his lips. No hold. Adam reaching for that back super quick. Exorciser, 86 points. Well spotted from Adam Logan there.
And
Wellington's-
he's drawing into a bag with 2 blanks, which looks to be pretty good for him right now.
Yeah, Wellington has neither one. Wellington has the unplayable Malleate on his rack. And no blank for Adam, but Jay-Z instead. Wow, what an interesting game we've got shaped up. Wellington's setting up Malleate. It's not going to fit, but Wellington can still do a lot of damage with the X on the board. Max or Exam, 44 or 41 points. Maybe Exalt up there instead. Wellington looking at Max right now, but it's 40 some odd coming for Wellington here.
Yeah, a lot of nice options here. And yeah, it goes. Scrabble's a funny game, you know. Of the last 2 plays, you'd think he would have found Speckier, but not this one of Exerciser. But go figure, he missed Speckier, but found the 9.
Yeah, miss an 8 and just find a 9 next turn to get right back in the game. That's beast mode right there.
And yeah, those 8 to make 9 hooks are tricky. Exerciser, it kind of slipped my memory. And now that I look at it, this is one of the kind of rare-ish situations where the ISE version of the verb is the only one that takes the R. Usually it's the other way around, where the IZE one is the only one that takes the R.
Well, fortunately in Collins, they both take the R, but in NWL, Exorcise with the Z does not take the R, and with the S, it does, which that kind of stuff is just maddening. And good job, Collins, for standardizing it, at least on those hooks. There's still inconsistencies in this lexicon, but
Well, we might not have seen the shirt and mouth, but we did see the pen and mouth.
okay, so we got one classic Loganism, the pen and mouth, and shirt and near mouth we got last game. So we'll see. There's still plenty of Scrabble to be goed, still plenty of opportunity for Adam to put his shirt in his mouth. Wellington spending a lot of time on this turn. Exalt, Exam, and Max are all strong options for him. I think he's looking at Exam. AELT is a really strong leave, but not on this board. He's already got an AELT bingo right now. Can't do anything with it. So why continue trying to draw bingos if they're not going to do anything? I might actually be most drawn to Exalt here. A, there are only 14 vowels and 28 consonants. B, I want to turn over as much as I can to go digging for blanks here. So maybe Exalt is the line forward. If nothing else, at least get a blank or an S, if not a blank, for LOWTS. I might go longer here.
Yeah, no doubt. There's a lot of situations in Scrabble where turnover is a consideration when you're trying to reason through your options, and this is as good of any as an example for turnover with 2 unseen blanks. It's imperative that you draw one for yourself, but make sure your opponent doesn't draw one.
Oh man, Adam's got such a good play. Chat helping us with this one. Thanks, Bill Rexhausen. Fuji alongside the ER of Exerciser sets up Fez for Adam, so he could score 35 and then 70 over 2 turns. Looks like Wellington's going to play Exam here.
Yeah, good play here. Like you said, yeah, I'd like to see Exalt, but I guess he wants to keep those bingo-ish letters intact a bit more. And ultimately, turning over 3 versus 4, not a huge deal for getting the blanks, but I would have liked to see Exalt. You know, keeping the M is nice. M score, they're flexible. Can't go wrong with an M.
Just SS blank blank unseen. I don't know. Every single tile you play feels big. Oh, but there's the Q and a U for Wellington. My goodness. Okay, so Adam with JZ, Wellington with QU. We're going to see these players do some damage and then draw those blanks. Oh, man, a lot of points still coming. This is so good for Adam. If he draws an E, he's got Fez and ZE for 70 next turn. Oh, boy.
Yeah, things are getting interesting. Wellington's going to have a nice score here, but he could be in danger if Adam is going to hit the Z-bomb. So let's see if he can draw the vowels he needs.
Yeah, big draw for Adam. Only 2 E's in that bag. He could also maybe draw like Tiz or something as well. But does he draw the E? Does he draw the T? No. No, he does not.
Yeah, tough break for Adam, but there is a possibility the spot will stay open past his turn. Meanwhile, what is Wellington going to do?
Adam still has Zimby, Z-I-M-B-I, into the Eye of Exerciser for 63. So I don't need Fez. I'll just still score in the 60s. Wellington has one obvious play here, QI and QUA for 46. The problem is with a lead like this, that's crazy to do, but it's way stronger than any other play he's got on the turn. Otherwise, he's playing Quinn or Quine through the IN on this board. Now he's looking at Quate instead, or I think this would be Lyquate through the I and Fuji. That's a good defensive blocky play for him. But after Lyquate, Zimba is going to tie the game up.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know Adam's going to crush you with the I spot with Zimby, but I actually like Liquate here. Turning over 6 tiles with those 2 blanks is beautiful. You're mucking up the board, taking out the S hook for Lout, taking out whatever else that might be playable off of Fuji, and you're taking a bingo lead and in a really good position to win the game. And I'm going to predict that he will play Liquid.
Liquid also, yeah, just goes digging into this bag, trying to find blank, blank, ZSS. There's so many good tiles unseen. All of the U's gone, most of the I's gone, many of the O's gone. This pool's delicious. So Wellington going to try to drink from the well, play lightweight, play long, play defense. This does so many good things all at once. So many players play Qua here, but this makes way more sense the longer you think about it.
Yeah, great decision by Wellington, and my next prediction was that he will be rewarded by drawing a blank. That's my prediction.
Why one? Why not both? Let's go big or go home, Joey.
Yeah, you know, anything can happen. If you get the right tiles, you can beat God in this game. That's another Word Wars references, folks.
Indeed it is. And if you haven't seen Word Wars, it's a rather dated movie now, 20 plus years old, but watch it anyway. The best Scrabble documentary I've ever watched. Although I think it's the only Scrabble documentary I've seen that's come out in the last 15 years. We desperately need another Scrabble documentary. If anybody out there has some filmmaking background, please do it. I demand it. No blanks on the draw for Wellington. No blanks on the draw for Adam. Nobody wants to draw blanks today. Wow.
Yeah, this is uncanny. But yeah, nice draw overall for Wellington, picking up an S. He's got some nice balance, and I'll have a lot of scoring options here. And he's going to have a lot to think about. He is behind on the clock relative to Adam, so we'll have to see if he's... okay, yeah, sorry. Vaz and exams is actually extremely trivial.
Yeah, there's nothing to think about. Do that.
Yeah, I was looking at the bottom part of the board. Didn't even get my chance to look up there yet. But yeah, I mean, a big slam dunk and taking a nice 60-point lead with a good lead and a chance at 2 blanks, unbeknownst to him.
All right, Wellington going back into the bag. Can he find one of the blanks this time? Adam can't feel good about his chances. He's just seen his lead or his deficit expand immensely after Vaz, and Vaz is the kind of play you make holding a blank a lot of the time anyway. Look at this pull from Wellington. He has...
Oh, wow. He has Zealotry really for a ton.
And Zoolater as well. My God.
Wow, that's... I think this game is about to be GG.
Oh man, Adam has found Hong or Donga. These both play alongside Pruins. Donga is 32 points and opens up the side of this board. It's got to feel a bit like desperation time for Adam. I think you need to open the board and just hope you get the stuff to convert on it. But keeping double Ds together and playing Hong feels a little strange here when Donga's available.
Yeah, I love H's, and yeah, I think Donga makes more sense because having those duplicated letters not so appealing, and it makes your opponent's overlap there and that top row triple easier of a scoring thing with the H. So I'd like to see Donga, but nonetheless, a very nice little fit and a nice find by Adam if he is to pull the trigger on it here.
He'd already set down Hong and has now picked it up and shifted over to Dong. He's got the A. Now he's thinking about Dong, Donga, Hong. All three of these are good for him, but I think Donga is going to be the strongest. The one thing, though, is there's only one A left. So maybe holding the A back will increase the odds that you bingo. But you are sacrificing 5 points to do so. And a bingo alone doesn't guarantee a win. Points matter.
Yes, they do. Meanwhile, let's take a good examination of Wellington's face. That's the face of a guy that knows he's scoring 100 points next turn, almost definitely.
That's the face of a guy who's scoring 100 next turn. I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell at all. That could be the face of a guy who's down by 170, just waiting for the game to end.
Yeah, tough sled in here for Adam these last two games. Not in the way you want to finish the day with 2 straight losses, but he's still got a lot of time to contend for first, and he's just got to plow through the variance. But I will say we should take note of his facial expressions when the sledgehammer comes down next turn.
All right, I got to call something out. Yeah, there are 301 point bingos from the Z, but Wellington also has a bingo into the V of Vaz.
Oh, yeah, that's cute.
Not going to play it here, but Tolaryev available for 83. A bingo ending in a V. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, Tolarjev was something I had played very early on in my Scrabble career. Didn't come up again since then. May never come up again, but relatively, it's actually kind of high prop.
Just watching Adam. Wellington grabbed the blank slip, and then as soon as Wellington put one tile below the Z, Adam just chuckles. I know you're going to bingo, but there, okay. Yep. Zealotry coming down.
Yeah, that's all she wrote, folks. And Adam did finally pick one of those blanks, but too little too late here as he's at a large deficit, and now he's just going to need to find a viable path to get a bingo down himself before this game's over so he can cut some spread.
Yeah. There are some players who would try to open a triple up here, like playing Wed and Dyad, DYAD, but against any real life human player, that kind of crap never works. And Wellington is more than just a real life human. He's a really, 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 really smart human.
Yep.
Don't even try.
So yeah, nice pool here by Wellington. He'll have something like Odes in the top right, which is going to score about 40. Oh, sorry. Yep. Never mind. URN is another word. I was thinking of ERN for a second. Sorry. But yeah. Well, yeah. Nonetheless, see what he's got here. So.
He's got like Patty down from the PADDY, and that's like about it. I don't know. He doesn't have anything super enticing.
Yeah, the floaters for 8s are very much not what he wants. He's got to start with a Y or play through a V. And I'd be interested to see if he might do something in the bottom middle area that'll kind of throw off Wellington, and he's got to figure, okay, there's an SNC, and maybe there's still some hope I draw it and can get something down with nugs.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to see, like, is there any miracle I can pull out? Can I score 40 now and draw like 100-point bingo with nugs next turn? But, with SHY together, like, maybe you can actually score a huge amount, but it ain't there. He's just going to play YAH or YAD and lose.
So yeah, while the final spread of this game might be over 100, this was a pretty good game, and hopefully tomorrow we get even more good games, and it's going to be an absolute banger of a slate, no matter who the matchups are, because we got nothing but good players littered at the top of the standings.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the top three: Charles Reinke, Dennis Ike Caragor, Edgar Odunkara, and then we've got Wellington Jighere here in 4th place right now. He may crack the top 3 at the end of the day. Adam Logan going to fall just inside the top 10. Nigel Richards still poised to make any kind of run at any point. Nobody would be surprised by that. Matthew O'Connor, Matthew Tunnicliffe, Noah Slatkoff all lurking as well. Like so many good people. And we're just going to watch them play 8 games of Scrabble again tomorrow, and watch 4 more on Sunday for good measure. So it's going to be sick here in Albany, New York. If you don't have plans for the 4th, please hang out with us. If you do have plans for the 4th, well, throw some Scrabble on in the background. Talk about it with your family. Bring them along to the next Scrabble club or next tournament if you so choose. Happy 4th to however you're celebrating, but we hope you're able to celebrate it here with us at Let's Play Scrabble.
For sure. And meanwhile, while we were talking about the standings, our friend of the channel, Will, is on an unfortunate losing streak. He lost that round 11 here on stream, and that was the start of a 5-game losing streak. So we're going to be looking for him to try to pull out the last round of the day so he can get that bad taste out of his mouth.
All right, what do we see? We see dying.
So dying takes an S, not an obvious hook necessarily, but I'm sure Wellington does know that. And does that give back? Does he have anything now? Let's see.
No. Yeah, so nothing on Adam's rack, but is there anything that he could have from Wellington's POV? Does Wellington need to play defense here? Answer is yes. If DV in the bag, Adam would have Shrinel as an out bingo.
Wow, so he has geodes lined up to the bottom. That overlaps 4 things. That looks pretty sexy. It does empty the bag and all that, but yeah, when you look at that 9 tiles unseen with 2 in the bag, you're going to be pretty confident that your opponent is not going to be bingoing out elsewhere, and even if he does, you would still win, so it's not that dire.
Yeah. Geodes is going to outrun Shrinel on the 1 in 72. That's exactly what Adam's rack is. And otherwise, it's 100% to win. So it looks very good. I don't think you need to get caught up trying to play defense here.
Yeah, you'd find a lot of players in the situation just plunking 1 tile to leave 1 in the bag and make sure there's no out bingo, but a lot of the time that's overkill and doesn't actually make sense.
He's also got Sog, which he's lined up now. This plays behind Zimby for 40, making So and Feg. So now just doing the math between Geodes and Sog, which do I like better here? 2 very strong options, and both of them would outrun Shrinel anyway. So yeah, no reason to get cute. Play 1, try not to empty the bag, just score and win. That's what Wellington's doing here. Bring him up to 492, and he'll get 1 more turn this game. Wellington dropping a 500-pointer on stream to end the day.
Matt, have we had Dennis on stream yet?
I think we had him once.
Okay.
But I'm sure we'll see more of him. I think everybody who's near the top has now been on stream at least once, which is kind of by design. We want to showcase everybody just a little bit. But tomorrow it's going to be a little bit less picking and choosing matchups and a little bit more who's in first. Yeah, we watch them a whole bunch. Or who's in the top 5. We're just going to watch those guys a whole lot.
Yeah, Dennis is flying up the sideline of the standings, 12-4. Not much spread, but he's right in the thick of it. And we got a lot of underdogs relative to the field at the top. Charles, Dennis, Edgar in the top 3 right now, and their seeds 19, 21, and 22. So you got a little parity.
Yeah. Parity is what we want to see. Or, I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a Charles Ranke runaway. That dude's been so good for so long, and one big title seems a little bit overdue for him. But I'm also here for suspense, drama. I think pretty much anybody in this division winning would be cool for Scrabble. There's a lot of good people, a lot of nice people in this field, in addition to very strong players.
Yeah, when you have this many good players and a 28-game tournament, it's long enough. Whoever's going to win, they're going to be deserving.
Yeah, almost definitely. Adam now just looking for his best play in this end game. Gonna try to solve it out, even though he's sunk in this one. Always trying to maximize those points. He can score 42 here, but he's found his best end game, SINH, underneath the IQUA of like weight. This will score 42 now and guarantee an out next turn with that ARD combination. This is Adam's best end game by 10 over any other option. Salvaging the spread is Adam Logan.
Yeah, nicely done. Not just finding it quickly. And what is Wellington's best play here in response?
Deev, D-E-E-V, and Wed. As Wellington sets up on his rack right now. It's so easy to commentate good players. You just say what's correct and then they do it.
Yes, indeed.
As Wellington settles on his final endgame, we're going to get the thank you train going. This will get interrupted by overhead mic, and then we'll keep it going. But go ahead and start it now because so many people need to be thanked for running these events. Of course, this is the Bob Linn Superstars Division. Couldn't do it without that financial contribution from Bob Linn trying to grow Collins play in North America. $75,000 in the prize fund thanks to his generous efforts. So appreciate you, Bob Linn, for all you do. The Word Game Players Organization, or WGPO, also emptying its coffers, adding a lot to that prize fund and sanctioning this tournament, getting it rated, getting it organized, running the website and all that. Thanks to Bob. Thanks for WGPO for making the Bob Linn Superstars Division a possibility. Of course, thanks to the Let's Play Scrabble team as well. Kieran O'Connor, organizer of this tournament, Josh Greenway doing so much of the streaming, Mad Palazzo, director of record. None of this would be possible without them volunteering 4 days of their life. Matthew O'Connor ran trivia last night. Linda Finn has been very involved behind the scenes as well. So it really does take a team of folks to put this stuff together. Big thank you to Jason Idalski for his commentary yesterday, and an advance thank you for him again, his commentary tomorrow. Thanks to Dave Eldar for 2 games this morning, 2 more tomorrow. And of course, Joey, thank you to you for sharing your talents with us for 6 games today.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got some work to do on the Collins front, but I was using the sub-anagram thing on Ziziva, so I was trying to keep up, and I had a blast doing our first commentary session together, and hopefully it's the first of many.
Yeah, and of course, major thanks to our viewers as well. We're going to cut to overhead mic for postmortem now.
515. Yeah.
Okay, well, that was so interesting. I'm glad we interrupted the thank you train for that. I do want to give one more huge shout out to the annotator who's been working behind the scenes, not just working behind the scenes, but behind the scenes in a completely different time zone. And that is Flint. Flint first worked with the LPS team at the Causeway Challenge in Bangkok, and he is doing so much of the tech stuff in Thailand right now, where it is a crazy early hour. So Flint giving 4 days of his life, typing in all the racks, all the scores, keeping our score bug running and up to date. Flint, we appreciate you and all you get to do. I just get to wear the headset and talk, but it's all these guys who deserve the effort, the kudos, the applause, the thank you. So Flint, we appreciate all you do, and we're appreciating the 2 more days of effort we're going to get. Joey, who you got there?
We got a little doggy dog. But yeah, thanks,
Oh.
Flint, and thanks everyone that makes this happen. It certainly takes a village when it comes to running a Scrabble tournament, let alone a tournament like this with a huge stream production. And, you know, yeah, so thanks to Let's Play Scrabble, first and foremost, for making this happen. They've really transformed the landscape of our tournament scene and the availability we have to broadcast tournaments and bring the content to all you viewers.
Yeah, and thanks to the tech team behind the scene, Josh Koff has run all kinds of different analytics. Thanks to the Albany Marriott, this is just a classic venue now for Scrabble tournaments, and they do so much for us twice a year at 189 Wolf Road. Just a classic venue for us. So thanks to everybody. And of course, thank you to you guys for tuning in and watching. We will see you again at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow with 8 more games of Scrabble before Sunday's final few rounds. Until then, I'm off to the pool. You are watching Let's Play Scrabble.
See you guys tomorrow.